Hello, welcome to Hertford Open Day. We're some students who are at Hertford at the moment, and we'll be doing a live Q&A for the next 45 minutes. There's also loads of resources on the Hertford website. It's got college tours, mock tutorials, all that kind of stuff. So feel free to look through that, and all the information that you'll need is there, but we're here to answer all your questions. So I'm Imogen, I'm a second year English student, and we'll just go through and introduce ourselves. Joe?
I'm Joe, I'm a third year law student.
Antonia?
I'm Antonia and I'm a first year geographer.
I'm Elias, I'm a first year economics and management student.
And Liz?
I'm Liz, I'm a second year physics and philosophy student.
Wonderful. So we'll be here to answer your questions for the next 45 minutes. Just remember to keep sending your questions through Slido. We'll be able to see them and answer them as quickly as we can. So, first question is, what made you pick Hertford? Who'd like to start us off?
I can.
Wonderful.
I picked Hertford partly for its location. It's right in the centre of Oxford, which is wonderful. You're in the middle of this city full of incredible architecture and full of different people going about all sorts of exciting lives. And also because Hertford's really good at having a great community of people from state schools and all sorts of different backgrounds across England and the rest of the world, which I thought was really important in finding people I can't phrase this properly. It's a very inclusive community. Hertford's really proud of their outreach. That's one of the reasons I picked it.
Wonderful. Antonia?
So again, it was really central. So on the open day, it was quite convenient because there were a lot of colleges to look at in one area. But mostly I was interested in Hertford because they had a large group of people that did my subject. So there are a few colleges that have a large number of geography students, and Hertford was one of them. And then I ended up picking Hertford after going there on the open day because everyone was just so friendly and the community seemed so lovely. And I felt like it was just somewhere really welcoming. So I picked Hertford and it was a very good decision.
Wonderful. Joe?
So I kind of picked a few colleges that I thought sounded good from the website. So that I think that was based on location, accommodation, how many people were doing my course, stuff like that. And then I visited them all on the open day, and I just think I clicked with Hertford. Visited a few really nice tutors, nice grounds, nice people, and yeah, I think I made the right decision.
Wonderful. And Elias?
Yeah, so I had a couple of colleges in mind. Obviously, my criteria going through it was the amount of people they take, how much the accommodation is, how central it is, what's its record on access, and Hertford sort of ticked on my boxes. Also, when I came on the open day and I met the tutors, they were just really nice. So yeah, that was particularly what pushed me to apply in the first place. Just getting the tutors here at Hertford. So yeah, probably those factors, I'd say.
Wonderful. I would totally echo what everyone said. For me, one of the wonderful things about Hertford is just the sense of community. And that's shared across both students and staff. Like when I was walking around, I found that the staff were really friendly and just genuinely really interested in you. And that definitely continues throughout your degree. So, even if you see them in the street, you can be like, hi, how are you? And, it's just really nice and organic. Also, it's so central. Like you roll out of bed in first year and you're right next to the Bodleian. You're right in college, and it's just a really, really nice site, and everything there is at your fingertips. So it's a great sort of way of being sort of thrown straight into Oxford, but having a really supportive community. Wonderful. So our next question is about interviews. So how did you guys prepare for your interviews? What about Antonia? How would you like to start?
So the way that I prepared for my interview mostly was through reading, because I do geography, which is quite a broad subject. I just did a lot of really broad reading so that I could have lots of books that I could draw on depending on what they asked, which ended up being really helpful because I asked such a wide range of questions about from the extreme physical geography to deep human geography, and I was able to apply at least something that I'd read to all the questions. But even if you aren't as well read, you're able to get by just by using your own ideas and thinking on your feet. And it's quite an open process, the interview process. They ask you questions that they want you to be able to answer. So yeah.
Wonderful. Elias?
Yeah, so I just reread the books that I said that I'd read on my personal statement, and apart from that, I read a couple of. So in the weeks heading up to interview, I read The Economist a bit more deeper than I normally would. But apart from that, I'd say for E&M, there's not a lot you can do really because, well, for the interviews at Hertford, one of them's just sort of an off the cuff discussion really. Well, that's what I found. And the other one is just sort of mathsy, and I mean you could revise a bit of maths maybe, but it's not that hard. It's just a bit of differentiation. It doesn't go beyond AS level maths really. So yeah, there's not a lot you can really do to prepare for E&M, I'd say.
Wonderful. Liz?
I'd like to really echo what Antonio said about them asking questions they want you to be able to answer. So to prepare, I also read the things that I said I'd read again because I was like, oh no, I should definitely know what it says, which is a good thing to do because it did come up. But then the physics interview was a lot more talking through problems to try and look at how you would approach them. And I remember being quite panicked because they asked me about this differential equation and I hadn't got that far in maths at A level and I had no idea what it was or how to solve it. But the tutors sort of talked me through how the process went and were mostly interested in your problem solving skills, I found, with maths. So preparing for that was a lot like preparing for the aptitude test, which the physics course has. And again, which is sort of practicing problem solving questions and more out there maths things that apply with what you should have known in school. So I didn't really do much like trying to learn lots of new things. It was more thinking about the things you did know and how they fitted together and how they could be used to solve different problems.
Great. Joe?
So for law, both of my interviews were more sort of discussion based rather than knowledge based. So they gave us passages from cases and stuff like that, and then just had us chat through those. So there's not all too much prep that you can do for them, to be honest. But I found it was really helpful to just be familiar with how legal argument works. So read a few introductory books, stuff like that, read the news a little bit more, and kind of just try and immerse himself in it as much as possible.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, I do English as well, and it was more of a discussions based sort of exercise, like most of the people here have said. I can also really echo, read the books that you've said on your personal statement. If you've put them on your personal statement, the likelihood is you will have to talk about them, or at least be comfortable to. If you've clearly not read something on your personal statement, and they ask you about it, that's not a great position to be in. So it's just the easiest way to first of all prepare. So yeah, just be familiar with those things. For English, I personally had an unseen extract as well, which I couldn't really prepare for, but just being aware that you might have to think on your feet as well. And something else for interviews, I'd say, is, as well as doing lots of prep, make sure you get lots of rest, because it is quite a different thing to what you're used to, and actually going in with a calm, open mind is probably more important than having stayed up till whatever hour, you know, looking over old notes. So yeah, that's just another little thing I'd say. Lovely. So we've also got some questions about accommodation. So the first one is, do we have ensuite facilities for showering and toilets? How expensive is accommodation, and is it all individual rooms? Who'd like to say something about accommodation?
I can. So, as far as I know, all the rooms in Hertford are individual rooms. They all cost the same price, no matter how big or small the room is, although they're all big sizes. So I think at present it's around, what, 1,300 a terrace or so. And there are some rooms with en suites in what is now called, is it Poly Bridge now? The grad centre that they renamed, yeah. So you have en suites in that building, but not in other buildings. So there is an opportunity to have en suites, but it's kind of a minority of rooms.
Yeah, so also you get accommodation for all 3 or 4 years of your degree, so you don't need to worry about that. You don't need to worry about finding a house or that kind of thing. Someone else has asked about how you are allocated rooms. So would somebody like to explain how you get there in first year and the balance system briefly?
Yep, I'll go. So in your first year, you're just randomly allocated a room in college. So you just turn up on your first day and you're handed the keys to your room, and that's your room for the first year. How it works for second and third years. So the college still provides accommodation, but it's all off-site for second and third year. There's a couple of on-site rooms, but those are right at the top of the ballot. So in your second and third year, as I mentioned, you ballot for your rooms. You ballot in groups of 4 or 5, and then you're randomly assigned an order, although there's certain restrictions within the order. So the top of the ballot is JCR exec, then it's the rest of the third years, and then after that it's the fourth years that are doing a master's or coming back from the year abroad, and then it's the second years, and then in your groups of 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, whatever, you choose a room, and the rooms obviously fill up, so the best rooms go quicker, but then after that you just choose a room, and that's how it works for the second and third year. So it's pretty fair. You pay the same every year for your room. I think it's quite a nice system. But yeah, that's how it works.
Lovely. It's also worth mentioning that you can self-cater and you can use hall. You don't have to pick either or. So our accommodation facilities do have like kitchens and that sort of thing, but you can equally use the hall, which is food cooked by college in both the central site, and there's one in our South Oxford site where lots of second and third years live, which Elias has just described. Lovely. So our next question is about work-life balance. So how do you get that at Oxford? How do you deal with the workload and all the pressure? Antonia?
I would say that you do find it hard at the beginning. I'd say the first few weeks of the first term, or even the first term, or even like the first few terms, depending on who you are. But eventually, like, things just do fall into place in that you find things that work for you. Like, I found that the best thing for me was having a routine, like a very solid routine where I knew that I was doing certain things at certain hours. So that meant that in the time that I put aside for working, I did work quite well, because I worked in quite small blocks, and because I can't really focus for really long periods of time. So I found just by splitting up my day effectively, I'm able to manage the workload quite well, and I can do societies like sports and stuff on the side, and I have time to see my friends and go out. And also it's quite easy to socialize at Hertford because people are all so close to you, so that makes it a lot easier to balance work as well, because socializing just becomes less of a task and more, it just happens.
Lovely. Anyone else got anything to say?
yeah, I just echo that it's really all about kind of just having structure to your time and managing effectively. So I try and think of my degree like a job, really. Like, you do 9 to 5. So that's what I do during the week, and then in the evenings and weekends, that's my own time to do what I want, which sometimes it's more work, but often I'll be hanging out with friends. I work in the college bar, I play rugby at weekends, stuff like that.
Wonderful. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Liz, you go first.
I add one thing to that. Something that really helps with the whole work-life balance is that you're surrounded by people that have a similar amount of work to you. So it's a little different to school, where there might be different levels of people who actually want to do things. Everyone's got a pretty demanding degree, and then everyone also is aware of the need to take time off. So I think you're doing things in the day and having your evenings to talk to your friends is fairly common and fairly easy to maintain, because there are people around you that are doing the same thing.
Absolutely, I'd agree. And I also agree that actually having other things going on as well helps with the pressure. So if you have other societies or sports or things like that, it's a great way to let off steam. And that actually often helps your academic work rather than hinder it, because you've got something else to think about and going on rather than just your problem sheet or your week's essay. So yeah, lovely. So Joe mentioned the bar and working in the bar. We've had a question about opportunities for part-time work in Hertford. Would you like to explain a little bit about that, Joe?
Yeah, sure. So Hertford has its own bar called DTV, which is open 7 nights a week from 7 o'clock to 11:30. And we have student employees working every night. So I think there's around 8 or 9 of us who work in the bar. We share shifts between us. I work 1 night a week. So I find it's a really good way to just kind of do something relaxing. It's not all too hard work. You get to meet people in the bar and make some money while you're at it. And I find that that's just a really nice way to do something different during term. In addition to that, there's other opportunities for paid employment at Hertford. So Hertford has what was called an international programs department, where they host events for often students from other countries coming on residential trips to Hertford. And students can be employed as residential advisors during those trips, where you can just work with those groups, run activities for them, take them on trips. And that runs all of Easter and all of summer. So that's a really good way to spend your summers, just kind of kicking up at Hertford, making some money, doing a nice job with your friends.
Wonderful, thank you. So our next question is, apart from obviously good grades, what else do you need to stand out on an Oxford application? It's been specifically labelled as physics, but I think all of us have something to say about our own subject. So Liz, would you like to start, and then everyone else can explain what other bits and bobs they did?
So I think if you're specifically asking about physics, you should look at the Meet the Tutors video, because I'm pretty sure that's one of the questions that was asked there. And I think the things they're particularly looking for in the applications were obviously having good grades, being good at your math and your physics, but really caring about the subject, it being something that really interested you. So that comes across in your personal statement, in your interview, and just having a curiosity to find out more about the thing you want to study, and proving that you'll be easy to teach because you want to learn. So that might be you've read around, you've done extracurricular things or something like that. But yeah, I think when things to make an application stand out, it's that you care about what's going on, that you've got some sort of curiosity and interest in your subject, that you've chosen it for a reason rather than just throwing a thing at a dartboard or something.
Wonderful. Antonia?
Yeah, I would say the same, in that it's important just to be really interested and excited by your subject, because you are going to be studying it a lot, and at interviews it will become apparent, like when the tutors ask you questions, like whether you're interested, and how you respond to the things they ask you will reflect that as well. And if you're really interested in the subject, it makes reading around it a lot easier, and Yeah, I worried quite a lot about applying to do geography because my A levels weren't as related to it as a lot of other people's might have been. But it ended up being fine, and I was able to apply like a lot of things. And I can see that a lot of people were asked specifically about EPQ. And I would say that I did do an EPQ, and it did happen to be related to my subject. And that was, but I'd say that the main reason that was helpful was just because like for the EPQ I did a lot of reading, so it just meant that I got more interested in my subject and had a lot of practice in doing reading for something other than schoolwork, which I'd say is really valuable. But even so, even if you do one unrelated to your subject, it's still a really valuable experience just to like do something different.
Wonderful. Elias?
So in terms of pre-interview, I'd say for E&M, I'm not entirely sure if they even read the personal statement. So just having a good TSA score is probably like the only criteria pre-interview. Obviously, there's other contextual factors they take into account, but just try and do really well on the TSA, practice it a lot, because for E&M, I'm aware that's quite important. When you get to interview, I'd say probably the best advice I was given is just try and be really personable, because at the end of the day, these tutors are going to be teaching you for 3 years. And if they don't like you, they're not going to let you in. So just try and come across as quite a nice person, and you've got a good shot.
Joe?
I'd say for law at least, like the reality is you're going to be sitting for a long period of time reading. So the two ways that you can show that you'd be good at that is by showing that you're enthusiastic about the subject, because that makes sitting for a long time reading easier, and you have a good work ethic. So I feel like you just want to kind of show that you have interest in the subject by reading books. I think What About Law and Letters to a Law Student are kind of the standard introductory text, and that you kind of have a sustained interest and that you're ready to study these things and engage in them over a long period of time.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'd say as well, just read as broadly as you can, but also like make sure you understand what you're reading. It's better to have read some things and really understand them than to have like 100 books only understand 2 of them. Also, something I think is really useful is podcasts. They're a really like good way of getting a lot of information really quickly, and it's especially things like In Our Time I found really helpful, because it's actually discussions with academics about certain texts for English, or it's got science ones, it's got everything. I love it. I still use it in my degree, to be honest. But if you want to know what the tutors actually think, as Elizabeth said, there is a Meet the Tutors section where there's videos where students ask questions that you guys have, had or would have had, about like how do you prepare, what does a degree involve, all that sort of stuff. And there's also a typed Q&A with the tutors at 1 o'clock, as well as stuff on our website about it too. So yeah, I think everyone's advice is just as broad and as deep, and also just be really interested, because they can tell whether you actually love your subject or whether you're just doing it because you think you should do. And also it helps, as the other guys have said, it is the degree you're doing, that's what you're going to spend most of your time doing, so actually enjoying it is probably the most important thing, because otherwise it will seem like a lot of work. But if they say if you love your work, you never work a day in your life, so that's the ultimate aim, I suppose.
Just quickly, can I jump in, Imogen?
Yeah.
Just really echo that point, in that there's no point in reading something that's just far too a high level, because you'll read it, pick it up, and you just won't remember it. I think what you really want to be doing now, work up to your application, is like starting at a low level and really building up your knowledge base, and then you can apply these more advanced books you read to this framework, this grounding that you've got. Because there's no point in just reading a book that you just don't understand, because you won't be able to talk about it. So really try and build up, I'd say.
Wonderful. Thank you, Elias. So our next question is, are you allowed to bring people for sleepovers from other colleges, or are you allowed to have external people visit you as guests at university? Who would like to go first? Joe?
So, yeah, I believe you're allowed people. I've had people come and stay with me, like friends from home. So yeah, it's just been kind of nice to see people for a weekend and kind of show them around Oxford, which has always been like really important to me because as someone from Scotland, I'm in quite a different place to a lot of my friends. So it's been really nice to kind of get them down and kind of show them what my life is like.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually you do have to kind of tell the accommodation people that you are having someone. I mean, it doesn't always work that way, but yeah, you're supposed to. And you can also, if you want, if you do that, you can ask them to hire like a mattress and bedding and stuff like that for not very much money. So if you do have someone, they can have a nice comfortable sleep rather than just be on your floor. So yeah, it's something that you are generally allowed to do with Hertford. So yeah, the next question is, what type of financial support, scholarship, bursaries, stuff like that does college provide? You'd like to go first?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go off the top of my head here. I think there's a scholarship that's £1,000 a year for household income under £53,000. Don't take my word for it. I'm gonna check that now actually because yeah, so that's the scholarship that Hertford give on top of I believe it's called the Crank Start Scholarship, which the university offers. But yeah, apart from that, I'm not entirely sure on college scholarships. I'm going to check that one.
Yeah, Hertford College website has a page dedicated to scholarships. There's also university ones as well. I'd say if you want direct statistics, that's probably the best way to go, just because, you know, that's the most up-to-date information. I'd say something that's important to note is college will do the best that they can to help people out. Like, money isn't supposed to be a barrier at Oxford, and you know, there's stuff like, I know one of my friends is part of a blues team, and you can get a refund, like you can get a blues like scholarship thing, so you can get money back on your tickets that you've had to buy for away matches, sometimes on kit like and stuff like that. So money, whilst it's an important factor, isn't something that should limit your Oxford experience, because college will be there to help you and support you. And sometimes for subjects, you can get grants to do, like if you have to do field work or stuff like that. So if you have to like get resources for your dissertation or things like that, it can often be very helpful. And especially with books and stuff, the college library is incredible. They buy books that you need if they don't already have it, or they'll manage to find it for you somehow. So I would just reinforce, at least from my experience, Hertford are very, very supportive, and you know, do try and look out for you as best they can that way. Anyone else got anything like to say about that?
Yeah, there's in addition to the sort of bigger funding opportunities, there's a lot of smaller ones like on course. So for instance, law students are funded by Mayor Brown, the law firm, who gave us money to purchase books throughout the year. So I've maybe bought 2 or 3 books with my own money throughout my degree. There's Hertford offers summer studentships, which is they basically give you food, accommodation, and a living stipend to come and research a topic of your choice over summer, which I did last year and managed to get a publication out of, and my experiences during that formed a major part of my application for master's courses. So that was really such a valuable experience for me, and like that just wouldn't have been possible without the sort of funding that Hertford offers. So for me, I found that it's just really, really important and opens lots of doors.
Wonderful. So our next question is, how much did the tutors ask questions referring to your personal statement during your interview? I suppose this depends per subject, so it makes sense that we all say a little bit about that. So Liz, do you want to start?
In my interviews, I was asked for a personal statement once at the beginning of the interview as a sort of attempt to begin with something they knew I definitely knew and could talk about. So they picked a thing I'd said I'd read and asked me about it, which pretty sure was just their way of starting the interview with something that they knew you would definitely know to sort of make you comfortable in the environment, so that they could then ask the questions they wanted to, and be slightly more relaxed. So it didn't come up very much. That was physics. Physics and philosophy have separate interviews. So in the philosophy interview, again, I think it came up briefly as a sort of introduction to the interview, and asked about this. Again, it's something you've said you've read. What did you think about it? As a way of moving on to the questions they wanted to ask about logic puzzles and what triangles are and everything else that happened in the interview. So yeah, didn't come up all that much apart from the beginning.
Wonderful. Antonia?
Yeah, I don't think my personal statement was mentioned at all in my interview. I don't even know if they had a copy with them. I think they might have had a copy on the table, but it wasn't asked about in the interview specifically. The stuff that I'd put on it was helpful because I'd referenced books that I then talked about, but other than that, like, they didn't really ask anything like specific about what I'd said in my personal statement. So
Lovely. Alias?
Yeah, so again, I wasn't asked anything about my personal statement. There's like a joke that the only point of personal statement for Hertford A&M is to take the mick out of you after 3 years of your degree. So yeah, I'm unsure if they entirely read it, to be honest. So it wasn't at all relevant for me.
I didn't get asked a single question about my personal statement. I don't know if it's different for other colleges, other subjects, or even Hertford Law just now, but when I applied, they told me, like, we already have your personal statement, so going through it again doesn't really give them as much as going through something else which is more valuable in the interview by testing other skills and other competencies.
Lovely. It's actually quite different for me because for English, one of my interviews was, at least in my experience, was really based on my personal statement. So one of my interviews was on some pre-reading that they just gave me about half an hour or so before my interview. And then my second one was basically picking up lots of different things that I've read, because obviously, I mean, like all subjects, they're very broad, but for English, you could have literally read anything from the beginning of the English language up until the present day. So they kind of used it more as a steering guide to be like, oh, so you've read this, let's talk about this for a bit and then talk about this, because especially for something like English, it's unfair to expect that you've read everything and they don't, so please don't worry about that. So I'd say it was used as sort of a steering guide. So for me, I think understanding what was on my personal statement and being ready to talk about it was perhaps more important than, like, especially sciencey subjects and mathsy subjects. But for other humanities, I'd say, like, please do make sure you are happy to talk about it, because, you know, the likelihood is you will be asked something. So yeah, and also, like, although they don't necessarily for other subjects read them or use them in your interviews, it is important for them to, like, see what you are interested in, and that might even go into, like, even though you don't think it's referenced, it might influence what sort of questions they ask you in the interview. So I would say it's important to, like, spend time making sure you're happy with it, because also it's important for the other universities that you apply to, because they use the personal statement a lot more than Oxford do, obviously, with the interviews. So yeah, I'd say ultimately our experience shows it's quite broad, but yeah, just try and make sure you're as happy with it as you can be. Lovely. Ooh, we've got a question about college rowing. So, Antonia, how popular would you say that college rowing is, and what does it involve, especially if you've never rowed before?
So the boat club at Hertford is a really lovely community. I know that this year the men's the men's team haven't been as active in terms of numbers, but they have been in the past, and Hertford's got a good legacy in terms of rowing. The women were very successful last year. I think they're currently third down the river. So yeah, this year we had a lot of problems because of the weather and conditions. So we very rarely managed to get out. But it is completely accessible to people who've never rowed before. Like most of the people, like all the freshers pretty much that joined this year, we'd never rowed before. I'd done a really tiny little bit, but that wasn't helpful. Yeah, it's just a really lovely community, and we have a lot of socials, and it's a great way to exercise. There is quite a lot of training, but you can also, if you row for the lower boats, and then there's a lot less that you have to do. So yeah, I would say it's accessible. It's a lovely community, and it's something great and very Oxford to get involved in. But yeah.
Lovely. Liz, I know you did a bit of rowing as well. Would you like to say anything as well?
Yeah, I did a bit of rowing with the lower boats teams, so they're a little bit less serious. They do significantly less training. Sort of would go out 1 or 2 mornings a week rather than most of them. And it's just a really friendly group of people. I'd never rowed before, had no idea what I was doing when I started in first year. Wasn't sure I would keep rowing because it was quite cold in the morning, but I really enjoyed it, and yeah, found it a really fun experience despite not being particularly committed to it as a sport or having it much idea what I was doing when I started.
Wonderful. Has anyone else tried out rowing on the panel? Okay, cool. I also did rowing in first year. I'm not the world's sportiest person, but they accepted me and it was lovely. And I found it was a really good way of getting up, having a fresh mind, and feeling like you've done something in the morning. So it's sort of manageable that you can go rowing and then go to a lecture and then get on with your day. It's I was lower boats, I'm not that good. So as Liz and Antonia said, it's less of a time commitment. So it's very much something that you can sort of work around and fit around. And I think the nice thing about college sports is that it's all entry level. You can come if you've done it before, you can come if you've never done it before. And that's a nice thing about being so much sport at Oxford, because you can be very low commitment, or you can work your way up to first boats in college, which is the best team in the college, or you can even go for the university team. So it completely depends on how interested and excited you are by it as to how much you have to put in. So it's not all just really high level sport. You can get involved even if you've never sat in a boat before, like I hadn't. Lovely. So we've got a question about entrance exams. What are they like, and how important would you say they are? Joe?
Sure. As far as importance, I mean, they're important as is every part of the application process, but I don't think any part of it is make or break. Like Teresa told me that it's, a sort of holistic account of all the evidence and everything feeds into that, but there's nothing that's more important or less important than the rest. So it's really just one thing out of several that you should try your best at, just like you should try your best with all the other elements. And as far as the actual test itself, for law, we had the LNAT, which was a multiple choice test followed by a short essay. And I think it was quite hard, but really it's just something you should kind of practice as best as you can for. I bought a book of practice questions and kind of just went over that for a few weeks beforehand. And then when you get there, just try and stay calm, work through it methodically, do the best you can.
Great. Elias?
Yeah, so I'd echo that in that it's not the be all and end all if you don't do well in your business test. It's nice to do well. I think for E&M, you kind of sort of more of the weighting of the choice to get an interview. It's based on the TSA because obviously they can't. There's no other metric that is sort of fair that they can weigh up who to give an interview and not. So you want to do well on the TSA for E&M. But then I guess it sort of comes down to how competitive some courses are. So, for example, I know that, for example, chemistry perhaps, which has the TSA, there's not so much weighting on the TSA because they can invite a lot more people to interview, which means that it doesn't matter so much if you don't do that well, but it certainly helps to do well, I'd say. But yeah, that's what I'd really say about TSA.
Great. Antonia, do you have one for geography?
It got suspended in the year that I applied, I think, so I didn't have to do an entrance exam, but
Cool. Well, apparently your situation for not having to do one is actually more common than we thought. So chemistry don't have an assessment anymore. So especially with this year's of applications, I would definitely recommend that you guys look at the website because it will tell you whether you have one this year, whether you don't, and it will give you access to past papers, which are really important if you do. But Liz, first, would you like to say something about your experience?
Sure. So the physics has a aptitude test, although the philosophy bit didn't specifically. And the physics one is quite important to the application process because it's kind of hard to show how good you are at mathematical problem solving in a personal statement. But if you're worried about that, something to think about is that what they're interested in, a lot of that is how you approach the problems. So the stuff in the aptitude test wasn't supposed to be stuff particularly beyond the syllabus. It didn't require loads of extra physics knowledge, but they were often slightly odd questions or like things at the edge of what you might have come across before. So it was important to write down sort of all your thoughts about a question, even if you didn't know what the actual answer was, to show how you were approaching things. So yeah, it was quite important, but not in the sense of getting every mathematical answer correct, but showing you sort of had an idea as to how you're happy to tackle something that was new and different, but vaguely related to what you might already know.
Great. For English, I did have an exam before interviews. I had, at least in my year, we had lots of different extracts on any kind of given theme, whether that's, love, death, food was our one. It can be high and lofty, it can be anything. I was slightly confused when it was food, and then I managed to somehow get some arguments together. So yeah, I'd say just practice as much as you can. It's really helpful, but also, as the other guys have said, it is not the be all and the end all, because so long as you get a reasonable thing, if they're interested by you, they hopefully will be able to invite you to interview. So it's not just that element that decides whether you get in or not. So yeah, lovely. Well, I think our first 45 minutes are over, so we'll hand over to the next group of people, but we'll be back later in the day, and thank you so much for tuning in. We'll hand over to the next set of ambassadors now. Bye.
Thank you, Imogen. So hopefully everyone will arrive soon, but I'll start introducing myself. So my name's Rebecca. I've just finished my second year at Hertford and I study geography. Anoop, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Anoop. I've just finished my second year studying physics.
Perfect. Kyra, sorry.
It is Kira.
Kira, perfect.
Hi, I'm Kira. I just finished my first year studying computer science and philosophy.
Matilda.
Hi, I'm Matilda and I just finished my second year studying PPE.
Jay.
Hi, I'm Jay. I just finished my second year studying engineering.
Alex?
Hi, I'm Alex. I've just finished my second year studying medicine.
And finally, Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark. I've just finished my first year doing history and Spanish.
Perfect. So on the screen, you can see that you can submit questions to us through Slido. So if you scroll to the bottom of this page, bit.ly/Hertford Slido, you can find there's like a link at the bottom where you can ask us live questions. We'll get them through, hopefully answer them as soon as possible. And yeah, just feel free to ask us anything from college life to our subjects to interviews, even just how we find Oxford, how we find university in general. Hopefully we'll be able to answer as many as possible. So yeah, we'll start with the Q&A. So does the college have ensuite facilities for showering and toilets as well as individual rooms? How more expensive are they than the other type of accommodation? Matilda, would you like to take this?
Yeah, so all Hertford accommodation is the same price. So we don't do any kind of tiering. It's not really very Hertford, I don't think. So in first year, there are no en-suites, but everyone's on site. It's really not, I was a bit worried about that. It's really not at all bad. You don't share your bathroom with many people and like they're cleaned every day. So I wouldn't stress about the lack of ensuite. But then in second and third year, when you often live out in college accommodation, we do have Folly Bridge, which has lots of ensuite rooms. Well, everywhere in Folly Bridge is ensuite. So you have the option to move there when you're kind of higher up in age, I guess. But yeah, no, every room costs the same and we do it via a randomized ballot. So it's just everyone's in the same boat and it's kind of luck, but it ends up working out really fairly, I think.
Perfect.
I would add also in my first year, so I was sharing, I think, two bathrooms and one sharing one of the bathrooms in a separate shower with 6 people. So I never had to like wait to shower. Like if you're worried about kind of ensuite or not ensuite, I think potentially don't worry too much about it. Yeah.
It's right if I chip in as well. So I lived in the Holywell quad, which they call it HW quad, and I just had to share a bathroom and a shower between 2 people. So like it really depends on like who decides what bathroom they go to or what room you get as well. But it really does vary. But I think it's fine. Like I was so worried about not having an ensuite because I was like, oh no, how am I going to go to the toilet? Like, oh no, what's going to happen? But it was okay, and I wasn't like late to lectures because like people were in the shower. So yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Another one we have is, how do you pick the colleges in Oxford? Is it going to be systematically arranged or can you choose your own college to go to? Kira, would you like to take that one?
Yeah, sure. When you apply through UCAS, you just put your first choice college, and then that's like, I think who your application will go first to. You might get other colleges asking you to come for interview. So I got interviewed at Hertford and also LMH, but I did apply to Hertford. And then what college gives you an offer most likely will be one of the colleges that interview you, but I've known people who get offers from colleges that didn't interview them either. So yeah, anything could happen really, but most likely it is that you'll get interviewed, and if you get in, you'll get into the college that you put on your UCAS.
Mark, do you want to talk about open offers and what they involve?
Yeah, so an open offer is when the college and the university thinks you deserve a place, that you're good enough, but perhaps that they don't have space for you. So an open offer is when you've definitely got a place, but you don't necessarily know which college it's from yet. So you might apply to Hertford and they say, we'll give you an open offer, which might still mean you go to Hertford. It might mean that you end up at a different college. And you can also do an open application, which is a bit different. And that's when you don't choose the preference for your college when you apply. You can do that on UCAS. And that means you get randomly allocated one, which doesn't affect your chances of getting in. It's just if you have no idea, that's something you can do and you'll just get chosen one. And that's what you'll interview.
Thank you. Apparently around a third of people don't a third of the people get an offer at a college they didn't actually apply to. So it's quite fluid, the whole interview process. But don't worry about the college you eventually get an offer at or get into, because they've all got their like pros and cons, and most of them are really, like, all of them are really good for their own reasons. And yeah, it's kind of like the people you meet at college. So when you get there, you learn to love it, even if it's not your first choice. By the end of even like the first term, everyone's like, yeah, my college is the best college. It's just kind of, yeah, it's very fluid, but like, it's fine. It's nothing to worry over. Perfect. So I'll just tick that off. What is the social life like? Alex, do you want to answer that?
Well, there's even though everyone's working hard, there's still loads of time to socialise. There's always kind of people like meeting up in the evenings, so you can go to bars, you can just hang out in people's rooms. Obviously, there's the option to go clubbing on like most nights a week. But there's always various like different social events. There's literally always so much going on outside of your studies. So, you know, definitely don't worry that socializing and meeting people will be a problem, because it really won't. Like, you know, obviously living in the college, meeting people is so easy, especially at Hertford, because there's quite a lot of people living in a small college. So you always bump into people around, sort of like in the kitchens or in the dining hall. So it's really easy to meet people, and like socializing is like a massive part of, I guess, college life.
I would say also, because Hertford is so central, you're so close to nightlife and stuff like that. So like a night out isn't like, you know, half an hour on a train. It's like a 5-10 minute walk away. So it means that there's kind of lots of kind of different things for different people. So there's bars if you're more of kind of a bar person. There's pubs if you're more of a pub person. There's even an LGBT pub, and there's even an LGBT club. So kind of whatever you're kind of looking for in a night out, whether it's drinking or not drinking, you'll probably find it at Oxford.
Yeah, also I find one of my favourite things of the summer term is the fact that there's loads of, the social life isn't just confined to the evenings. So in Oxford, there's lots of like traditional stuff, kind of like punting, if people have heard of it. It's where you kind of go down the river on this like long boat with a stick and like push yourself along. In Hertford, we have these like tournaments, and there's croquet cuppers, which is just kind of like really funny. But there's also loads of competitions where colleges play against each other at sports. So there's like netball clubs within the colleges, and they play against each other. That's really social. You get to meet other people. And yeah, especially in summer, like you can go to loads of colleges host their own events. So there's college balls, which obviously are really sociable and everything. But there are also things like Wad Fest, where Wadden do like a day festival, and you just buy a ticket, go along. Loads of student like all the performers are students, so they kind of like, you can go and support local bands, and it's really nice, and like socialize with your friends. There are loads of other events, like loads of societies do like film nights, and you can go to a random college in Oxford and go and see a film night. It's just kind of like the social life's completely there. There's like a surfing club in Oxford and a surfing society, and you can just, there's literally like, they only go on 2 trips a year, but they just kind of meet up every week in the pub just to kind of talk about what they find, like surfing, which obviously is an interest of all of them, and they can just like bond over that, make friends, either go out clubbing. It's, the social life is really like, as we said, like fluid in Oxford. So it's not like you have to do all your socializing in clubbing or whatever. There's so many options. Yeah, does anyone else have anything to add? No, perfect. Okay, we'll go on. So are there vegan options for dining? Matilda, do you want
to? So yes, there are. So this has been something we've been really pushing for in the last like few years in Hall. So I'm the food and housing officer. So I basically take we have one of me, like someone doing my role every year, and you basically take a lot of feedback from students, and kind of, I meet with the head chef and I meet with the head of catering, and we kind of work to like respond to what students actually want in their food. So recently, well, not even that recently, but Hall now has a vegan option every single meal. So if you're vegan, there's something for you to eat every single meal. And like, we do a lot of work to kind of, I do a lot of surveys and stuff to try and find out like, well, what do people actually want from their vegan meals? Formals also can always have vegan options as well. So you'll never turn up to a formal and not be able to eat. Warnock, we're pushing, so that's our annex in South Oxford. So currently there's always a vegetarian or vegan meal there. And we've got it so that you can like tell which one it is before you go. But we're pushing quite hard to get both the meals, like both a vegetarian and a vegan option there. So yeah, there are definitely vegan options, and I think the way it works, where it's like the catering staff are so responsive to what students like. So like you could literally suggest a meal, and if the head chef is like, yep, I could make that, then that can be a go ahead. So yeah, I'd say it's really good for vegan food. And often on Thursdays we only have vegetarian and vegan, so just kind of getting everyone, even if you're a meat eater, kind of into the healthy part of being vegan. And we're like really working on like food waste and cutting down plastics as well. So I'd say yeah, it's definitely something we do and are also always looking to improve on.
Perfect, thank you. There's also another question saying, how is hall food? So like, how is it? This is quite a broad question. So for what I quite like about Hertford's hall food is that at lunch you can go in and have a full hot meal, or you can either have a jacket potato with a salad. And it's kind of like the way Hertford charge their food is that they charge per, like, so you have like a main and then you have sides and you charge per thing rather than just spending like a flat out rate and you can get whatever you like. So I think jacket potatoes are really cheap and you can get like jacket potatoes, beans and cheese, or like even like tuna, and it's just really nice, a very nice variety. You even get a sandwich. Yeah, what was it like? So formal halls, you get, that's a 3-course meal. So you get starter, main, and then dessert, and sometimes coffee at the end, which is quite nice. And a bread roll. That's really nice. Does anyone have any other thing to say about how they find hall food?
Well, we also have a cafe down the bar that runs at lunchtime, so you can kind of pop there, and they do, like, if you don't want a big full hot meal, you can get a sandwich or a coffee. But yeah, there's always kind of a vegetarian and a meat option and a vegan option. So like whichever, like if you're a meat eater, you can kind of choose from all those different options for kind of what you prefer. But yeah, I quite like it, but
Perfect. Yeah, it's also really sociable, especially in first year when you go to hall every evening. You know you're going to bump into people, see people, sit down and have a meal. Because I know in second and third year, because people start splitting up and going to different areas of the college. Because there's, as Matilda mentioned, there's Warnock, there's also a place called like New Ab, Old Ab. People have dinner by themselves, and it's not as, there's Warnock, which is great, but in first year it was really sociable being able to see everyone in the same year as you. But yeah, does anyone have anything else to add? Okay, no, perfect. So there's one saying, can you play tennis at Hertford? I would say yes, you can. It's normally in summer. It's not, I wouldn't say it's like an all year round sport to play at Hertford, but definitely in summer, there's a small Hertford tennis team that kind of go out and play against other colleges, but it's really relaxed. I wouldn't say it's like really competitive, like the best college team there, but it's really relaxed. And like, if you want to play tennis, you can. We also have squash courts. Where you can go, obviously it's different to tennis, but you can go play squash. We have some squash courts in our like recreation grounds. So yeah, that's another option. Perfect. So is it easy to get to know people from other colleges? Anoop, do you want to have a go at that?
I'd say yes, especially in first year, because Hertford's so centrally located. If you're just going on a night out or whatever, you will just bump into people and you'll see all the other colleges. So we've got Wadham right next to us. We've got, I don't actually know the name, Brasenose next to us. And like, we're like almost one of the most central colleges, because like we've just got town centre just like right out of our doorsteps. And I think also just like going to lectures and like seeing people in your subject, you will meet people from other colleges, and like there's loads of societies. And yeah, there's just loads of different ways of meeting people in out of college. And I've got a few of my closest friends are actually from out of college. So yeah, I'd say definitely.
Mark, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, actually, in my first year, I've had tutorials with people from other colleges. So I've had tutorials with people from St. Peter's, LMH, places like that. And that does depend very much on what subject you do. But obviously, pretty much everybody will go to lectures and they'll be with people from all across the university. And I'd also add that if you get involved in any societies, and there's loads of them, and you can find out loads about them when you start, there'll be people from all sorts of colleges. So, I mean, if you want to meet people from other colleges, you'll definitely have the opportunity to do so. I'd say it probably increases a lot more as you go through your course. So in my first term, I didn't meet that many people outside from Hertford, but now I know people from all sorts of colleges.
Yeah, I'd add it is quite course dependent. So for PPE, it's a really massive course. And like, I think we have, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we have like the most undergrads in the uni per year. So there are like a few hundred people in lectures. So you generally don't really meet new people, especially because you've got like 9 people from your own college that you often go and sit with. We do have a lab, which like I've made a few friends from, like a politics lab, but it's generally, it is better as you get through the course, because when you start picking options, you have tutorials with people from elsewhere. But as courses go, PPE is maybe not the best one for meeting people outside college, but there is like a PPE society, and I think it is, a lot of it's very dependent on how much you try and meet people from other colleges. Like if you join university-wide societies and things, you're obviously much more likely to make friends out of college, whereas if you kind of do everything Hertford based, then obviously your main friends are going to be Hertford. I personally quite like having friends that are in my college and don't do my subject. I quite like kind of, you know, the work and the kind of friendships are a bit separate, which is quite nice. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot on you and how much you decide to branch out, I would say.
Perfect. Alex, do you want to say something about medicine? Because that's quite a sociable subject, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think loads of medics know people from other colleges because we have so many lectures and practicals together that it's really, really easy to meet people. And we're sort of assigned various practical groups mixed with different colleges right from first year. So like all your lab partners and things like that are always from different colleges. So yeah, it's definitely very, very easy. And obviously we have extra MedSoc events, which are kind of for people from all colleges. So that's another way that you can meet people really early on.
Perfect. Anyone else have anything to add? No? Okay, just quickly with geography, also I'm basically backing up what Matilda said, because for geography, we go on field trips. So in first year, we go to Swanage for a week, and you kind of don't really see your course. You're like you don't see people in your college, you're in mixed completely. So you get to know like the whole year group. And then when you get to second year, you go on another field trip. I mean, it got cancelled this year because of Corona, but I was supposed to go to Tenerife, and then I would have been with people that weren't in my college. So as Matilda said, it is kind of course dependent, but like I think university sports is a really good place to meet new people, because you can just kind of go and do what you want, and not many people in your college go for that. So I know loads of people that are kind of like the only person in Hertford on their university sports team. So yeah, it is a mix, but it is, as we basically said, it is very easy. And if you want to meet people outside of college, you can very easily, which is good. But like if you also want to keep it within college, there's so much going on that you can, and you can still have an amazing time. So don't know why I'm muting myself. So are there many teams for netball? Anyone want to take this question?
I might as well take it over. I do have my netball fleece on. So I don't know whether they're asking about university or Hertford, so I'll just address both. So for the university, I mean, I don't play for the university, unsurprisingly. There are 3 teams, I'm pretty sure, and they kind of run trials at the start of term, but I'm pretty sure towards like once the season is over, they also do like kind of development and training. So as a college netball team, before kind of Corona came, we were actually going to go along to their trainings to better our game. But in college, so we can kind of play it by demand. So we have one netball team that plays in the first division, and all the netball teams other than the first division, you can have a mixed team. So you can also have like boys playing with you, but when you get to the first division, you have to have only girls in the team. So we're quite competitive with it, but we're always like, if someone wants to play, we always let them like come on, and we have training for that every week. But we also, if there's enough demand from kind of people that maybe don't want to play in the first division or like are a bit new to the sport, we can also put in a team for lower divisions. So I mean, it's really about how much demand we have, how many netball teams in college there are, but like we all kind of work as one unit. Like at Cuppers last year, so like a kind of pool tournament against other colleges. We did have 2 teams because we had enough people for that, but yeah, we're all like one big netball club. We just occasionally split into 2 teams, but yeah, if basically there's never going to be a situation where you want to play netball in college and we're like, no, we're full up. So yeah.
Love it, thank you. I also just saw a question that says, what about Ultimate Frisbee? Yes, we have an Ultimate Frisbee team. It's been advertised within our like undergrad JCR quite a number of times. So yeah, it's available to you. Another question is specifically for Kira. So hi, I've heard there are more Compsci and philosophy students at Hertford than any other college. Have you found this an advantage?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of the main reasons I applied to Hertford, because I just wanted to have more people doing my course in my year, but also in years above. Hertford has like a very, very nice CompPhil community. So like throughout all the years, we all just hang out, and I think we have like a pub night once a term, and I know loads of the upper year CompPhils. So it's a really, really nice community. Yeah, that's about all I can say.
No, perfect, thank you. And we've also got one for the PAT. So we've got 2 questions. First one is, any advice for admissions tests other than doing the past papers, specifically for the PAT? And then any PAT advice from those who had to take it other than doing the past papers? So yeah, basically the same question.
Okay, I'll take this one, I guess, since I did the PAT. Sometimes I call it the PAT because it's just fun, like postman Pat. I don't know why I said that. So revising for the PAT. I would say the British Physics Olympiad past papers, because they're very similar to the style of the PAT. But honestly, if you want to learn physics, you have to do practice questions. There's not really any other way around it, to be honest. Like practice questions are like the way to do physics because it teaches you how to problem solve. So yeah, I would, unfortunately, I can only say practice questions. And also, if you haven't covered everything in your A2 A-level maths, then maybe look at the calculus course in your A2 maths section, because that comes up in the PAT, and that kind of shocked me because I was like, oh no, but I did further math. Like, it was just a bit of a nightmare. So I definitely skim over some differentiation and integration as well. But I think that's all I can say. Practice questions and a bit of A-level maths and physics.
I also did the PAT, the PAT, and I guess there's only one piece of advice I'd add to that, which is play to your strengths. So if there's a question, you're like, if it's the first question on the paper and you're like, oh no, I can't do this, this is all too hard, just find a question that you feel confident on to start with, because again, they want to see how kind of what you know and what you, they're not really worried about what you don't know. So play to your strengths, choose questions where you think you can demonstrate like your thought process, and you can demonstrate kind of that you're kind of thinking in like a interesting way, and yeah, don't worry if there are questions which you're like, I know nothing, because I certainly felt that way. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. We've also got a quick question through asking if that's similar to the CAT, and from my understanding, that's the classics admissions test, and Hertford doesn't actually offer classics in our college. So if you want to get that answered, it's probably best to go to Oxford website and then find the colleges that actually offer classics, and then try and get that question answered, because we don't have classics at Hertford. Not sure why, but yeah, perfect. So next question. So yeah, this is kind of a general one. So any advice for admissions tests? So we can kind of broaden that out. Who else did admissions tests, and do they have anything to say on it? Matilda?
Yeah, so I sat the TSA, which kind of a lot of courses sit. In terms of advice, it is an aptitude test. So I personally found that after I'd done a few practice papers and kind of got the hang of it, I was getting very similar results after a while. Like every test kind of brought me back the same result. I'd say, honestly, read the question really carefully, especially with the like kind of wordy ones. Once you've done a few, you kind of realize that when things ask like, what is the conclusion of this, there's a chance it might be at the end, or there's a chance it might be like a way it's written. So maybe just practice and kind of tease those things out. But yeah, I'd say definitely make sure you've practiced it timed a few times. Like there is a book you can buy. I feel quite bad because it's actually, I don't think there's that much you can do. Kind of maybe brush up on your basic maths for the problem solving bits. And for the essay, just write something where you can think I've actually got really clear arguments either side. Like often you won't know anything about the questions, like you won't have facts or you won't have like evidence to draw upon, but make sure you kind of have chosen the question that you can actually give really clear arguments and give a clear conclusion. But yeah, there's not much that you can do other than practice it a few times, get yourself familiar with how the questions are asked. Yeah, that's kind of it, if I'm honest.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so Mark, this is a question for you. So what's the history department like at Hertford compared to other colleges?
Well, I mean, the first thing I'd say is that you know, the institutes or colleges are great in my experience, and I don't think they have a huge difference. They might have slightly different research interests. So, for example, we have people who specialise in the Crusades and modern British history and stuff like that. But that shouldn't really influence your decision, your college choice too much, because you can, in first year, even in first year, you're taught by people outside of your college. So I've had tutorials with people from Oriel, for example. But I do think that the tutors, in my experience, have been really good, and they've been very friendly and given very good feedback. I haven't had any bad tutorials, I don't think, at Hertford History. And I'd also say that for History, Hertford's quite a good college because it does have quite a large number of undergraduates. I think in my year there's something like 12 or 13, which is, compared to all the subjects, it's probably the highest number of students, I think. And although you don't necessarily spend that much time with them because you're never necessarily just in a group of 30 having a class or anything like that, it does mean there's lots of people to talk to, lots of people in older years to ask about advice for choosing your option for second year or asking for notes and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I think that history is the type of thing where it doesn't matter too much what college you're at, because especially in later years, you specialise so much that you'll often be at a different college for tutorials.
Perfect, thank you. So we have a question saying, how close is the college to the science department? From my understanding, there is no one science department. It's kind of like each section of science has its own department spread out around Oxford. But does anyone want to talk about this further who's not geography? Alex, do you want to talk about yours? Where your department is?
Yeah, so the medical sciences building is like in the main sort of science area by Uni Parks, and it's literally like a 5-minute walk away. Like actually, I think we couldn't be closer, basically. Especially if a bike, it takes like 1 minute to get there, or something. So yeah, it's super close. So I think Hertford's like in a great location really for most of the science courses. But I mean, I couldn't say for certain for others, but yeah.
Anoop?
Oh, yeah, sorry, could you see me like try to unmute myself? So yeah, I think most of the sciences are all like in one area near University Parks, which is literally just like a well, I don't know, I've like power walked to lectures. I told myself it was 5 minutes. It was like pretty good. So it's just one road as well. So you just go down for me, for physics, you just go down one road and then you turn right and you're at the building. So it's pretty like close. I think it's the same for most sciences because there's like a science area near like University Parks, and you just like walk across, you walk past Wadham, and then you go through a few traffic lights and then you're in the science area basically.
I think also, so the engineering department is pretty much in the same place, and obviously in first year you're living on site, so it will be like what just over 5-minute walk to there. But in second year and above, you can choose to have South or North Oxford accommodation. If you choose North Oxford accommodation, then you'll be literally like a very like, I don't know, 2 to 5 minute walk away from the science park. And then so I chose South Oxford accommodation, and I can get to my department in just under 10-minute cycle. So yeah, wherever you are, you're going to be pretty close. Yeah.
I also think, like, again, computer science was like between engineering and physics kind of, but I don't think like the walk is that big of a problem, because not only is it not a lot of time, but I definitely had like very nice chats walking to and from my lectures and practicals and stuff. So it's definitely a good opportunity to like get to know your course mates more as well, just to have like a little bit of a long-ish walk to the department.
Perfect, thank you. So we've just got another question. So hi, does the college have its own sports teams? I'm thinking specifically cricket, football or handball, thanks. So yeah, we do have a football team. That's probably like the biggest of Hertford's alongside netball. That's got 2 teams, so first, seconds, and I think thirds actually sometimes. That's really, yeah, loads of people go to that. It's really popular within Hertford. So yeah, that's that. And then cricket, we do have a cricket team. I think it's more relaxed. They kind of only play in summer term, obviously. And cricket also have a tour that they go on every year. So I know they went to, I can't remember where they went to during last summer, but Corfu. Yeah, so they went to Corfu, had a great time. So yeah, there is a cricket scene, a definite football team. Handball, I'm not too sure if there is, but the thing about Hertford is that if you want there to be a handball team, and if you have enough interest, like you can honestly just make your own, kind of book out courts, speak to our sports officer. Hopefully she'll have a bit of budget to kind of allow you to play without having to fork out of your own pocket. And yeah, it's just kind of like this college sports teams are so open to anyone. Like with our badminton team, it's kind of like some person just like books it, says, hey guys, I've got this court, who wants to come play? Everyone just shows their interest, turn up and just kind of practice. There are some stuff, like obviously there are tournaments between colleges, and it's just, you just organise them with other people. If you know of like some badminton captains or handball captains, just organise a match, and yeah, it's just really relaxed, which is good. Anyone have anything else to add?
Just to add, the football team were also meant to go on a tour, so I think it's quite nice. It's a thing we're trying to extend to quite a few sports. Like they're always as cheap as we can make them. So the football team were meant to go kind of up north and play a lot of teams there, but obviously coronavirus happened, so that had to get cancelled. The same with the cricket tour for this year, and I know the netball team is planning a tour as well. So yeah, there's a lot of kind of, teams are also like very, very social, and it's a really easy way to kind of make friends as well. Like the football team have a social with one another like every week, and they kind of often go to the pub together after matches. So yeah, we have a really big sporting community, I'd say, and we often like play against each other. Like we have a 6-a-side football tournament for your subject and stuff. So yeah, sports really big but open to all abilities, I'd say.
Yeah, I think in my first year I did water polo cuppers, where I kind of just turned up with my swimming costume and played like a bunch of colleges, basically drowned for half an hour, but it's just kind of like relax. If you want to do it, just go for it, make a team. Everyone's just there to have a laugh, which is good. Okay, so there's 2 questions that kind of overlap. So one says, how did you choose your college / why did you choose Hertford? And the other one was Hertford your first choice? So probably good for each of us to go saying, was it our first choice and why we chose it? So as an overview, when you can apply to a single college, or you can do an open offer where colleges see your application, they kind of like, you get given to a college to interview basically. So yeah, Hertford was my first choice, and my reason for that was because I wanted a course with a lot of like a big cohort. So Hertford Geography has 8 people per year. They kind of aim for 9, and yeah, we've got 8 people in my year, 8 people in the year below, and 6 in the year above. So yeah, it was the big cohort that led me to Hertford. Anoop, do you want to say?
Yeah, Hertford was my first choice, although I did choose it while I was sending off my UCAS application. And so I did a last minute little search on Google, chooseoxfordcolleges.com. I think that's what it was. If you type that in on Google, then it'll send you to the right website. And then I just like choose my preferences, and then just Hertford came up. So I was like, I'll go Hertford. So yeah.
Kira?
Yeah, I chose it because similar to Rebecca, just it has the largest number of comp fills in the uni. So our year has 4, and then upper years have more than that sometimes. And also just everyone was really friendly when I came on the open day, because I was kind of between Hertford and another college, but people at Hertford were a lot more friendly and welcoming. So I thought it was the college for me.
Matilda?
So I chose Hertford because it had a really good central location, but I'd also just seen in some random place somewhere that it said it was progressive. And I thought that was quite nice. I thought kind of if I'm coming to Oxford, quite an old town, with lots of traditions, I want to be somewhere that's a bit more kind of like liberal and free. So I literally just chose it off that, but I'm very happy with the decision considering how little kind of research was done, but yeah.
Jay?
So I actually applied to Christchurch, and I cannot describe how relieved I feel to have gotten an offer from Hertford. Genuinely, like from the second that I went up to interview, my interview at Christchurch was scary. They weren't like super like nice. It was just kind of an absolute mess, and I literally left it crying. And then I interviewed at Hertford in the afternoon, and it was just a world of different. Like I was sat on like a white sofa in front of a fireplace. The tutors were so lovely. They made sure that I knew that, like, they were like, we're not here to catch you out, you know, we just want to find out a bit more about you and see what you can do. And it was just like a really nice conversation, and I left genuinely feeling like I'd gained something from that. So I cannot kind of describe how lucky I feel to have gotten an offer from Hertford. I was genuinely there on like the offer day, just like crossing my fingers, being like, please can Hertford give me an offer. So yeah, I would say Hertford beyond doubt. I'm so glad that, you know, they chose me. Yeah.
Perfect. Alex?
So I actually made an open application because I really couldn't choose between all the colleges. I just really couldn't decide. So I went for that. And then I was assigned Hertford as a college for my interview. As well, I was also interviewed at another college. I think that's quite common for medicine. But yeah, I was so pleased that I ended up here because actually it's got such a nice community of medical students here. But yeah, it was kind of totally random that I ended up here. Because yeah, I just felt that there was too much to choose from with all the different colleges, and I really hadn't heard of any of them before I applied. So yeah.
And then Mark?
Yeah, so I did choose Hertford, and really for the same reasons that everyone's already said, so I've not got too much more to add. I just like the central location. Really, I thought that was really convenient, and I wanted to be really in the heart of the city. And also Hertford offers accommodation for all years of your degree course, which is really useful. I can't imagine now having to spend loads of money just to live in worse accommodation further away. So I think that's something I'm really happy about.
Yeah, perfect. That does brush on two other questions. There was one saying, will accommodation in the college be provided for the entire duration? And are the bedrooms single? They are single. They're all single beds, unfortunately. So you can't starfish. And how are the rooms allocated each year? And are you guaranteed accommodation throughout your degree? What are the different types of rooms and pricing? So yeah, guaranteed accommodation throughout your degree. The rooms are allocated in a ballot. So you kind of sign up with your friends in a group of, let's say, 5 at the end of the year. And then so you're in that group, and all the groups in college get randomized on a list, and then you go through the list over the period of 2 days, and you all pick your rooms out of the rooms that are available in college. Yeah, it's been quite a smooth process, and everyone's happy with what they've got, I think. So yeah, and Matilda says it's quite fair, which is really good. I agree. So yeah, do you have more work if you do joint honours than single honours students? So Kira and Mark, do you want to answer that?
Yeah. Not really. At times it felt like it, especially in first term. The comp fill is quite heavy, but no, you do about 50% of each course in the first 2 years, and then you can kind of adjust and choose options and adjust one way or the other. But no, you just do half of each.
Yeah, I mean, my course is literally just 50% of the usual history course and 50% of the usual modern language course. So in theory, it should be the same amount of work. The only thing I would say in my experiences is you occasionally have a term with a lot more work. So second term of the year, I had loads of work. The term just gone, I had comparatively a lot less, just because occasionally the courses don't quite fit together. So you have a sort of disparity between the amount of work you do in each term. So that can occasionally lead to a term where you do have to do a lot more work than maybe people doing single honours, but it also leads to very nice terms where you have a lot of time to focus on other things and just get some rest, I guess.
Also, I have something else to add, which is that philosophy, there is no pure philosophy degree at the university. So everyone doing philosophy is doing a joint course with another subject. So you kind of do like the entire philosophy course, but that's because everyone's at least, it's like a half or a third of their course.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so we've got like 1 or 2 minutes left. So this one's directed at Anoop. So is university physics a large difference from school physics?
Yeah, so we got this question yesterday actually. So yes, I would say it's quite a lot different in the fact that you're not learning to get marks in an exam anymore. You're learning to get physical understanding and to get a mathematical toolbox so you can solve basically any problem that you're given. I think the one main difference is that you're not going to be right 100% of the time. Like you're not going to get like a unit test and get like 100%. Like that maybe happened at A-level or GCSE, but at university level, it's more of like you're given a problem. Oh, okay, I can't do this section. How do I then improve to strive for the best physical understanding I can get? So yeah, that's what I'd say.
Perfect. I've also seen a question saying, so there's a person asked a question saying, everyone at my school gets 10 8/9s at GCSE, but they're on well that year. Is it still worth applying with a lower amount of GCSEs if predicted A levels are high? And I say yes. I think with Oxford, they just focus on A levels. And because of the application process with interviews, sometimes admissions tests, GCSEs are sometimes quite irrelevant. Like they obviously look at them, obviously it's something to be proud of if you did get high grades, but it shouldn't be something that discourages you from applying to Oxford. If your A levels are high, go for it. Like I feel like with Oxford, there's already a barrier where you're kind of like, oh, that's Oxford, I can't even apply to that, even if you do have like the right predicted grades, whatever. So yeah, I wouldn't feel that GCSEs should hold you back from applying. Like mine were kind of below what loads of my friends got, but I still applied and managed to get in. So yeah, I really think that you should apply, even if you feel like your GCSEs weren't as good as everyone else's. Because if you've got predicted A levels, which are what's the word? Yeah, if they're good enough and they're high enough, then go for it. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has anything to say.
Yeah, I would add, I think it's also just about kind of thinking what you're applying for, because I don't think that they necessarily do, you know, if you're applying for sciences and your science grades were still good, but maybe you're not the best at English. I mean, I don't know personally, because my course is quite a jack of all trades, so it kind of does span across different disciplines. But I would say, yeah, it's kind of thinking about like, and if you've got good predicted grades, there's a lot of other things they look at, like admissions tests. So I wouldn't, yeah, I mean, also you'll definitely not get in if you don't apply, but if you apply, you might get in, is what I would say.
I think one thing also my tutors mentioned actually in the tutor interview was that, like, if there's a reason that you weren't able to have the opportunities as much as other people, so for instance, like, you know, you couldn't take part in kind of unpaid work experience and stuff like that, then don't worry. Like, again, they know what makes a person like passionate in their subject, and if you haven't had the opportunities that other people might have had, basically don't worry too much, just focus on what you have done, and they'll be understanding and understand that. Yeah.
Perfect. And I've just been notified that apparently in your UCAS application, there is an ability for you to flag if there were any extenuating circumstances when you did take your GCSEs. So it's kind of like, don't feel like you need to hide it. If you want Oxford to know and the people that are reviewing your application to know about it, you can flag it in your reference, and yeah, it shouldn't hold you back. So yeah, we're going to pass you over to the next group now, and we'll be back at 1:45. So yeah, that's led by Karina. So we'll pass everyone over to her. But yeah, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you later today. Bye.
So we'll just wait for everyone else to join. But we are the next group of students here to answer your questions. You can submit questions to us at this link, bit.ly/Hertford Slido. You can ask us literally anything about Oxford, about Hertford, or about our subjects, and we'll be more than happy to answer them. We have everyone, so we will introduce ourselves and then we'll get started on answering your questions. So I'm Karina. I've just finished second year and I'm studying geography. Saida, do you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Saida. I study English and I also just finished my second year. Imogen, do you want to go?
Hi, I'm Imogen and I've just finished my third year studying Japanese. Ian?
Hi, I'm Ian. I have just finished my second year studying chemistry. Tash?
Hi, I'm Tash. I've just finished second year studying law. And George in here, is that all of us?
Yeah, we've got George and Hesna as well.
I'm George, and I've just finished my first year studying Spanish and Portuguese.
Yeah, and I'm Hesna, and I just finished my first year studying history.
Cool. Thanks, guys. We'll try and catch up on some of the questions that the other group didn't get to answer. Sorry if your question hasn't been answered yet, but we'll try and get through them. Just another note for the person asking about GCSEs. If you get your school to mention it on the reference that they write for you in your UCAS application, then the tutors at Oxford will read it and they can take it into account if you have extenuating circumstances. Okay, so the first question we've got is, did you feel a sense of imposter syndrome when starting at Oxford? Does anyone feel like they have, comments on that? Or I can just pick people.
Yeah, I really, really did feel a bit of a sense of imposter syndrome. I think there's a lot of stigma around Oxford, especially if you don't come from maybe a high achieving school, or like personally, I come from not an amazing state school in the north. And, I've got a little bit of bullying when I was applying to Oxford from nice bullying from friends that, didn't really believe it. And then I think I carried that through with me to Oxford. And this first couple of weeks, especially, I thought it was all like some sort of dream and that it was all going to collapse on me very quickly. And that, I still sometimes feel like one day my tutors are going to turn around and realize I shouldn't be here. But you it doesn't necessarily go away, but it lessens definitely. So as you make friends, as you start to perform academically, and the more you get into your course, the more you kind of feel like you belong. And I think that we're very lucky in Hertford that Hertford's a college where if you do have that kind of feeling, if you don't feel like you belong at Oxford, you definitely do feel like you belong at Hertford, which is really, really nice. So I've never felt out of place at Hertford. Never felt like I don't belong at Hertford. I felt like I don't belong in the law faculty. But Hertford's very welcoming. So if you're worried about stuff like imposter syndrome, maybe a smaller college or a more community college like Hertford might be a better option for you.
Yeah, I think Hertford is good as well because we have a reputation for being quite a diverse college, and we have a lot of strong sort of access and outreach programs. So Hertford is 70% state school students, which is higher than the Oxford University average. And there's a lot of support for students from sort of not traditional Oxford backgrounds, like first generation students or students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds and things like that. And the Oxford Student Union also has various programs, I think, for supporting students from those backgrounds and also improving outreach. George, did you want to say something? You unmuted yourself.
Oh yeah. I wanted to say that I think everyone does get imposter syndrome to a certain degree. I think after a while things do start to feel normal, but every now and again I'll be sat in the library and I think, wow, this is actually Oxford. But I think that happens to everybody. and I think it's just something that you get used to, and I think having Hertford as a college is really beneficial because, as Natasha said, it's small, it's welcoming, it's friendly. So even if at the start you find it hard to adapt to your faculty or to the bigger libraries, you've always got Hertford, which is a very homely space.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, guys. We will. I'm just going to try and answer a couple questions quickly because we've got questions building up. So, do many people use bikes to get around? I say people do, but less so in first year, especially at Hertford because you live more central, so you don't need to. And everywhere within walking distance, really, in Oxford. But then sometimes people living further away in other years, they do use bikes. I'd say, correct me, anyone else, if you disagree. Do many students use skateboards? I feel like I have not seen people using skateboards.
I've seen a few people using skateboards. So the E&M boys, lovingly nicknamed, in our year group definitely all use skateboards to get around. But I think it's personal preference about whether you want a bike or a skateboard. I don't think you couldn't use a skateboard.
Yeah, you definitely could if you wanted.
I've seen someone use a unicycle, which is quite fun. So.
Cool. Next question is, what did you do in the summer before your UCAS applications? So I guess that's this summer if you're applying this year. Saida, do you want to go?
Okay, so my subject is humanities based, obviously. So I read a lot, but I do that anyway because I like books. If you can, try to go to like talks maybe. For me, that was like going to author talks near me. But if you can't do that, watch videos on YouTube, listen to some podcasts. What else? If you can, go to taster days as well, because a lot of universities hold taster days over the summer period and early September. And that's a great way to just try out the subject you're interested in.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Yeah, I did something completely different. I did essentially nothing. I had a part-time job that basically became full-time over that summer. So I did my job and I revised as much as I could, or started working towards my A-levels. I didn't really go to any open days. I didn't really go to many talks and stuff. I read because, again, I have a humanities-ish kind of based subject. So that was really helpful. But if you're in a position where you can't go to open days or can't do talks and stuff, don't get too worked up about it. I think if you're passionate about your subject and if you're otherwise a strong applicant, don't stress too much about that summer, if that makes sense.
I'd second that. Like, I never went to an open day myself. I only decided that I wanted to apply to Oxford right at the end of the summer itself. So yeah, it's not, I don't know, for chemistry, there's not a lot that you need to do. I mean, there are the bog standard books that everyone puts on their application, but actually read those if you put them down. But like, there's not really a huge amount you can be asked to do. Maybe a bit of work experience, but like that's not required either. And that shouldn't take up a big part of your application process either.
One thing that I do wish that I'd done sooner is started my personal statement, because I think I started mine in like the mid-September, and so by then I only had 4 weeks to actually get a good personal statement out. So I kind of wish that I'd outlined a few ideas maybe in the August, or maybe written like a longer draft that wasn't complete by all means, but just laying down some ideas so that I'd have a better idea when I come to write it in September. But obviously that's personal preference. That's what I now reflect that I could have done better. But I mean, I guess everyone does things differently.
Cool, thanks guys. So yeah, okay, next question is, do you have less fun than other universities? I think probably not. I don't know, I feel like Oxford has a work hard, play hard kind of approach. Husna, you haven't spoken yet. Do you have any would you have any comments on that?
I have a picture of your birthday party just before we left in first year with you wrapped in balloons and bunting and thing in our corridor, and all of us going and having fun in the park and stuff like that. I don't think we have less fun. Maybe less in terms of heavy drinking nights out. But again, you have the type of fun you want to have. Does that make sense? So if you're a heavy nights out kind of person, there are so many opportunities to go on nights out. If you're a like board game night kind of person, there's that for you. So I don't think we do.
I would say like there's something for everyone at Oxford because we have so many societies and so many clubs and things to do out. So if you want to like go out and drink in and you want to look to the pub or to the club, you can do that too. But if like me, you don't drink, then there are still social events for you. So like nobody's really left excluded or left feeling left out. And like compared to my other mates at uni, I seem to be having a great time. So can't complain.
I think there's this kind of misconception that Oxford is just full of literal geniuses, and I don't think that's quite true. I mean, you definitely do get some, but I think the vast majority of students are just very good at organizing their time, and so they're very effective workers, and that means that they definitely still have that social side and that fun side to their lives. It's never really lost. Yeah.
I also think that the nature of the fun at Oxford is different at times because obviously we have formals and events that other universities don't tend to have as often or at all. So I think even though you can go out on nights out and things that you can do in other places, there are also events that are kind of like just Oxford that only really happen in Oxford, and so that's also a really interesting side to it.
Yeah, just off the back of that as well. If your dream uni is the nights out every night and kind of you're a big clubbing person, Oxford does have clubs. They do have nights out. We do have like big heavy drinking nights out every now and again. But Oxford's actual, like as a location, doesn't have a whole lot of club kind of nightlife. It's not like Liverpool Concert Square, it's not like Manchester. It's not that you can't go clubbing if that's your thing, but it's not kind of that sort of place as a town or a city. So it's your preference really for that kind of thing.
Cool, thanks guys. We have a question about how did you prepare for the admissions test? But it does, without specifying, the question doesn't specify which admissions test. So if anyone has sort of general advice that could be applied to any admissions test, that would,
I would say I think this goes for all subjects, but like for history especially, like I just looked at the past papers to sort of get a feel of what the questions were going to be like, just so I know like how to prepare. So like for the history admissions test, if we look at a source and then we have to analyze it. So like I knew I had to like sort of brush up on my source work beforehand, even though I didn't know. Even though they weren't testing me on knowledge so much as my skills. But I don't know about the other ones.
I'd say for anything that's like multiple choice or kind of general aptitude, you can definitely do practice, especially for the time conditions. I had to do the TSA for chemistry, which you don't have to do anymore, but it was the most time pressured exam I've ever taken and I hated it. But you could prepare for that. And you can do practice questions. It was split into like a mathematical based part and a verbal reasoning, and I was terrible at the verbal reasoning, so I worked really hard at those. I think there are like books out there that have some, I don't know, practice questions you could use, but there are also ones online. But yeah, just do practice and learn a good strategy to take the tests. But yeah.
I did the LNAT, which is possibly slightly different. It's specific for law. I think you still have to do that as far as I'm aware. And it's kind of split into two parts. It's kind of like a comprehension and then an essay at the end, or at least it was when I did it. And you can get all these books that are dead expensive that kind of like promise that you'll pass and all this. But I would really advise against those. It's testing your thought process. It's very well designed, the test, to kind of look for the way you think. far as I'm aware, there aren't like wrong answers in it. It's just looking to see how you think. So for things like the LNAT, you can download a simulator and practice that. And that's what I'd advise to get like the timing right, rather than using the practice books to kind of pass it and stuff. Because again, you don't like with the LNAT, you don't necessarily know what a pass is or like how to gauge your score. So I think I got quite a low LNAT score and did really well in my interview, and that might have balanced out. I've known people that have been vice versa and got really high scores and not got in. So maybe also don't put too much emphasis on your admissions test.
One thing that I'd say for languages is knowing the grammar is really, really important for the MLAT, because it is essentially a grammar test. And like knowing some of like the perhaps maybe lesser known irregularities and that kind of thing, in my opinion, would definitely be like very beneficial, like irregular verbs that aren't that common or that kind of thing. That's what I'd personally advise. And also just having a good knowledge of how language works generally is really useful, especially for the language aptitude test. I had to do that for beginners Portuguese, and that was really interesting, but it was a challenge. But yeah, just a good thorough knowledge of grammar and language is really important, I think, for the MLAT.
Cool, thanks everyone. For the person asking about what's Hertford like for engineering students, none of us do engineering, so I'm afraid we are in a very good position to answer that question. If you come back at 1:45 or 4:30, there'll be an engineering student on the live Q&A and you can ask them then. That's probably the best way to get a good answer. For the person asking, are kitchens available for first year? The answer is yes, there are shared kitchens. And now we have 2 people asking about why we chose Hertford. So I guess we'll have, apparently the engineering tutors are available on the tutor Q&A, typed Q&A with the tutors between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock, which is through the Meet the Tutors tab on the Hertford College page on the Oxford Open Days website. But yeah, back to why we chose Hertford. I only looked around Hertford, I didn't look around any of the other colleges, but that was because I heard Hertford had a good reputation for geography, and when I looked around, everyone was really friendly, so I was just like, you know, that will do, and it's got a good location, and yeah, it's pretty. Imogen, do you want to talk about why you chose Hertford?
Yeah, I based it mostly on my course. It has like a significant number of students doing Japanese here, and there aren't a lot of courses to choose for my subject either. But I didn't actually look at any other colleges. I just sort of was thinking, okay, these are the ones I can do Japanese at. I came to see Hertford and thought it just seemed really nice, and thought, yeah, that would be the one, I think. So yeah, it's just kind of like Karina said, I didn't really look at any others. It sort of won me over, I guess.
For me, like I wanted a college with a lot of state school students, just because like I came from a state school myself, and I didn't really want to have imposter syndrome once I like came to Oxford. And Hertford does have like, I think it's like 70% of our students are state school, which I knew I would fit in better here. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I chose Hertford because it's a little bit smaller and a little bit cozier. When I came to Oxford, I was really intimidated by like Christchurch and Magdalen because they're really big, and as pretty as they are, it was just a bit much. And Hertford has this really nice balance of still giving you the kind of historic, grand feeling, but also being kind of cozy and like its own little community, its own little family. And I kind of didn't feel that at the other colleges, which is really nice at Hertford.
I chose Hertford because I went on a tour of Hertford when I was at Unique, and there we must have visited about 10 colleges because we were just walking around Oxford, and Hertford was my favourite because for me it felt like a little kind of oasis of calm in like the hustle and bustle of Oxford, because it's quite calm, it's peaceful, and it's homely, but then it's also really central, really convenient, and in a really kind of busy area. So I really liked that, and also it's got the bridge, so that in itself is quite cool.
Just to give a different perspective, I didn't choose Hertford when I first applied to Oxford, but I got put there for my interviews, and then I got my offer from Hertford, and I honestly can't see myself being at any other college. Hertford is just such a, like, as others said, like cozy and nice college, which I actually preferred to more of some of the more imposing colleges at Oxford, I guess. And the location is just the best because you're so close to all the libraries and you're so close to the Bodleian. And yeah, and the accommodation for all years of your study is also really, really helpful. And we have a college cat, which is a great plus. So I love Hertford. So yeah, you will probably love the college that you end up in, regardless of what you've picked initially. So.
Cool, thanks guys. Yeah, please do keep submitting your questions through the Hertford Slido. So you can go to bit.ly/Hertford Slido and scroll down and submit questions to us there about literally anything, Oxford, Hertford, or our subjects, or just, yeah, university. And we'll answer those questions. So next question we have, how does Hertford rank in sports and sports facilities compared to other colleges? Who knows about sports facilities?
Well, we have the gym on site, yes. Which is probably one of the best things. It's free 24 hours and it's like right under where you live in first year, which is really, really good. Because a lot of the other college gyms, I think you have to pay for. I think Saida was saying yesterday. So it's really good that it's free. It also has women's only hours. If you're a little bit uncomfortable training around loads of guys, it might be nicer for you to train them. In terms of fields and pitches, Hertford is a little bit lacking in them. It's quite a track to the Hertford pitches, as it is with most colleges actually. But because we don't have a lot of room on site, ours are in uni parks, maybe 40-minute, half an hour walk, or like a 10-15-minute cycle. But we do have the pitches. We do have quite a strong sports presence as well. So we have quite successful sports teams, and it's quite big for the college, especially kind of football, netball, rugby, cricket.
Rowing as well.
Yeah, obviously rowing. Yeah, of course. How could we forget?
Sorry.
Sorry, Ian, go on.
I was just going to say some of the sports teams are also joint with other colleges in order to get numbers out. Isn't it? Netball is Keble and Hertford.
Yeah, so the girls' sports tend to be Hertford and Keble. So rugby and football and netball, I think, have joined. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
I think netball might just be Hertford.
I think netball's just Hertford.
Yeah.
There's definitely one that is with Keble though, isn't there?
I think that's the football.
Yeah, football.
Football and rugby, definitely both.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, there's also the University Sports Centre, which you have to pay membership of if you want to use, but I don't think it's that much. Or you can go to sports clubs at the sports centre without paying membership for the sports centre, but they have like a swimming pool and all sorts of stuff there. That's the Italy Sports Centre. Cool. Someone's asking, how do you find out how many people study your subject at the college? I imagine that is online. Or if you look at the Hertford College website for the different subjects. You can also look at the subject-specific Meet the Tutors videos, which are on the Hertford College tab page on the Oxford Open Days website, and that will tell you more about what the different subjects are like at different colleges.
There's a little bit of flex in it as well. So sometimes they'll take more, sometimes they'll take slightly less. So I know like for law, we've got like 6 in our year, and like 9 in the year below, and like 7 in the year above. So it does change a little bit year to year.
Yeah, just going off that, the tutors are not trying to fill a quota or a certain number. So if they think that you should be studying their subject, you will get the place.
Yeah, I think it depends a bit about if people get their offers or not, because I know some years of the geographers, I think the year above has not many geographers because a lot of them missed their offers. So it does vary year to year. How did we choose our respective subjects? Let's go first. Imogen?
Yeah, it was just, I mean, it felt like quite a natural choice to me. It was sort of something I was interested in and wanted to study. I mean, it's kind of, I guess, different for me because I couldn't do my subject at school or anything. So I've been doing it like kind of as a hobby by myself, and I really wanted to do it formally at university level. So that was, and I was interested in languages, so I actually applied for German and Japanese elsewhere. So I wanted to just do languages generally, but specifically Japanese. So that was, yeah, it kind of was just the one I was most interested in and wanted to do.
Ian, do you want to talk about chemistry?
Yeah, I'm just basically a huge chemistry nerd. I absolutely love it. I've got like 6 periodic tables plastered around my room in various different places. And I don't know, I kind of knew I loved it from GCSE onwards. I had a great teacher and she kind of really inspired some enthusiasm in me in the subject. And I kind of just took it with me all that way. I did consider doing biochemistry because I'm really interested in the genetic side. But then I kind of, at the end of the day, was like, I want a really pure subject and just like, I don't know, just go really in depth in this field. And then I could always branch out because chemistry has a lot of, you know, once you do chemistry, you can go into biochemistry, but then it's more difficult to go from biochemistry into chemistry. It's kind of like a good branch point to go in many different fields. So yeah, it's just a great subject.
For me, obviously I do humanities. Like I was sort of debating doing history or not because I was sort of like, you know, what to risk can I do with history, etc. And then I spoke to a teacher and she was like, you know, it's a multidisciplinary course. You can do conversion courses. You can, you know, you learn skills throughout the course that will make you like that you can then apply to other jobs. So you don't have to like do law to become a lawyer, etc. You don't have to do economics to become a banker, etc. So that's sort of what motivated me to do history, because then it's something that I enjoy and it sort of provides me with the skills I need to find a career later on.
Yeah, and from that we always get the odd comment of, oh, why do you do law when you can just do a GDL and do a degree you actually enjoy, which is always a bit harsh. But like I chose law because I actually genuinely, it's going to sound quite weird, but I really, really like studying law. I was quite fortunate to be able to study law at A-level, but even before that, like I grew up watching things like Suits, and like the UK versions of Law and Order and things, and I've always really liked the idea of studying law. And then I don't know, very career focused, so I don't like the idea of like I think it would stress me doing a degree like history, where you kind of do it for the skills and because you enjoy it and there's no kind of path. The law is quite nice in that you very much have a path of like career options as soon as you graduate. It's good.
Saida or George, do you want to?
Yeah, mine was very similar to Husna. I love English. I've always liked reading books. And like similar to Ian, my teacher at GCSE was amazing and actually like showed me what it was like to study English academically. But I wasn't really sure what to do with an English literature degree afterwards. And it's only like after realizing that the options are actually very open and I can do the subject that I really love that I decided to do English at university. And actually right now I can't see myself doing anything else. So yeah, just go for the subject that you love.
For me, it was also quite a lot like Ian in that I'm quite a big like languages nerd in general. Like I just love languages. And I've always done I always did Spanish at school and it was always my favorite subject. And I did languages throughout school, and Portuguese and in particular Brazil really interested me. So I really wanted to kind of carry that on and also pick up a new language. And also in Oxford, languages are really good in that you can also do other languages kind of like on the side, like not part of a degree, but like you can still learn them either at the language centre or sometimes a faculty will put on like a course for a while. So this year I've done Catalan, Galician, and also Romanian as well, like on the side, which has been really good, like just 1 hour a week. So yeah, that's brilliant. And there are lots of like lectures on all the time about different languages. Like I think there was a lecture course last term about Romanian that I know that quite a few people went for. And yeah, it's just really interesting to have that kind of wide variety of languages on offer, that even if you don't study them, you can just go and have a look and see what they're like. But for me, Spanish and Portuguese literature were always really interesting, and so that's why I picked my course.
I feel like I have a bit of a different perspective in that I was kind of forced to take geography A level because I didn't want to, because I put geography as my like backup A level, but then because the subjects I wanted to do clashed, I had to do my like reserve subject, which was geography. So I was like, oh no, I don't want to do geography. And I was planning to do modern languages at university. So I went to loads of modern languages open days. I went to like the Cambridge languages open day and stuff at the beginning of year 12. And then I was like, having been to the open days, I thought, it's not getting me super excited. I'm not so sure if I want to do this. And then I realized that I was like the only person answering questions in my geography A-level class, and that I was teaching my friend like half the course because I was the one that understood it. And that I was actually like enjoying the classes a lot and stuff, and doing sort of extracurricular geography things because I was interested in it. And I was like, oh, maybe I do like geography. So then I went to like a geography taster day at Oxford, and I think I went to the geography taster day at Cambridge as well, to give me a better idea about what studying geography at university would be like. And so then I was like, yeah, sure, do that. I also applied for physical geography courses at most universities, despite not having done any science or maths A levels. So it was all a bit rogue, really. But it seems to have worked out all right. But basically, the moral of yeah, sorry.
That's so mad to hear, because I've never met anyone so like in love with their subject.
Yeah, the moral of the story is that you don't need to have like you've wanted to be a doctor since you were 5, so you're going to study medicine, and like even if you don't know now what subject you want to study, that's also completely fine. You don't have to have a set idea. Cool.
That's something to add as well.
Yeah.
One of our friends was applied for she got into French and Spanish at Oxford, but she applied to other universities to do economics. So her personal statement was actually a mix of economics and French and Spanish. So I think it must have been a bit confusing for the interviewers as well to see this kind of large chunk on economics when the actual subject they were applying for was a language. But it didn't affect them in the end. They still got in. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Oxford courses are sometimes a bit different to courses offered at other universities, so the tutors understand if you're writing a personal statement for 2 different subjects. So for the person asking about fees for economics and management, I assume it's just the same. If you're a home student, it'll be the same for any course, which is currently £9,250 a year for fees, tuition fees. And living costs at college varies per year, and you can find the information about that on the Hertford College website. But
about the fees,
sorry.
I'm actually like part of a scholarship group, so that means that my fees are actually 6k per year to try and start scholars. So it's like once you apply for student finance, they'll sort of assess your income, and then if you're like eligible for the scholarship, they'll send you a letter and tell you if you've been like accepted or not. So that's been like a massive help for me this year, especially because they give you a bursary as well to help with living costs. So you might want to look into like scholarships and bursaries that you might be eligible for if you're worried about funding and costs.
Yeah, there's so much financial support available that, the sort of your financial background shouldn't be a reason that you can't come to Oxford. And for college living costs, it's basically the same for each student. Like, obviously if you have a bursary then it'll be less, but like all the rooms cost the same regardless of what type of room they are, because you just get randomly allocated a room, so you're not sort of picking a price bracket of rooms that you want to live in, which is different to some other universities and some other colleges as well. Let's see. What are the best and the worst things about being at Hertford? Ian,
Best thing has to be the cat.
Oh, Tash, give me up. What, sorry?
Best thing has to be the cat, or maybe brunch. Probably the cat. And maybe the worst things, I don't know. Hard to think of bad things about Hertford on the spot. Not a super great fan of the walk to college, but it's because I'm super lazy, because it's a 12-minute walk. Where we live in second and third year, depending on where you choose to live, is in South Oxford. And we say South Oxford, it's literally like 5 minutes down one road. And it takes me 10, 20 minutes to get to college max. Maybe that. I'm very lazy and it rains a lot.
We also complain a decent amount about where the second year accommodation is, but we have it so much better than a lot of other colleges. I don't think we really quite realise how lucky we are some of the time. But I totally understand that as well, Tash. I'd say like the best thing about Hertford is just the community. I don't know, you literally know everyone from the undergrad degree program, and everyone is so friendly. I've never had an issue with like, I don't know, not feeling like I fit in there. I don't know, just really welcoming. And I don't know if you would feel the same at other colleges. I really don't know because I'm not at another college, but I really love Hertford's community and just the spirit of the college. So I wouldn't change that for anything. In terms of something bad, probably, I mean, it's not ideal that we have to move out at the end of each term. You do have to vacate your accommodation, but that's so that they can host conferences and subsidize your accommodation rent. So it's kind of got like a benefit at the same time. But, you know, it would be nice if we didn't have to. Like some colleges, I don't think you have to, but, you know, it does make it cheaper for us in the long run. So, and like the accommodation is in a good spot as well. So it's quite good.
I think most colleges do have that policy though. I think most people do have to move out. I don't know if there are any where that's not the case. I guess maybe the Hertford library is like a bit small, but it doesn't really matter. It's still a good library, but also Hertford is like right next to the Bodleian Library and also right next to the Radcliffe Camera Library, and there's just libraries everywhere. So it's really not a problem. So that's kind of like a good thing and a bad thing about Hertford, I guess.
Actually, adding onto the library, the librarian at Hertford is amazing. Alice gets any book you need from anywhere, and it's actually quite incredible. There's a book that I needed for Portuguese to read this summer for next year, and it's been out of print for like 25 years, and it was like published in Brazil. And so obviously there aren't many copies as it is, never mind in the UK, and Hertford College Library has a copy. So it's just the librarian is amazing.
Yeah, off the back of that as well, I went home without some of the books I needed for this term, and we've had a very strange term being all virtual and not having access to libraries, and then issues with a lot of law textbooks not being online. And Alice managed to find the book, buy it on Amazon, and have it delivered to my house within like 24, 48 hours. It was actually incredible.
Yeah, one of the other geographers needed this like really obscure book about stone weathering of cultural objects or something, which for geography for her dissertation, which cost like 70 quid. So she was like, I can't afford to buy this book, but the Hertford Library has bought it for her, and then she can use it and it'll go back to being in the library. So there's definitely very good library support, and you can find out more about the support from the library by watching the academic skills support and the library video, which is on the Academic Life at Hertford tab on the Oxford Open Days website or on our YouTube channel. What's the food like? Is it healthy? Do they cater for dietary requirements? Yes, it's good, I think. It's all right. Tash, you don't look so convinced.
Yeah, I don't tend to eat a whole lot in Hull. I'm a little bit of a fussy eater. It's just, Hull is great because it's, especially in first year, it's a social place. It's really easy if you're stressed about time, and it's like not super expensive if you think about like it compared to eating out in Oxford all the time. It's definitely a little bit cheaper if you want to cook for yourself every day, depending what you cook. But at the end of the day, the food they produce is mass produced for all of the undergraduates that eat in Hull. So sometimes it can be a little bit, the way that mass produced food is a little bit kind of like generic, or like the same thing every day or the same thing every week. But the catering team is really good with dietary requirements. As far as I'm aware, there's always a veggie, sometimes a vegan option. And I think as long as you let them know in advance, they're good with things like gluten-free, but I'm not, so I'm not aware.
If you're like worried, like if you're Muslim like me and you're worried about like halal food and stuff, I think like the chicken and lamb is always halal. So like that's always like good to just sort of have that option there to eat. And then also I'd say for formal dinners, they do like smaller portions, but like generally speaking, like they're really like tasty and stuff. So they're quite enjoyable nonetheless.
They also signpost everything really well. So if you're a little bit nervous about things being halal, things not being halal, things having nuts in, or any kind of allergy or anything, they like, and you don't want to ask, everything's really well signposted and labeled. So the food is pretty good.
And I'd say like they're quite nice as well. So like I have asked on like a couple of occasions and they've just been like really accommodating, which I appreciate.
And also, I think it's worth mentioning that every Saturday and Sunday there's a brunch that runs like late morning, lunchtime kind of thing, and that's really good quality for, and it's actually quite cheap as well. I can't remember off the top of my head, but in the region of like £3 or £4 for like a full English breakfast, and it's really nice.
I don't think I ever missed a brunch in first year.
Cool. So we're going to be passing over to the next group like really soon, but we've just had a question about part-time jobs. So I reckon while we've got Tash here, she can talk about part-time jobs available at Hertford.
Oh, thanks, Karina.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I've always had a part-time job going on in the background during school and college. So I found it really strange coming to Oxford because they really recommend that you don't take on employed work alongside your degree. And I came to Oxford and was like, oh, this is a bit silly. I've always had a job, like I had a job through A-levels I managed. Believe them when they tell you that you don't have time to work like a 16-hour, 12-hour a week contract alongside your studies. You will burn out pretty quickly. So in your first year, there aren't a whole lot of opportunities for part-time work. There are some in terms of things in college. So we're getting paid for this up front. We get money for representing the college at open days, helping out with admissions interviews and things, which are more opportunities you get in your second year. Alongside this, we have a college bar that's student run, and you can do kind of 1 or 2 shifts a week there if you get a job in your second and third year, but they don't currently open that up to first years. As far as I'm aware, that's it for in college.
I'm just going to quickly add that you can work in the library as a junior librarian, and that's a paid job as well.
Oh yeah, and you can work for the international programs, which is a program that runs during the holidays for international students that will come to Oxford to learn English, I think.
Yeah, so most of the kind of paid work you can get at Hertford is kind of during the vacation, because you just won't have time for it. If you're concerned about finances, the Student Support Fund, which is a kind of, not bursary, but like an emergency fund for students that find themselves in financial difficulty during term time, that's available for you. So I know when I was still working in the holidays, going back to my part-time job back home, my tutors offered to help with that so that I didn't have to work. They would put me forward for that. So there, like, that is available to you if you're worried about finance.
Cool. So we have overrun slightly, sorry to the next group, but we'll be passing over to the next lot of students now, and we are back at 2:30 if you have any more questions for us. But thanks and bye for now.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to our panel session and Q&A today. First of all, I'm Josephine and I study human sciences. I've just finished my 3rd year, so I'm actually graduating this summer. If the rest of the team could introduce themselves, starting with Rosie, that'd be great, and then pass it on so that everyone can get to know us and what subjects we study.
Hi guys, I'm Rosie. I study archaeology and anthropology, and I'm also in my final year, so I've just finished final exams. Freya?
Hi, I'm Freya and I've just finished my 1st year doing maths. Caleb?
Hi everyone, I'm Caleb and I'm a 1st year who's just finished studying biology. Emma?
Hi, I'm Emma. I do history. I'm also a 3rd year, so graduating this summer. Rebecca?
There we go. Hi, I'm Rebecca and I've just finished my 4th year studying French. Is that everybody?
Okay, great. So just a little bit about of a reminder about how this works. You can submit your questions via the Slido room, which is at the bottom of this page. You can see the link there. If you like a question that's been submitted, that will help us know that you want it to be answered, and then we can try and answer the most popular questions as we go along. So feel free to follow along on Slido and ask us any questions you may like. So to start off, I've seen that we've had a few questions about Arc and Anth, and luckily we've just had Rosie join us. So Rosie, could you please tell us a bit about the Arc and Anth course and how many students are there, etc. at Hertford?
Yeah, so Hertford's one of like the bigger Arcanth colleges, so we have 4 to 5 people each year joining, and we've got 2 tutors, but I've learned recently that we've just employed another tutor, so we've got 2 archaeology tutors and 1 anthropology tutor, and they're both really lovely, the ones that I've had anyway, and they're so supportive and encouraging to all of us, and yeah, it's just a great atmosphere. I think it's nicer to have a few more people on your course, so other colleges only have 2 Arcanth students, and I think it's just nicer to have a bigger group of people that are doing the same course as you. And in the past, one of the tutors, Mark, has he works in Pompeii, so he's been able to take us out to Pompeii so we can excavate there, and hoping to do it over the next few years as well. So if you're lucky, and you might get the opportunity to go to Pompeii, which was amazing. So yeah.
Great. And then we've also had another question, Caleb, about biology. Is biology a popular choice at Hertford? And maybe just tell us a bit about your experience.
So yeah, I'd definitely say that biology is a popular choice at Hertford. I think roughly each year, so in my year there's 7 biologists. I think each year it's between 6 and 7 biologists in each year. From my experience, I know that when I went to interviews, there was 6 places. We were told that there were 6 places available and that 19 people had applied and got interviews at Hertford. So that's roughly sort of 3 people being interviewed per place. But then obviously there's also people who apply at other colleges but get a second interview at Hertford. So yeah, all in all, I would say it's fairly popular. But I think just in general, life sciences at Hertford are quite popular. And I think that's because we like to group together the life sciences. So there's a lot of connection between like the biologists and the human scientists. So like we have our tutorials with Clive, who's a human scientist tutor. And then there's a lot of a connection between the biologists and the Arcananth people as well, and the biochemists. So I'd say biology is probably a popular choice. And that's one of the one things that attracted me, and I think a lot of other people when I was at the open day, is when they were explaining biology at Hertford, they really consolidated the fact that we sort of have a big sort of life sciences family and we're all kind of grouped and interconnected.
Yeah, I can definitely echo that as well. There's several different social events where the biochemists, biologists, and human scientists join together, and we do share tutors within the college, which makes it kind of fun because for human sciences, there's usually only 3 students per year, so then you kind of get a bit of a larger cohort as well. Okay, so what's the average number of students in one tutorial? Well, from my experience, because there's only 3 human scientists at Hertford, we generally have tutorials in a group of 3, but also, as Caleb has just mentioned with Clive, those tutorials for us were one-on-one. And it was actually really fun because most of the tutorials, people were like, "You're having a tutorial?" Because we were sitting on a bench in OB outside and having a conversation there. And so that was really fun because the tutorial feels more like a conversation. So even if you are just one person in a tutorial, it's that may seem daunting, but it's not, because it's more of a dialogue between the tutor and you. Freya, can you maybe talk about how many students you have per tutorial and classes, I guess, as well?
Yeah, so the mathematicians at Hertford, there are normally 5 or 6 of us. So we generally have kind of tutorials in groups of 2 or 3. And I think they kind of like to kind of mix it up between the terms. So you're not just having your tutorials with the same person or like the same 2 people. So I've kind of had tutorials with all the other mathematicians in my year, which is quite nice. And I think particularly near the end of the year when we're kind of doing revision stuff, we'll have group, like a whole class with all of us. So like all 5 of us in my year will have a session together, or we'll have like one-on-one sessions, which are nicer because they're shorter and they're a lot more focused. Because you find in a tutorial we'll be going over kind of what everyone has found difficult, which is nice because you get to kind of talk about all of the questions, but it's also handy when you're revising to just focus in on what you're finding confusing. And it's sometimes a bit easier to talk about what you don't understand because it's just you and a tutor.
Great. Is that the same with your experience, Emma?
Yeah, so typically I have had shoots with 2 people, so just me and one other. Maximum was only 3. I've never had a shoot alone, but I know historians who have. A lot of it depends on which module you choose, and because we get a wide range of module choices, what happens is that I'm not taught at Hertford that much, so I'll go to where the college, the tutor is who wants to teach that subject, which is great because it means you're being taught by like experts in whatever module you've chosen, where, you know, whatever time period you've chosen, and then even then you're normally in a tute with just one other. Yeah.
Great. And maybe Rebecca, just quickly hop on about French.
Yeah, so I found that most of my tutes, especially after your first year when you get to choose more of your own modules, have been one-to-one. But again, I think like Emma said, that just depends on the subjects you choose. But then sort of on the other end of the spectrum, we have language classes where I think there was about 12 of us. So you get like a huge mix, but I found the one-to-one tutes were actually like super helpful, just to like target exactly like what you're interested in the subject. But yeah.
Okay, great. We've just had one quick question to, I guess, a follow-up. There is about, Caleb said 7 biology students per year, roughly. Yeah, okay, great. And okay, so another question has been, is it a big downside that the college is rather small? So I'm guessing by that question they mean geographically and campus size, because actually the Hertford student undergraduate population is probably an average one or even on the larger side as well. So actually, from my experience, maybe someone else will have some thoughts on this as well, but it's actually one of its advantages, because it means that you're always running into someone you know, and it means that the college is a very busy and lively place, which I think is an advantage, especially as you get to know students in your first year. You're never going to have to walk more than maybe even 100 meters without running into someone you vaguely know. Rosie, can you echo any of that?
Yeah, I'd say like it is obviously geographically small, but that's also quite nice because you get the chance to like live out. Not like I say like live out, but it's in the centre of Oxford comparatively. But it's nice, I think, just to see different parts of the city. I actually quite enjoyed living out because it meant that I distinguished going to work, going to the library and centre, and then coming back home. So I think it's actually kind of an advantage as well. Obviously, if you want the more typical like Oxford quads and gardens and stuff, then maybe Hertford isn't the place for you. But I think it makes it much less daunting actually, and it's more just feels more friendly.
Great. What about you, Freya?
I was going to say a kind of similar thing where it's actually quite nice to bump into people. Also that we still do get all years in undergrad with accommodation, so you're not kind of missing out on accommodation, and a lot of the accommodation you're still living near other people in your year, so you're not just going to kind of be going out and not interacting with people in your college. And I think there's still quite a bit of room in the hall and in the library for everyone to work in, so it's not feeling very cramped, even if it's quite a small kind of college size.
Great. So maybe Emma, you might know a bit more about this than me, but what kind of clubs and societies are available for history and politics students at Hertford? So yeah.
So we actually recently set up a Hertford History Society. So they're having socials every term, and we were going to have a formal this term, but sadly it didn't happen because everything was virtual. But it means that hopefully that society will continue having socials, and they were really fun. Like the first one we had this year, we had to dress up as our tutors, which was quite fun. And then kind of university-wide, there's a history society as well, and they do things like pub quizzes, and they host really interesting talks as well. And then I don't know about politics, sorry, but I know that uni-wide there's so many ways of getting involved in politics. Like all the major parties have societies, and there's things like drinks and things that are politics based. I don't know if anyone's gone to any, but yeah, there are quite a lot of things to get involved with, and you get onto the committees of all of these events as well if you really want to get involved in organising them.
Yeah, and to echo some of that, actually our ex-principal, Will Hutton, one of his big key things that he does is set up the Hertford Society, which gets lots of speakers to come to Hertford, and it meant that we actually had one of the best sort of array of speakers for this last year because of his connections to different I guess organizations in London and things like that. Did anyone go to one of these events that can talk a bit more about it? No. Okay. Well, from what my friends have told me, is basically you go to a talk, you get to ask questions, and then you actually have dinner with the speaker, which is a great time to ask any specific questions that you have. And so they do a great job at getting different people to come. And yeah, so that I'd say that's if you want to find out more, it will be on the Hertford website, and you can see a sort of list of who we've had so far. And I imagine that will continue. I think George Priestley is the president this year. So they are going to continue this year with our new principal, and we'll continue to get new speakers. Okay, so how many seats for the Arc and Anth course are there, Rosie? I can't remember if you said that, but we've just
received. So there's 4 to 5. I think this year there's 5, but throughout my 3 years there was only 4. Yeah, that's there's 4 to 5. I don't think there was another question about what is the anthropology and archaeology course like. I didn't really answer that. So anthropology, for anyone that doesn't know and is a bit confused by it, is like basically it studies human cultures across time and space and cultural diversity, human behavior. So you might cover like gender, sexuality, kinship. It's a great subject to like really get your teeth into like current affairs and how that affects people and societies in different ways. So if you're just applying for archaeology elsewhere, the anthropology definitely complements it at Oxford, I think. Also, if you study human sciences, you'll do a bit of anthropology as well. So there's a lot of like cross-disciplinary stuff going on.
Yeah, we definitely joined some of the Arch and Anth students' lectures in first and second year with crossover modules. Okay, so moving on to one of the most popular questions we've had so far, which is what is the balance between state school and private school like? Rebecca, would you mind talking a little bit about this?
Sure. So I think Hertford is one of the best in terms of state school representation. I think our student body is currently 70% state school of the UK students. And I found that just in general, the divide between state school and private school, it's not as sort of tribal as you might maybe fear it might be. I think we've all said before that we found like you make your friends and like you don't even know what school everyone's gone to. But just if you're worried about fitting in, like Hertford is a super welcoming and friendly environment, and there are a lot of people from a variety of backgrounds here. And so I think you can definitely find other people who've been in your situation, but also like don't worry about the whole like what school did you come from question, because it really doesn't come up.
Yeah, Rosie, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was just gonna say like I'm a state school student myself, and I was really, really scared about the whole thing. My teachers really put me off applying actually because of like the snobbish stereotype of Oxford. But I haven't had any problems with it here. Like most of my friends come from private schools just out of coincidence, and yeah, it just didn't come up for like a few months. It was only like a random conversation later in the term. It's like, oh yeah, you went to a private school, and it never really like is a big thing. I don't think, especially at Hertford, as Will Hutton says, it's the friendliest, funkiest college. So.
Yeah, he definitely said that several times in our Freshers Week. It's kind of his tagline, which is funny. Okay, so one question that's coming is where do you study most of the time? So that's actually quite interesting because I would say it varies a lot between student to student at Hertford, and actually being in the centre of college means that you can go anywhere quite nearby to study, and we're right next to the Bodleian and the Radcam. So from my experience, I actually never went to the Radcam or the Bodleian because I was a bit too intimidated for my first term, and then I discovered it and loved it because as much as I loved Hertford and seeing everyone around, I found that having my friends right next to me in the library was a little bit distracting, so I needed to escape for a little bit. But maybe someone else will have a little bit of a different experience. Freya, do you want to talk about where you study most of the time?
I actually tended to study mostly in my room, just because I liked having my desk in my room and I had my kettle and my mini fridge. So I just kind of stayed where my snacks were, and I quite liked that. But yeah, I do know a lot of my friends did really make use of the libraries, I think particularly when they had like a kind of deadline and they want to just kind of get their head down and focus. It's quite easy just to walk to the Radcam next door.
Like the Hertford Library is 24/7 as well, so you can go in there at like 5 a.m. in the morning if you really wanted to. Not that I have, but and also a lot of subjects and departments have like common rooms as well, which are kind of more communal study spaces. Like the archaeology department has a common room where you can make tea and eat and stuff, which you maybe can't do at other libraries. There's like quite a big variety.
Yeah, Caleb, what about you?
Yeah, that's another thing I was going to talk about actually is the common rooms, is that if you're doing biology, you'll find that the common room at the plant sciences department is like a really popular place, especially because if you've got, say, a lecture at 9 and then a computer class at 11 and your lecture finishes at 10, instead of just kind of walking back to college and then coming back an hour later, most people just go to the common room. And again, there's like food there, there's a microwave there if you bought your own food, there's tea and coffee and a vending machine and stuff. But in terms of in college, I've I use the library quite a bit, mainly just because it's got a good mix in that we have an upstairs part, which is a bit more social and you can be like studying around people, or we have the downstairs section where it's kind of more closed off working spaces. And so you're a bit more isolated if you want to focus more. And yeah, so in general, I really enjoyed the Hertford Library as a place to go and study. But at the same time, because we're so central, in first year, I made use of pretty much all the libraries. So some days I go to the Bard, some days I go to Radcam. I also went to the Radcliffe Science Library, which I thought was really cool. I think they've moved it now, so anyone who's thinking of applying, it will be in a different location. But they're building a brand new one actually. And I think it's literally going to be like a 2-minute walk from Hertford. So if you're studying sciences, it's pretty good.
That is great. Yeah, I think it's turning into a new college, isn't it? But okay, Rebecca, do you have anything else to add? Because you've been here for 4 years, maybe your study spots have changed throughout your time.
I've definitely gotten more adventurous, I guess, with study spots. Like, it sort of became kind of fun to try loads of different spaces and like different spaces for different work. So like, I really liked working outside of my room and just tried to keep my room for like just chilling. And so, yeah, I tried the faculty library. Hertford Library is brilliant, especially because we have a cat as well. And he's the cuddliest little like thing. Although he might steal your seat quite often, which is a bit annoying. But it was also just quite nice being in the centre, that if you were finding that you just weren't working very well where you were, it was so easy to just move to a different library or a coffee shop if you just wanted a bit more of like an informal atmosphere. And yeah, so Hertford is just one of the best placed colleges for a variety of different workspaces.
Yeah, and it's really fun to actually go try and explore different places to make your studying more interesting as well. I tended to do that in my last year here. I was like, I need to really make use of these resources and go try different libraries. Okay, so moving on, we've had a question: are there any events that include all the students from all the colleges? So off the top of my head, I can think of matriculation, on the other side graduation, but in between maybe more of the cuppers and events. So I'll talk about cuppers and then maybe someone else can talk about matriculation and any others that we can think of. So for cuppers, it's basically a intercollegiate competition of sports. So basically, for example, I was the netball captain for Hertford during my second year, and we had a cuppers tournament at a sort of netball grounds, which was about maybe a 15-minute cycle away. And it was really fun because there was about 10 to 15-minute matches in a tournament style. And then the final was played at Iffley Road, which is where the university sports play regularly. And another really fun cuppers experience during my time at Hertford was when the women's football team made the cuppers final in my second year. They were playing St. Cat's down at Iffley Road, and actually Hertford basically organised everyone to walk down from the college, from the bar, and all the way to Iffley Road, and there was way over 100 people there from college. Our principal came down to support, and it was just a really great event with lots of chants going. As a student at Hertford, you can't go without learning a couple of the chants alongside any sports matches. So Emma, could you maybe talk a little bit about matriculation?
Yeah, so matriculation is basically when you get kind of like officially enrolled at the university. So in the week after freshers, all of the freshers go and have like a half an hour, 45-minute kind of ceremony where you're officially part of Oxford University. And then after that, basically, so this is university-wide, all of the freshers are taking part, and you basically spend the day celebrating the fact that you started at the university. So Hertford in the evening had a ball for the freshers. So ours was at the maths faculty, which is a much nicer building than it sounds. And it was just really nice and really fun, and just like a really nice way of to continue meeting more first years that maybe you hadn't met yet. and just to celebrate the fact that you actually have started at university. It's just a really, really fun day. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has anything to add about matriculation.
Okay, great. And then also, I guess the other sort of events that include all the students from other colleges, or at least some of them, is more of the societies outside of the college system, so maybe that join several societies, students together. So for example, for me, I attended some of the Oxford Women in Business events, which was really exciting because then you just get to talk to several different people that are interested in the same thing as you. So I went to a sustainability and business panel, and that was really interesting to talk to some leading environmental consultants, but also to mix with people that were actually really interested in the same thing as me. And I ended up following up with a few of them to work and just work together and discuss some things about my dissertation that I was writing. Does anyone else have an experience with an out of college society that they would want to talk about? Rosie?
Yeah, I don't know about many subjects, but Arcanants have done like they used to do an excavation together. So like you were the whole of your year group, which was really nice. And I think some of the life science people might go and like look can probably tell better, but like they go on field trips and stuff together throughout the year. So that's a really nice way. Like we went to an archaeological site just a few miles out of Oxford, and everyone on a coach together, and then we like went to the pub afterwards. So that's a really nice way of meeting people. And also just like lectures as well, like waiting to like get into lectures, you end up chatting to someone that's not at your college, and that's a really nice opportunity, I think, to help each other with work and stuff like that. So it's maybe not like a formal event, but you'll like pop around and see people from different colleges all the time, really.
Yeah, and so actually that relates to a question that's just come in about, do you have field trips that help you in your subject? So for human sciences, there aren't any specifically organised field trips, but one of the tutors created an amazing opportunity for human scientists, and I believe biologists as well, to go to Mozambique and do some research there. So my friend actually did her whole dissertation on baboon behaviour. But yeah, so there are definitely opportunities within all the subjects, but some have more organised field trips than others. Caleb, is there any biological field trips?
Yeah, so in the first year, there's the Orielton field trip, which is in the third term of first year. Obviously, unfortunately, this year I didn't get to go, so we had to do like a virtual online version. But from what I've been told by like the second and third years, that's usually the point in the year where, as a first year, you get to meet and make a lot of new friends from other colleges. So if that does go ahead in the future, like as in people actually get to go to Orielton, there's that. But then there's also in second year, there's a chance to go on quite a few different field trips. So there's one to Tenerife to study plant biology. And then there's also one to Borneo, I think. And there's a load of other ones. There's one to, I think, Kew Gardens. I think all in all, there's like eight different ones to choose from. I'm not sure because we only just got sent the information like last week. But there are a lot of field trips. But at the same time, if field trips aren't your thing, there's loads of different lab projects that you get to do. And I think again from them, there's like 8 to choose from in second year.
Yeah, and then Rebecca, obviously you do your year abroad. Do you want to just briefly give us a talk about that and how the uni helps you with that?
Yeah, sure. So the year abroad in some ways just like one very long field trip for your subject. So everybody who studies, well, I think most people who study a language will go abroad in their third year, except if you do Oriental studies or Eastern European studies, you'll probably end up going abroad in your second year. But yeah, there are 3 main options for your year abroad. You can study, you can go find an internship or find a job, or you can join the British Council language assistantship scheme, which is what I did, which is just where you go teach English and you're allocated somewhere in your chosen country. And the university offers a lot of support for all of it. We got Erasmus funding from the EU when I did it, but of course I don't know if that will be in place in the next few years, but the university is working very hard to just try and support students as much as possible. You tend to have a lot of like course-wide Q&A sessions that are a bit more formal, going through how to apply for different funding and sort of what forms you need to fill out at different stages. But then also on like a more college-wide basis. So we have language classes with another college, St. Peter's. And before I went abroad, we had a big Q&A session, just like a bit more informally. It was organised by one of our tutors and it was in a pub, and it was literally just like, how did you find it? But like really honest, being like, so what did you find difficult? What do you wish you'd known? So there's a lot of support available for when you do that, because obviously it is a bit daunting. But I just wanted to add as well that Hertford offers a travel fund for if you wanted to go, and that's for any subject. So if you're a mathematician and you found that there was some interesting location that you wanted to go visit that was, I don't know if it needs to be relevant to your course or not, but there's a travel fund there available, and that doesn't depend on your subject.
Yeah, I know some history students have made use of that for their dissertations and things, right, Emma?
Yeah, so one guy in my year went to Canada, for example, based on money that had come out of Hertford. I got the opportunity to go to Germany when I was studying the 1525 German Peasants' War, again, all funded by Hertford. So you can apply for these things, which is a great opportunity.
Yeah, and then Freya, I also know that while maths may not seem like the most field trippy subject, my friend Emily actually did the educational maths module in third year, which meant that she went every week to a school just outside Oxford to teach. And so even though that's not the most typical field trip, she actually really enjoyed that experience of getting outside of Oxford and applying what she knew. So Freya, if you know anything about that, maybe you could talk a little bit about that. But also, we had a question come in about how did you decide you wanted to do maths at uni? So maybe you can tell us a bit about that.
I don't know about the educational maths thing, so I will just talk about that. So I did maths and further maths at GCSE, and I just found that I really enjoyed it. So I kind of chose to do maths and further maths at A level. I kind of ended up always knowing that I really liked maths, but never really being sure if that was what I wanted to pick. So I started by trying to figure out what I didn't want to do, if it made sense. So I went for talks for the other subjects I was doing at A levels, and I kind of realized that I just wouldn't enjoy those as much as doing maths at uni. I think what helped me was I always looked forward to doing maths lessons in school, which sounds really nerdy, but I think it's handy if you know it's a subject that you're going to look forward to doing even when it gets a bit difficult. I think that's something that can really make you kind of sure that you're picking the right thing for university. I think particularly it's handy to look at if there's some kind of joint courses that you might find more interesting. So there are things that you can apply for, like maths and computer science or maths and philosophy. So if you're a little bit nervous to kind of specialize just into maths, but there's something there that's a lot more interesting to you, that might be something that you can kind of look into.
Okay, great. And could you also just cover quickly how many students there are per year? Because that's
okay, so there are normally 5 or 6 math students per year. So I think my year there were 5 of us in the college, which I think is quite a nice number because your kind of tutorial groups are like 2 or 3. We can kind of go to lectures together. So I kind of like that as a kind of size.
Okay, great. And just as a reminder to everyone who's joining us, you can follow along on the Slido, and please do like any questions that appear that you really want answered, because that helps us choose the ones to answer next. So we were just talking a bit about the travel grants, but also there are several other scholarships available and financial support at Hertford. Rebecca, could you maybe talk a little bit about this?
Yes, so I know that Hertford does offer bursaries on top of bursaries from the university, and so quite often if you've managed to get one from the uni, you can get one from Hertford as well. And then there's also the Hertford Hardship Fund, if that's its name, and that is for anyone who experiences unexpected financial difficulty during their time here, and that is it's just meant to be like a little safety net there for if something that you never thought would happen happens. I'm not too up on any of the other options, but I think there are other funding.
Yeah, if you want to find out more, feel free to go onto the Hertford website where it's all clearly listed for you, or reach out to one of our admission staff and they'd be more than happy to answer any of your further questions on that. Okay, so I know we talked a little bit about this earlier, but one popular question that's just been asked is, does the college feel cramped if it's a smaller college? And for me, it might seem like it, given that Hertford is actually one of the smaller colleges on site in the centre of Oxford. But actually, I wouldn't say that it feels cramped because of all the different accommodation blocks that are off-site. And so actually the living spaces are all pretty well laid out and spread out across Oxford. It's just the main facilities that are all together. And that just means that you run into several of your friends all the time because you have this sort of central hub in the middle of Oxford. Caleb, do you have any more thoughts on that?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't describe it as cramped. I think like, especially like from my experience as a first year, like all the rooms like in the new block where I live, they were quite big. And like when I got to Hertford, I was quite surprised at how big my room was. So you definitely don't feel cramped in the room that you're living in. And just in general, I think like even when you go in the library, it might be a bit busy, but there's always like, because you're in central Oxford, you can always just go across the road to the Bodleian or something like that, or to the Radcam. But I definitely wouldn't say that it ever feels cramped. And even with the bathroom situation, like there was never, I never recalled a moment where like I had to wait because someone else was using the shower or something like that. And I don't really remember anyone else recording those kind of situations.
Yeah, and you've actually just answered one of our other questions, which is, are first year rooms en suite or only shared bathroom facilities? So I believe they're mostly shared bathroom facilities, but that can range from about 3 people to a bathroom to, I think the max is about 6. And bathrooms are on pretty much every floor of every staircase. So even if the one right next to you isn't available, it's likely that one of the others on your staircase is available. So yeah, I'd echo that. I never had an issue there. So just quickly, is there a basketball court nearby? Well, Hertford doesn't actually have a basketball court, but we actually did set up a basketball team this year by my friend Paddy, who's 6'5" and was very keen to utilize his height for that sport. And so we actually rented out Ifley's basketball court every 2 weeks, so they had trainings there. And yeah, that was pretty good for them. It was about a 10-minute cycle away. So yeah, and what are the music and sports facilities like at Hertford? So as I just mentioned, Ifley is where most of the university sports teams practice. There's a track, there's tennis courts, there's a hockey pitch, there's a swimming pool, gym, and squash courts, although Hertford also has their own squash courts. And then Hertford has the pitches, which are about a 20-minute walk or 10-minute cycle away from the main site. And that's where most of our football teams and cricket teams, and sometimes people go play squash there as well. Caleb, you play football, right? Do you want to maybe talk about that?
Yeah, so the good thing about our football pitches is they are quite close to the college, which is a big advantage, because I know that some colleges, you know, their pitches are like a 20-minute cycle away, but ours is more of like a 5-10-minute cycle. I'd say another good thing about Hertford is that we do have a gym in college, which a lot of the teams use for training. So I know that, for example, like the rugby team will organise like gym sessions for the whole team on like a Sunday or something like that, or the rowing team will do like circuits down there in the gym. But I'd say in general, our sports facilities are quite good. Even the squash courts, I've seen a lot of people in my year use them quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. And also there's women's hours in the gym to try and make it a really inclusive space for all. Okay, so we're coming to coming to the end of our session here, but I'll just pick a couple of more questions to get answered. Does Hertford offer a halal food option? Freya, do you want to take this one? I believe they do.
I think they do. I think in the last session, Husna was just saying that she believes that the chicken and lamb are both halal, but there's also a lot of vegetarian options, and they try and do, like, I think one lunchtime and one dinner time a week where it's vegan and veggie options, which I think is quite a nice kind of addition for the college. But there definitely will be options for you to eat, and I think there is also halal meat.
Yeah, and all of those sort of dietary requirements are pretty well advertised on the menu that is put up on the JCR Facebook page every single day or week. And then you can just have a look there to sort of plan ahead what meals you want to go to in hall. Additionally, just to talk about the last question that we had, we also were asked about the music facilities at Oxford. So at Hertford, actually, music is really a big thing, and we have lots of student societies and things like that. For example, one of my personal favorites is the Hertford Jazz Band, and they actually play at a lot of Hertford social events as well. So Rebecca, do you want to talk about any of the other music events at Hertford you've attended?
Yeah, so I know we have one of the biggest and best non-auditioning choirs in Oxford. That's what my friend was the organ scholar, so I used to get a lot of this. And they also do carols in the quad in your winter term. And so that's lovely. And they raise money for Hertford for the Homeless, which is our homeless society. And I think just in general, there are a lot of ways to get involved in music at Hertford. And so there is a jazz band as well. There's a choir. If you sing in the choir, you get a free formal on the Sunday. So that's just got a lot of perks to it. There are recitals every week. And there are practice rooms. So if you want to practice playing on the piano, or you bring your own instrument and you don't want to disturb your friends while you're practicing, like, that is possible. We also have jazz evenings. Just in the hall, and I think normally that's an event in Freshers Week, but it also happens like several times throughout the year, and that's super popular. And we also have jazz on the quad in the summer term, and normally they're selling pins to raise money for charity as well, and strawberries and cream. And so yeah, like, music plays a very big role at Hertford. A lot of people get involved, even if you've never been a particularly strong singer, but you just really enjoy it. Like, there is a lot to get involved in.
Yeah, definitely. It actually makes Hertford a really fun place to be for all of these different events. And like, my favorite is definitely the Hertfest, where the jazz band are playing on the main quad, and there's lots of pins and everyone just hanging out and enjoying the atmosphere. Makes it really hard if you're in the library. Everyone wants to get outside and enjoy it. And finally, Rosie, I know you do rowing at Hertford, so maybe you could just briefly talk about that as well.
Yeah, so rowing at Oxford is, like, obviously one of the most famous sports, I'd say, for Oxford. But what's really nice is that on the college level of sports, you can get involved in it even if you're not that great at it, and you're just enthusiastic. Like, they don't ask for any, like, you have to have a certain score on something or anything. It's not like that at all. And there's also, within the college system, there's 2 levels. So there's the first boat and the second boat, and that's also across many, like, other teams, like the netball team and things like that. So if you don't want a massive commitment, then go for the second boat. If you do want a bit more of a commitment and be more competitive, then there's another option there as well. We recently rowed to London to raise money, and we got £50,000. So now if you want to join the boat club as a fresher, you don't have to pay for your entire first year. So it's a really accessible, inclusive sport, as is all the other sports at Hertford as well.
Yeah, and that goes for pretty much all societies at Hertford. If there's anything you want to get involved in, nothing's going to stop you. And in fact, people will reach out to you to try and get involved. So during Freshers Week, most of the captains and leaders of the different societies will advertise and basically really emphasize that the Hertford Society is really good ones to get involved in, because you can usually get a leadership position, but also the people in it you'll know and see a lot more. So it really creates this really inclusive and friendly atmosphere in all of them, I'd say. Okay, so that's pretty much all from us for now. We'll be back in a couple of hours. And I just wanted to emphasize the other resources that we have going on throughout the open day. So for example, the Meet the Tutors is on from 1 p.m. and you can go to that Meet the Tutors tab on the website for these different subjects, if you see here, and ask questions on the Slido to keep us being helpful to you, and we'll see you soon. So over to the next group.
Hello, welcome to the next set of Q&As. We are also Hertford students and we'll be with you for the next 45 minutes. So just whilst we're getting ourselves ready, remember to keep sending your questions in through Slido. That's available on the website, and we will answer your questions as well and as quickly as we can. So yeah, just keep sending them. If you like a question on it, you can upvote it so that we see it quicker. But no, just keep your questions flowing. So we'll just introduce ourselves quickly before we start speaking, so you have an idea of who we are and what subjects we do. So I'm Imogen, I'm a second year English student. Antonia.
I'm Antonia and I'm a first year geography student.
Liz.
I'm Liz, I'm a second year physics and philosophy student.
Elias.
I'm Elias, I'm a first year economics management student.
And Charlotte.
Hi, I'm Charlotte and I'm a second year biochemist.
Wonderful. Well, we'll be with you for the next 45 minutes, so please do send your questions. We've got a few left over from the last one. So we've got a question which says, does the college feel cramped as it's a smaller college? What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd say definitely not. I think probably it would have been more pertinent in summer term when you're actually wanting to be outside a lot more. However, like we're about 5 minutes from University Park, so I'd say in terms of outdoor space and being outdoors, there's not really an issue with that. In a way, actually, it's quite nice living close to everyone because you just naturally see more people and sort of engage with them a lot more. So for me, it was sort of the perfect balance, I'd say.
Wonderful. Charlotte?
Yeah, I don't think it's cramped. I think it's quite nice in a lot of ways because you have a lot more opportunity to kind of meet other people, especially when you're like first starting. It doesn't feel cramped, it feels more like a cozy feel, I would say. The library, if it's like peak exam time, then the library is usually pretty full. But we have the Bodleian, we've got the luck of having the Bodleian literally just outside. And so even if you couldn't get a space when it's like, and that's very, very rare, but even if you couldn't get into, say, the library, you can literally just walk straight across the road and there's one right there for you anyway. And so no, I would definitely say it adds to the kind of general feel of like a close-knit community that we have there, rather than feeling cramped or kind of intrusive, I suppose.
Great. Does anyone else have anything that they'd like to add about that?
Just add that everyone has their own room, so if it is cramped, you've got your space which you can retreat to if you are feeling there's too many people around. And also quite a lot of the second and third years don't live in the main college site. They live in a set of buildings in South Oxford or some of the houses in North Oxford. So even though it may look like you've got quite a small college with a large number of people, I think the density of people probably isn't particularly high because there is that being spread out a little bit more there.
Great, I totally agree with that. We do have quite a large student population, but as Liz said, they are spread across various different buildings, so you're not all just going to run into each other at once. But yeah, I'd also echo just the centrality of college is really helpful because it means that even if you do find it's quite small, you're literally surrounded by everything. You don't really have far to walk at all. Great. So we have a next question, which is, what is the balance between state school and private school like at Hertford?
I would say it's fairly good. To be honest, you don't really notice it. If I'm being honest, at Hertford, I don't think you notice a lot of it. There have been a few people that I've met that you just can't really tell, and it's not something that's overly spoken about, I don't think, in my experience at Hertford, because I think the general feel is that everyone arrives on a level playing field, and I think it's really embraced that, you know, initially when we had like the first talks when we came into college, they would be like, you're all here regardless of your backgrounds, regardless of where you've come from, like you're all here because you're capable of having, you know, of doing a degree here. And I think that's something that a lot of the students just take forward with them into like the kind of college community and the feeling that's around it. So I would say from the statistics, I don't know the exact ones, I think it's around 60-70%. Imogen might have a little bit.
I think it's 70 this year.
70 this year. And so it is very much a state school kind of heavy, I suppose, college in terms of if you compare it to a lot of other colleges. And I like that personally because it feels quite normal and quite natural to me. But I would say again, either way, nobody really feels out of place, I would say, at Hertford, because it's, as I say, it's not really something that's spoken about, or not much kind of oxygen is given to the argument between like, where did you come from and what kind of background do you have. We all just kind of accept that we're part of this new community and it doesn't matter where we came from. That's just the kind of the way that we look at it at the college.
Yeah, absolutely. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to say about Hertford and access generally?
I mean,
I mean, yeah, access is, yeah.
Sorry.
You go, sorry.
No, access and outreach is something that's obviously very, very important to Hertford, and I am only here like studying it at there because of access and outreach programs at Hertford College. Like I came and visited on one of those access and outreach schemes, and that's the reason I applied in the end. And so it is something that's very, very important to us, and I'm sure Imogen will expand on that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, as Charlotte said, we have visits from schools, and just to show that Oxford is for anyone really, like, you know, so long as you like your subject and you're good at it, then, you know, there is a place for you here. I think it's very much trying to dispel the idea that there's a stereotype of what you have to be an Oxford student, because I mean, there just isn't one really. So long as you love your subject and, you know, you can get the grades that you need to, I'd say they're like the two things, because each person is like such an individual. But yeah, I mean, Hertford is very good for access, and the state school statistics are, I think, second best across the colleges of the university. So it's something that Hertford do really pride themselves on. But equally, like, I know people from literally all kinds of schools at Hertford, and everyone's had a great time. So it doesn't matter. I'd say is the key thing. Great. So we have a question about joint honours. So Elizabeth, would you mind talking a little bit about that? So they say, what is it like doing a joint honours degree with a subject like philosophy, which isn't obviously a standalone degree at Oxford? and also something about like physics and philosophy. So basically, how do you balance your subjects, especially when applying?
It's quite a lot of questions. Balancing the subjects when applying is an interesting matter because I don't think they expect you to have done any philosophy at all beforehand. So there was an interview for it, but there wasn't a entrance exam. And I think I've had a little bit of personal saying about something I'd read before, but most of that was just the application was judged on physics and then the philosophy interview in itself. So they didn't really ask about that until you got there. And then they were looking for being inquisitive and like thinking about holes in arguments and that sort of thing, rather than having read like Descartes or something that they didn't expect you to do. Joint honours when you're studying sometimes presents its problems. I caused a great deal of problems by making them move a bunch of physics exams and giving physics lectures and giving everyone a 9 a.m. that didn't already have, that didn't clash with philosophy. But generally they're pretty well balanced. There's enough people that do it that they are aware that there's going to be people doing both different subjects. So usually the lectures don't clash. You've got 2 different sets of tutors to talk to. Probably my favourite thing about the joint honours is that you meet 2 different groups of people. So you'll be working with, in my case, the physics students and also people that do like PPE or computer science and philosophy, because you do a lot of the same first year courses as they do. So you really get to know a large number of people, which is, it's just more fun. I quite like the fact that when you're like doing a problem sheets or an essay, sometimes you just get really fed up of whatever it is you might be doing in differential equations, but you can just completely change tack and go read about whether or not time exists, which is, you know, just a good way to relax your brain and think about something different while still being productive. I can't remember exactly what the question was. It was something about admissions or something about joint honours.
No, that's wonderful, thank you. Yeah, also we do have a section on the website which like explains each subject, and there's various Q&As on the website and sort of interviews with tutors. So if you are at all questioning what a subject is or how it balances out, they're probably quite useful things to take a look at. And all the specific stuff about the courses is usually listed on the prospectus, which I believe is all online this year. So that would probably be a really helpful place to go. Thank you, Liz, that's really helpful. We have a question about social life. So what is the social life like at Oxford? And are there any events which include all students from Oxford colleges? Who would like to go first?
Yeah, so I'll say in terms of the sort of formal social life, if you like, in like societies, etc. There's a plethora of societies to get involved with, and there's definitely more than you can fit on your plate. So I'd have a look on the SU website and have a look at all the societies you can get involved with, because there's some pretty niche ones. So you can really sort of find your interests and have a look at that. In terms of sort of general social life, there's a lot of like nights out, etc. You know, there's a lot. You know, there's a pretty good pub culture in Oxford. There's, you know, more pubs than you can count. So yeah, I mean, in my experience, the social life's pretty good. It gets a pretty bad rap, but I'd say it's definitely something you can get into. Yeah.
Wonderful. Charlotte?
So in my experience, I have really enjoyed the nightlife. I was quite worried, I'm not going to lie, when I first so I come down. I was really kind of shocked firstly that I got in, and then I was like, oh my god, well, what about the nightlife now? Like, I'm just kind of I'm stuck with this like idea that everyone's going to be really boring and everything. And I was also worried because I come from like a pretty big city, and so I'm used to having like lots of options, lots of choices, lots of big venues, and so when I got to Oxford and there was only like a handful of clubs, I was like, oh no. But in reality, when you actually start getting to know the city a little bit more, there are like loads of different places with different types of nights out. So there's like Cowley Road, which has loads of more venues that are like less outside of the centre, but it's still like quite a social hub, where you can meet not just like people from like the town, but also people from Brooks and stuff like that, and so that's a nice thing as well. And so yeah, I would say don't let that be something that puts you off applying, because you will definitely find a crowd or a venue or like a club that you enjoy going to and that you enjoy having like a good night out at. In terms of just general socially, like what it's like, even if you're not a nightlife kind of person, there is so much going on in the city just generally, that you can meet so many people in lots of different ways. They've got like not just a great pub culture, but the cafes. There are just so many cafes and lovely spots to eat, and like historical or cultural spots, lots of academic talks and things like that going on. So whatever kind of floats your boat, you'll probably be able to find it, I would say, is my overall kind of opinion on it.
Absolutely. This kind of links to wider societies as well, which is a way that most people manage to meet people from other colleges, because, I mean, some of your teaching will be with other colleges as well, but I'd say societies is, across all subjects, one of the best ways to get to know people. So, Antonia, what kind of societies do you get involved with?
So personally, I go to the Geography Society events. So most subjects have a society where they have like speakers and sometimes careers events. So that's a lot of interesting content. But then they also do social events. So we do something called colouring and cocktails, where we literally just go and colour in and have cocktails. So yeah, that's a good way to meet people from other colleges, especially if you have a subject that's quite large, or where you don't have as many like chances to meet other people from other colleges. And then there's also a whole range of other societies, like there's everything you could possibly think of. So yeah, I do rowing for college, which is quite an obvious one for Oxford. And there's all levels of whatever level of sport you want to try. Like there's entry level, there's like high competitive level. There's something for everyone in terms of sports. And yeah, there's obviously also music societies and societies for like languages, and politics, and yeah, everything really.
Wonderful. Liz, do you want to add anything?
Sorry, I just wanted to jump in and just say, with the whole like rowing thing, when there was part of that last question where they were saying, oh, is there anything where people from the whole of the uni kind of get together, and we basically have something called torpids, which Antonia could probably tell you more about than I can. I just go along for the fun and watch, but yeah, essentially lots and lots of the colleges will like gather, like lots of the college communities will gather around their boat houses and torpids is basically just like a massive kind of competition through lots of different, from all the teams of different rowing teams from different colleges, and it's usually nice weather, and we tend to get a Pimm's bar out down by the river, and like maybe a barbecue and so on and so forth, and that's kind of one of the times where most college communities will come together at once, I suppose, and be around the lake, and so that's a nice one to add in there.
Wonderful. Liz, do you want to talk a bit about the Hertford Jazz Band and other musical stuff at Hertford?
Sure. So Hertford's very proud of its music society. They'll tell you many a time that they're the largest non-auditioning music society in Oxford, which is both the orchestra and the choir. And they also have a jazz band, and probably the nicest thing about that is that they play in lots of college events. So there's Jazz in the Quad in the summer, which is another event which involves hopefully sunny weather and drinking Pimm's and standing around in Hertford's beautiful old buildings quad. But yeah, it's another example of things the college do together, and also a society which does include people from colleges other than Hertford to get together and meet new people.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'd also add there's loads of artsy things you can do as well as all the sport and music. So there's loads and loads of student drama. Student journalism's a big thing. I'd never written an article before I went to university, but I've written tons and like done lots of editing and got quite high up the paper, and you just get so many cool opportunities to do stuff that you don't normally. Another big thing that kind of gets students from all colleges together are balls, which are basically just really big fancy parties where you get to wear black tie and just have a great time with your friends. Unfortunately, there's not many this year because of the circumstances, but they are great fun, and I'd be surprised if they're not all back in full swing by the time you guys are sort of coming round to actually get here. So wonderful. Another question we have is slightly more back to the academics. So where is the best place to study in Hertford?
Oh my God, okay. I love booking out NB11. So essentially there's like a room that looks out, it's like on the ground floor, and it looks out over like the Bard and the Sheldonian, and it's just like a room where sometimes you might have classes, we might have tutorials, but you can just go to the sign up sheet and like book out the keys for it, and have it as like a study space for you and a bunch of pals, and I really like doing that because you can have a chat while you work, or you know, have a cup of tea while you work, and it's just a nice nice kind of atmosphere. Obviously the library's gorgeous, and I love the kind of sitting by the window up in the library, especially when it's nice and sunny, because you can see everyone like going about their business on the quad and whatever, and it's quite nice. But I would definitely say I like booking out NB11 because you can kind of have a bit of a chit chat while you work, which is nice.
Great. Anyone got anything else to say?
For me, it's the old library. We had like 2 tutes in there last term, and yeah, it's just a lovely room. I don't normally go to Hertford Library, so can't speak for that. But, yeah.
So do you use the business school a lot?
Yeah, I usually go to the business school. So if you're doing economics management, then you're the only undergrads that have access to the business school, which is really nice. It's just a really nice place to work. One of my favourite places in Oxford to work, probably. Also, the social sciences library is really good. They've got like little booths there that you can go and work in. I really enjoy working in those as well. Yeah, I'd say those are my 2 places, my 2 libraries. They're good.
Lovely. Anyone else got library recommendations generally as well as Hertford's?
I just wanted to say about the Hertford Library. I really like working in the Hertford Library because it's got loads of different options of like types of places that you can work in. So like during the day, I quite like working on the top floor where they've got windows, and like Charlotte was saying, you can look out onto the quad and it's quite light in there. But then other times I want to go like downstairs, and there's these like seats that sit in between bookshelves, and you can just kind of like hole yourself away and like, you know, do work by yourself, like surrounded by all these books. So yeah, there's lots of options is what I like about the Hertford Library. So yeah.
I would say options is like the really big thing with libraries in general in Oxford. Like, it's very fluid, like there's no real restriction on where you work in or where you kind of go. Obviously there will be some exceptions, and you might not want to traipse all the way to, say, you know, like some weird obscure library for a certain small department somewhere, but generally speaking, like the main Bodleian, the Radcam, the Veer Harmsworth Library, the Social Sciences Library, even like some of the faculty libraries, they're just kind of open as long as you can show your bod card, and that's something that's really, really nice, because no matter where you are, say if you've got a tute in a different college or something somewhere, and you kind of want to fit in some kind of study in between things, there's always going to be a library that is accessible and open to you just in like a 5-10 minute walk, which is something that's really, really nice. I know that I used to work all the time, it's like the American Institute Library. Now I've got nothing to do with like American history or anything like that, but I would just go in there and it was a really nice place to work. And so there's no kind of like real restrictions as to where you work, you just find where you like and go there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say choice is something you have so much of when it comes to libraries. I personally love, as well as Hertford Library, which I spend a lot of time at, it's just very useful. And our librarian Alice is amazing. She is just so helpful and thoughtful. She'll like get books and like buy them into college if we don't already have them, but also like even this term, even though we've all been remote, she's sent books out to us. She's like posted books so that we can get everything we need. Like they do really care about making sure you have everything that you can get. Oh, Alice has a video on academic life in Hertford, which is on the website. So if you want to find out more about Hertford Library, that's definitely something that would be worth looking at. I mean, I love the RAGCam and which is the Radcliffe Camera, which is a circular library right next to the Bodleian. It's just very pretty, and it's got a really quite academic feel, so everybody in there looks like they're working really hard, and it's a good place to go if you've got a lot to do and you need to crack on, because it's very silent. It's a library which is, you know, got lots of librarians making sure everything's good and people are quiet, so I find that's a really good place to sort of write your essays and get lots of work done. Liz, do you want to say anything about this?
You've said plenty about the Hertford Library. It's also got a cat that comes there occasionally, and it's delightful. Also on studying in libraries that aren't your department, it's the maths library. It's maths department. Isn't a library as such, but they've got a lot of space underground, which sounds like it'd be really dark. They have enormous skylights. They also serve a really great breakfast, so something different.
That sounds great. I should check it out. So our next question is about work-life balance. So how much time do you have left outside of your studies, and is it difficult to keep in touch with people from back home?
So I would say this is something that is really quite a personal thing. So how much time you have left over at the end of the week is pretty much up to you. Obviously, there is going to be some work that you have to do. There are going to be contact hours, there are going to be some kind of tutorial work or tutorial problem sheets, essays, reading, but tutors won't set you an impossible amount of work. Yes, they might set you a lot of possible tasks, but that's kind of the ethos at Oxford. It's okay, we're going to provide you with all of these things that you might be able to do or that you could do if you want to, but going there and thinking that you're going to read everything on every reading list for a tutorial, thinking that you're going to be able to complete all of the extra tasks that they add in on the end of lecture courses, or, you know, extra problems that they tack on the end of problem sheets and things like that, they're not expecting you to do it all the time. It's completely up to you. If you decide that you've really enjoyed a lecture course and you're like, okay, I want to do that further reading for that specific topic, and so I'm going to choose this week to maybe put some time aside to that because that's something I'm personally interested in, then perfect. You know, that's what they want. They want to give you the opportunity to do that should you wish, but don't think that they're expecting you to do all of that, is what I mean. And so yeah, it's essentially up to you. Once you've done your kind of main bulk of work for the week that's kind of required, there is plenty of time for seeing people from back home, or, you know, spending time with friends that you have in college or in the university, or devoting it to clubs and societies, and so I wouldn't worry about your whole life being consumed by academic work, because that's not the case unless you want it to be, and if that's something that makes you happy, then like crack on. But yeah, I would say it's definitely up to a certain element of personal choice.
Wonderful. Antonia, do you have anything more to add to that?
I would say, yeah, the same about the work balance, in that you can do effectively as much as you like, but like if you want to do, if there's a lot of things you want to do in a week, then you can opt to do like the minimum, i.e. do the work for your tutorials and like go to your lectures and stuff, and you'll have enough spare time like left over to do society stuff or meet your friends. But also alternatively, if you want to like push yourself a bit further and do more reading, then you can take up a lot more of your time. And then in terms of staying in touch with people at home, I'd say that depends on the person, but it's really up to you. because I think like something that I found with a lot of people that I've talked to is that there is kind of a bit of like an Oxford bubble, and that it's quite easy to get sucked in, and time goes so quickly. And like I found that like in my first term, I did find it quite hard to keep in touch with people at home, and a lot of like my family and friends were messaging me like, "Where are you?" I was just it was just a bit of a whirlwind. But if you keep note of that and you make an effort to keep in touch with people, then it's not particularly difficult, and you can always have people over to stay in Oxford for a weekend, and you're allowed to have visitors in your room and stuff. So yeah.
I would add that like I know exactly what you mean where people are like, where are you? And you're just like, and they expect, I think a lot of the time people think that you've actually been like, oh God, you must be working so hard. We haven't even heard from you in like 6 days. And it's like, no, actually, I've just been like, in all the spare time that I have had, I've just used it to do things that I want to do, because there is that thing of like trying to fit everything in. You know, it's so important to note that the terms are shorter. And so, you know, than a lot of universities. So if you have friends that are at different universities and things like that, there's a lot of kind of overlap where you're not actually at uni and they are. And so that's a really nice time for you. I found from my experience, it's a really nice time to be like, okay, I'll come and visit you, or like I'll take the time in those parts where I'm not actually at uni and I haven't got loads of these things. And I think as well, it's definitely just an adjustment, especially for your family. I think initially, now I'm like, just finished my second year, and my family are like fully aware that they probably will go like a couple of weeks in term without hearing from me. And again, it's personal choice. It's like, that's because I'm just like, okay, next thing. But if it's something that's really important to you, it's not like you don't have time for that. It just depends on what you're like prioritizing, I suppose.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's like all about you can plan to whatever you have to or want to do. So just trying to keep yourself on top of it is one of the best things. Liz, you were going to say something, sorry.
Sorry. I'm just going to add to what Charlotte was saying about making time for it, that it really much depends on what your family might do, or your friends might do anyway. I've got a friend who I think called her parents pretty much every evening last term, because that was just something her family did. They were both really talkative people and really enjoyed having a chat. But I am much less good at texting, so yeah, there might be a few weeks before I go around to telling my mother that I was still alive and everything was fine. And so yeah, that's very much what you would do anyway. And you've got all the holiday, you've got all your vac where you're at home or able to go visit your friends or people that are still working or things like that.
Wonderful. We've just got a question about food now. So do students usually eat in hall? And what is it like? So is it expensive? Is it cheap? Is it actually nice food? All that sort of stuff. So who'd like to kick off about food?
I can say that in terms of eating in hall, like it depends on what you want to do. The hall in food is good, but you don't have to eat there. In terms of like, we have kitchens that we can use. So I know last year I didn't really eat in hall for most of the time, and I cooked for myself. But if you do want to eat in hall, like there is food every weekday, like 3 meals every weekday, and then brunch on Saturday and Sunday. So and I think a lot of people do eat in hall. So yeah, but I can't really say because I didn't. But
yeah, unfortunately I'm the same as Antonio. I just like had the odd meal, but I think that's what's really nice about Hertford in a sense, is that we have like a pay-as-you-go kind of scheme. So in some colleges it's not necessarily like that. You kind of have to book in beforehand and then they charge you on how many you've kind of booked in, or there's lots of different systems for how food is kind of organized in different colleges, and so that's what I really like about Hertford, is because literally you have like what we call a bod card, which is like your library card or your just general kind of student ID card that you use, and you go and you get whatever you want for a certain meal, you scan that bod card and then they put that onto your account, and then you get billed for it at the start of next term. I think that's changed a little bit now, in terms of a system that we now have, like something called UPay, which is where you kind of like upload the funds and then you kind of use it from the funds that you've already uploaded, but it's still a pay-as-you-go system. And so I really like that, because it meant that even if I hadn't planned to go to hall, or I hadn't thought I was going to end up eating in hall, if it got to a point where I was like, oh God, I can't be bothered for this, like I've been in the library all afternoon and I just can't really be bothered to cook, I'd just go to hall, and that would be like a viable option. And so that's something that's really nice about it. Even if you don't want to eat there all the time, it's really nice to have the option, because there will be some days inevitably where you're just like, I really can't be bothered, and you just want to go, or you just want to go for brunch or something like that. So that's a nice aspect of hall food, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, I do use hall quite a lot still, to be honest, because it's actually really nice food. They've got really good veggie options, which I was really happy about, because veggie food can be a bit, hit and miss in school dining halls, but food at Hertford is actually really nice. And it's actually quite cheap. Like, I was surprised by how cheap it was to eat there. And they do have like a list of prices and stuff. Also, there's a nice thing you can do for formal dinners. You don't have to go to them. You can go to literally as many recipes you like. There's usually about 2 a week, and they're in like gowns and up in the nice old hall. And it's quite cheap. It's cheaper than going for a 3-course dinner anywhere else, and it's candlelit and it's lovely, and it's just a nice thing to do to celebrate things, or bring your family, stuff like that. Also, there's like special nights, so there's like qualities formal, there's women's formal, Christmas formal, you name it. It's just a really nice way of like seeing your friends and dressing up nice and just doing something slightly different. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you can use it as much or as little as you like, as everyone said, and I just think that's really helpful, because you can just be, as Charlotte said, in the library and think, do you know what, I'm hungry, might just go and grab something. And also there's a DTB cafe, so our college bar has also got a cafe in during the day now, so if you just want to go and get a cup of coffee, or a biscuit or a fruit or whatever, you can just go there instead of having to go to the Tesco or something. So it is quite nice to be able to have that option. Anyone else got anything about food? Cool.
Say for E&M, if you want to eat, I'd definitely recommend eating at the business school. The food there, just lovely, in my opinion. Yeah, I'll say that.
Wonderful.
It's making me proper jealous about the business school. It's like, oh yeah, we're the only ones with access to it. It's like, oh God, I want to be an EM.
I know, lucky. So our next question is about practice rooms. Are practice rooms available at Hertford? The simple answer is yes. Liz, do you want to explain a little bit about the booking system?
Sure. So I think someone mentioned booking rooms in Hertford earlier for study rooms, but it's exactly the same. There's a list in the Porter's Lodge, and you just write your name in the time you want to turn up, and then ask them for the key, and they'll give you the key. They'll show you where the room is if you don't know where it is already. And it's a small room underground in MB Quad. It's got a piano and a couple of music stands, I think. I've played the trombone, so I don't actually know if the piano's that good. But yeah, so it's really easy to use. It's I think you can usually find some time that's free that week. It's not super busy, and it's just really useful to have somewhere you can practice that's not going to annoy everyone else with your record.
Wonderful. So we've only got about 5 or so minutes left of our slot before the next lot of ambassadors come. So we'll just answer 1 or 2 more questions. So the next one is, how does your workload compare to other universities, and is it harder? Who would like to start?
So obviously this is hard to comment on, because one, the terms are structured differently. So in a week, it might be that you get more work in a week than, say, a person at another university might get in a week, but that's because we have less weeks to fit it all into. So overall, perhaps not. Secondly, it's hard to also answer this from kind of our perspectives, because we've never been at another university, and this is just kind of what you're used to. And I would say that's also a very important point, to be like, wherever you go and whatever you do, you will end up getting used to the workload that you are given regardless. And so I wouldn't worry too much about, picking things based on that, purely because you will just get used to it. You will have never known any different, really. I do know, however, though, someone who had done a degree elsewhere and then came to do another undergraduate degree at Oxford. And from his experience, he did say that he felt like it was a little bit more intense. And I would say that is probably something that is quite common, I would say. Again, not necessarily because the workload is like so much greater, but perhaps because of the time frame that it's kind of fit into or structured.
Wonderful. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add? I mean, as Charlotte said, we haven't actually been to any other universities to do an undergrad, so we can't speak absolutely. We can only speak from people who we know. I mean, talking to other friends who I have who do English at other universities, I'd say I do get a lot more essays than they do. So I usually have 1 or 2 a week. And so basically I usually have 2 deadlines a week. This isn't an absolute given, but on a normal week, I'd say I have 2 deadlines, and whether that's 2 essays or 2 classes or a class and an essay or whatever, I'd say I probably do have more deadlines, but that's not like a bad thing. I mean, I really quite like it because it means I get a lot of regular feedback on my work, and I can sort of take risks with the essays I do, because I do have that sort of ability to play around with it, and it doesn't count towards my degree, my weekly essays. So I'd say, I mean, from my perspective, I quite like that. But it completely depends on the course structure. I mean, some courses, by whatever degree they are, mean that you get more like deadline work than others. So yeah, I mean, I hope that's helpful. I mean, we can only really speak from ourselves and what we've heard our friends say.
I would say Imogen's point there is really important, is that yes, you might say have a few more deadlines or whatever, but the really important thing to remember is it very, very rarely actually counts towards your final grade. And that is something that Oxford really kind of prides itself on, is that these tutorials, the work that you do for them, the problem sheets that you might do for them, it's for you. It's not for their way of assessing you. It's for you to consolidate your knowledge and for you to kind of keep on learning throughout the week and structure your kind of progress throughout the year. And so that's a really important point. Even though you might have, say, more work, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's all really intense work or that it's really, really important work. It's just a kind of learning process, I suppose.
Absolutely. Thank you, Charlotte. That's wonderful. So I think we've got time for possibly one more quick question. And we'll just quickly do about virtual schooling. So just this term, how have you guys found it? Obviously, none of us have actually been in Oxford, but we've been doing our tutorials and things through Zoom, and our lectures have been online. So for just a couple of minutes whilst the next set of ambassadors get here, we can just quickly talk about that. Antonia, how have you found it? Because normally there's first year exams, but I'm not sure you've had them this year.
So instead of, usually we have prelims, which are our first year exams, but because of all of the virtual schooling and everything, our prelims got cancelled. And instead we sat collections in college. So our department, the geography department, sent out all the papers that they were going to set us and sent them out to the individual colleges, who could then choose at their own discretion how they wanted to examine their students, or if they wanted to at all. So at Hertford, we sat 3 out of the 4 papers we would have sat, but we sat them as collections rather than as department exams, and collections are just college exams. So basically we sat them at home, we did them online, we got sent the papers and then had to send them back in a given time frame. And in advance of that, we had virtual schooling in terms of, we had tutorials online and classes online on Teams, which I thought was actually quite good, in terms of having something like the routine, and well, not the routine, just the schedule of knowing that you had something on at this time helps a lot in lockdown when everything just kind of blurs into one. It's nice to have like, oh, I have this class at this time. And yeah, the tutors were as helpful as they could be. They were responsive to emails and very accommodating to like the differences of working at home and working in Oxford, because that's quite a big thing in that in Oxford, productivity is just really high because there's so many good spaces to work and everyone around you is you know, working really well, and it's just quite easy to get things done in that environment. And at home, I found it completely different because I've just found it really hard to motivate myself. But having regular classes and such like accommodating tutors was really helpful for me.
I would say like a really quick point in like people that were supposed to be in labs. So I know that a lot of like chemists, biochemists, perhaps like medicine or so on and so forth, people who usually have like practical parts to their course. I know there was like the department took huge steps to make sure that we were still getting very like access to kind of practical materials. So the way that they did it was they made like online simulations, which was actually like really cool. And so we had to like do these kind of online simulations and then do the write-up as if we'd done the practical. And where that wasn't possible, they sent us like different like snippets of our like practical leader that everybody knows, Juan, who's an absolute gem. He'd like recorded mini little videos, and then you had to like answer quizzes underneath about like what was good and like so on and so forth. And so even with the practical side of things, the department have been like so enthusiastic about trying to keep it as realistic and as kind of close to what we would normally be doing as possible, which is lovely.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, I'd echo that. They're trying to keep things going as much as possible because, you know, that's how we liked things. And, you know, I think the contact hours have still been there, which is really helpful. So, and the tutors have been really understanding. But I mean, by the time you guys who are being interviewed now, who are applying now, hopefully everything should be a lot more traditional Oxford, you know, you'll be there and in person. But as everyone said, honestly, the Skype and Teams and Zoom tutorials and stuff have actually been completely fine. I was quite worried because I thought my Wi-Fi wouldn't work, but actually, you know, it's all gone really smoothly, to be honest. And I think that's just something that Antonia and Charlotte both said, is the tutors do really want to help you. Like, they are there to try and make sure you have the best time possible no matter the circumstances. So yeah, that's just something I would emphasize. Lovely. So I think that's our time over for the 45 minutes, but we've got another group of lovely students who are going to be with you for the next 45, and we'll be back on later in the day. So thank you so much for tuning in. We just remember to keep sending your questions by Slido, and look at all the various things on the website, whether that's Q&A sessions with the Meet the Tutors. I believe they're still on, typing for the languages and subjects you can see at the bottom of the screen, but also there's loads of videos as well. So yeah, thanks so much. Hope you have a great afternoon. Bye.
Hi, thanks, Imogen. So yeah, as Imogen was saying, feel free to ask questions. We've also got our Ask Our Tutors questions from 1 PM. So go to Meet Our Tutors tab at bit.ly/Hertford Slido. And on the screen, you can see that there's tutors for chemistry, computer science, E&M, engineering, history, modern languages, philosophy, physics, and PPE there to answer your questions. So yeah, we'll keep answering the student-based questions, but that is an option available if you want to go and ask tutors some questions. And yeah, if you want to ask us the questions, just go to that same website and scroll down to the bottom. So yeah, we'll start. Let's have a look at the questions that are available. Okay, so we've got one here saying, have you found that you've joined new... Oh, wait, sorry, we need to introduce ourselves. So I'm Rebecca, and I've just finished my second year of geography. Mark, do you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Mark. I've just finished my first year of history and Spanish.
Jay?
Hi, I'm Jay. I've just finished my second year of engineering.
Anoop?
Hi, I'm Anoop, and I've just finished my second year of physics.
Alex?
Hi, I'm Alex, and I've just finished my second year of medicine.
Matilda?
Oh, hi, I'm Matilda. I just finished my second year of PPE.
And then finally, Kira.
Hi, I'm Kira and I just finished my first year of computer science and philosophy.
Perfect. Okay, so first question is, have you found that you've joined new clubs and societies since starting uni at Oxford? Is there someone that would like to take that away? No, okay, I can. So definitely, 100%, I've definitely joined new clubs and societies since starting the uni. Personally, in my first year, I really wanted to do rowing. So started as a keen fresher, went into rowing, did that for a year. A really nice environment, really fun to like learn a new skill. Also, you can get involved in societies that you'd already done it previously at school. So like netball societies. We have like a really big sports scene at Hertford. And then it's quite good because sometimes in school, there aren't that many people interested in the same thing you're interested in to start a society. So like I know lots of people do come to university and they go on like student newspapers and they write student newspapers as a society, and kind of like can go into journalism that they like and start and join societies that they probably couldn't have done at school because it wasn't available. Mark, did you find that? Because I think you do journalism, don't you?
Yeah, so I kind of edit a section, one of the student newspapers, and it's quite an easy thing to get involved with, really. You don't need any experience, and I think that goes for the vast majority of society, apart from maybe like uni level sports. So if you want to play football for the university first team, you're going to have to be pretty good, but if you wanted to play it for your college, you don't need any experience generally. And I think that that's certainly something I found. I was quite interested in journalism, so I just applied to be involved, and now it's something I really enjoy.
Amazing. Alex, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I do university sport, but generally for most things you can just get involved at any stage and any level, and there's loads of scope for sort of all abilities and catering for that. So don't feel like put off doing anything because you think you've never done it before, because that's really not like a barrier to getting involved in anything.
Perfect. Okay, next question. So do you get to know the tutors really well? Kira, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, I think you get to know them pretty well. You still obviously spend quite a lot of like small group time with them. So I think I know all of my tutors pretty well, and computer science tutors also come along to some pub nights in the term, so you get a chance to kind of chat to them separately. And I know when you're a fresher, when you first arrive, we had a subject dinner where you kind of sit down with your tutors and had dinner with them. So there's definitely lots of chance to like speak to them in a more casual setting outside of tutorials and classes.
Perfect. Does everyone agree? I'd certainly agree. Yeah. Okay. Amazing. Oh yeah, go for it.
I was just going to say, I don't know, Hertford's quite a friendly college, and like specifically for physics, we have our own like physics society called the Tanner Society. So like I know geography has Gilbert's, which is just another like for physics, it's just a termly dinner, and you have like a drinks with them as well. It's just really nice, and you get to know them really well, and like yeah, I was just going to say it's quite friendly.
Yeah, also what's quite good about the college system is in first year, you kind of have all your tutorials with the college tutors. So you kind of every week or every other week, you're seeing the same faces and they're marking the same essays. You really like build a professional relationship, which is really good. And yeah, like Anoop, Gilbert's is where you go for a dinner every term with the first, second, third years and the tutors of Hertford geographers. And it's kind of like you dress up, play a few like little games beforehand. And yeah, it's really nice to just get to know everyone. And yeah, your tutors, they're lovely. Like I really like my tutors, and they're really understanding as well. Because sometimes I think some universities, they have Turnitin where you kind of just like write a essay at the end of term, turn it in, and then you don't really see the person that's marking it. You can't really build that relationship, or you go to like lectures of like 300 people. Whereas with Hertford, like you get everything marked by the same person, and you kind of like they're there for you all throughout your not your career, all throughout your degree. So yeah, it's really nice the kind of how personal it is and personalized. So yeah, we have one for physics. So what are the physics tutors at Hertford like?
So I'd say they're great. They're really, of course, they're like, they know everything about their subject. That's like a given for like any tutor. But also they have quite a wide range of disciplines. So there are like 6 main disciplines in Oxford physics, and like Hertford covers 3 of them, which doesn't sound that great, but is actually amazing. So we've got a particle physicist, we've got a astronomer, and we've got a theoretical physicist. So they've got a broad range of disciplines. And I just think they were like, when I interviewed with them, I just thought, wow, I'd really like to be taught by them. And yeah, no, they're great. So thumbs up.
Perfect, thank you. We've got one from Matilda now. So is Hertford near the departments for PPE?
Yes, so it is really. So economics and politics are based in the social science building / library. So, well, in fairness, lectures are in exam schools all of first year, and then second year economics and upwards is in the social sciences sector. So that's literally like less than 10 minutes walk. It's really near St. Cat's. But yeah, that also has loads of like, all the library there has all the politics books you might need and all the economics books. So like if Hertford Library has kind of been taken of a book, I can really easily just pop down there, grab a book. There's also like really nice workspaces there, so I often like to go there. For philosophy, I've never been to the philosophy department, and I actually think it might be a little bit further away, maybe like a 20-minute walk. But there's really, I only did philosophy in first year, but I've never found much of a need to go there. So the Bodleian and the Radcliffe Camera, which are literally right across the road from Hertford, have loads of philosophy books. Hertford Library had all the philosophy books I never ever needed. And then lectures were always in examination schools. And then because your tutorials are often in college, you don't need to kind of, I don't know, I never had a need to go to the philosophy faculty, and I don't really know anyone that did. But yeah, so the social science library is really, really nearby. You have Q-step classes there as well. So you kind of go there a few times a week maybe, and then exam schools where lectures are is also like less than 10-minute walk away. So yeah, Hertford's really near all the PPE stuff, to be honest. You don't really have to, never really more than a 10-minute walk away, I'd say.
Perfect, thank you. So we've got one for a bit of advice. So someone says, I'm thinking of doing engineering or maths or physics, don't know what to do, can you switch? And this kind of leads into another question that says, can I change from engineering to maths if I don't like it? So obviously we can't tell you what to do, but Anoop, Jay, do you have anything to add to that, to kind of give advice, maybe what it's like doing your degrees, if you can switch? Yeah.
So I don't actually know, to be honest, whether I know that people can definitely switch to some extent. So I know someone from Merton who was doing, I think, maths and computer science, and then switched to just maths, I believe. So I know certainly like there are circumstances where you would be able to, but I don't know potentially how common it is. I think the best thing to do is just to kind of have a look at the course and see kind of what you're interested in. I would say if you can't decide between maths and physics, then the admissions team is saying that it's very much dependent on circumstances and not guaranteed. So good to point that out. But yeah, I think it's very kind of dependent. If you do engineering, you'll kind of be doing a bit of maths and physics, which is quite nice. And that's certainly why I picked it, because I couldn't decide between them. But I think, yeah, it really depends on what you want to kind of do. I think looking at the courses, maybe even talking to some kind of, I don't know, I guess the tutors might be quite a good. So I know that there are tutors online at the moment for engineering and potentially physics as well. Yes, admissions team is saying yes. So yeah, I think that would probably be the best shout. But I know I picked engineering because I just couldn't pick. I really enjoyed all of maths and all of physics at A level, and so yeah, I don't know if you can add anything to that, Anoop.
If you wanted any advice, I'd say I had like the exact same conundrum. I was just like, what do? I like them all. I just want to do them all. And I just I just sat down, and over the summer holidays, I just thought, okay, well, where are all these courses going to take me? What do I actually like about physics? Do I like physics because, oh, it's actually really mathematical and I should actually be doing maths? Or do I like engineering because it's got loads of physics and should I be doing physics? I think you just need to, you've got all this time now over the summer holidays just to really do some reading and some research and just think, okay, well, I'm just going to look at all these three things and I've just got to just think what would be the thing that I enjoy the most as well, because you've got to enjoy the course. Because if you want to do a physics degree and then really hate experimental physics, then I'm not saying don't go for it, but I'm just saying you got to think, okay, well, I better be best prepared to do that part of the course and then specialize after. So I just say just take some time to just step back and just think, what do I enjoy?
Maths course at university might be a bit different to what you might do at A level. Obviously, I don't know masses about it, but I think the content is a bit more maybe kind of pure mathsy, almost. I mean, some of my maths friends just like described it as almost philosophical. So it might be worth just having a look at kind of what that entails, because I'm not sure if it's it might be a bit different from what you did at A level. I don't know.
Is it right if I say one more thing? Okay, so I know someone at they were at Brasenose, and they actually they did successfully switch degrees, but this was under like some she had to reapply to the whole college, and you had to redo the admissions and everything, because geography and physics are completely different subjects. And I think they'd probably had the same thing for maths and physics and engineering, because for the for maths, you have to do a different entry exam to physics and engineering. So I think the best thing to do is to think now properly, what do I want to do?
Perfect, thank you. I think that's really sound what it's saying. So we've got another question here. What examples of food is served for breakfast and dinner? Matilda, do you want to take that one?
Yep. So breakfast has currently, so we serve breakfast both in main hall and in our Warnock food annex, and they've both recently been extended till 10 a.m, which is really exciting because not everybody has a 9 a.m and necessarily wants to be up before then. So normally on like a weekly breakfast, there's kind of a variety of cereals, mixes of fruit. There's also like hot items, so it kind of changes a little bit day to day, but there's hash browns sometimes, eggs, porridge, sometimes pancakes. It's not always exactly the same every day, but there's always like a hot offering. And then there's coffee, tea, juices. So that's kind of mainly what breakfast is. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we have brunch, which runs a bit later. So that's 11 till 12:45. I haven't been in so long, I can't remember. 11 till 12:30 or 12:45, I think. And that does your kind of standard, you know, bacon, eggs, hash brown, sausage, and there's obviously all the like vegetarian options to go along with that. And then dinner mainly consists of like a meat option, a vegetarian option, and a vegan option. So that changes daily. The menu for that is posted a week in advance, so you can kind of look ahead, know whether you want to eat that food, plan if you want to do something else. And then the Warnock menu is posted daily, so you'll kind of know what's on offer before you turn up at hall. You don't just kind of turn up and see you don't like it. But yeah, there's quite a lot of variety. You won't be eating like the same dinner days in a row, so that's pretty much that.
Yeah, and it's quite good because there are a few kitchens around college that you can cook your own food if you like. I think you have to provide food for yourself on Saturday and Sundays anyhow if you don't have brunch. And then also because of Hertford's location, we're literally like I don't want to say 5 minutes exactly, but within 10 minutes you can have like a Leon within your hand. Like you could be walking back to college with a Leon. You could be, even if down south where Warnock is, you can quickly pop to the Tesco, so the local Tesco Express, get a ready meal, come back. You have like microwaves provided, hobs and everything. So it's kind of like the food's really nice, really rate the food, but there also is other options, which is really nice. So don't feel like you're going to come to Hertford and be pressured to have food in hall like every single meal, because that's not, we don't like pressurize that. And another good thing is that I think Matilda would agree with this, that food department, well, not the catering, are really looking for student feedback, because they really want to push for students actually telling them what they want, rather than them having to guess, and then if there's not many people turning up, having to change it. So if you ever come and you have like any suggestions, the catering team is so up for it, for like suggesting loads of new stuff. But yeah, I think that's everything we would want to say. So I've got a question here saying, what is your international to local student ratio and state school or private school ratio? I know the state school to private school, we are 70% state and 30% private school, or 70% state. Look on the Hertford website for more statistics, but does anyone know about the international to local student ratio? No, okay, yeah, I think it's best for these kind of statistics. Hertford has it all on their website, hertford.ox.ac.uk, hertfordcollege.ox.ac.uk, and it's really easy and accessible to view, so recommend going on there rather than hearing what we have to say. But yeah, that's the question. Another one, can you make friends between colleges? Who would like to take this? Alex, do you want to take this one?
So it does vary between subjects, like how much contact you'll actually get with people from other colleges, like during your university teaching. But I know for medicine, there's a lot of opportunity to meet people in like labs and practicals and stuff like that, and kind of through things like MedSoc. But then for other subjects where there's perhaps a bit less contact time, there's plenty of opportunities through sports teams, other kind of socials, like university-wide things. So there is loads of opportunity to meet people.
Anyone have anything else to add?
I mean, I would just add, it does vary quite a lot with subject, but it's kind of, if your subject, like my subject, doesn't necessarily lend itself too easily for meeting lots of people outside, but it kind of does as you progress in your course and you kind of pick options. There's often opportunities to meet people more that way by kind of having tutorials with them, but a lot of it is kind of off how many university-wide societies you join. So it's really kind of down to you how many friends you make outside of college. It's not kind of there's no limit on it in any way, but it's often kind of what you choose to do with your time that might affect how many friends you have, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's kind of like, if you put loads of effort into making friends outside of college, you'll do that. But then if you put effort into making friends inside of college, there are so many activities within college that you can do that. So many opportunities to do inter-year, not mingling, but kind of, there's like loads of societies where it's all 3 years. And I know Hertford, we're such a friendly environment where the years don't matter. It's not like, oh, you're in the year below, I can't talk to you. We're all adults. It's kind of like everyone, and a lot of people are gap year students, so the ages get mixed up anyhow. So it is really nice to just kind of mix with everyone inside or outside of college. We've got one saying, where is the best place to study at Hertford? I'm thinking location. Does anyone want to take this? Mark, do you have a favourite place? Oh, Matilda, go for it.
Sorry, no, Mark, do you want to go ahead?
Sure, yeah. My favourite place, honestly, is just my room is usually where I do most of my studying. But I think the best kind of designated place is the college library, which is open 24/7. So even if you're having like an essay crisis in the middle of the night, there's still somewhere to go. Apart from that, there's theoretically you can do it in other places around college. Like I have seen people working in a common room during the day when it's quiet, but the library is probably the best place. But with Hertford being so close to the Bodleian Library and the Radcliffe Camera, literally a 30-second walk, I think it's quite nice to kind of vary it up. So sometimes I'll be in my room, sometimes in the Hertford Library, other times in the big university or departmental libraries, which are really close.
Yeah, just to add, you can also rent rooms out in college if you want to do kind of group work stuff. So I often do that if I have like problem sheets. It's really helpful to just work with someone. But what is so great about Hertford's location is I'm quite a library person. I don't really work in my room. I kind of need to be in a proper work environment, but it can kind of be a bit tiring to spend all day in the same place. But we're so near to so many other libraries that if you don't want to work in Hertford Library for the day, want to go somewhere a bit different, you can go to the Radcam, the Bodleian. The Social Sciences Library is also really nearby and anyone can go there. You don't have to do social sciences, and they've got like a cafe and stuff. So I think you really you find what works for you. There are so many different options, and so many people kind of like a different way of doing it. Like some people just stick in Hertford all day, some people go to the radcam. Like, yeah, it's really just kind of a preference thing of where you like to work most, I'd say.
Also, I'd like to add, Hertford are actually going to Hertford are going to be rebuilding their library at some point in the coming years. They haven't set a date for actual starting of. Basically, they're going to I don't think they're going to demolish the library, but they're going to kind of close it off and renovate it and dig down to create more space. It'll be a really nice library once it's done. But I think it'd be good to keep an eye on once they release when it's actually going to start the work, because if you're someone that wants a college library and wants to work in it for all 3 years, it might be something to look into, because if college is going to start building the library in your second year, you might want to, I don't know, that might affect how you choose whether you go to Hertford or not. But to be honest, with Hertford being so close to like the Bodleian Radcam, if you're okay not going to Hertford, it's quite stuffy in the library anyhow, if I'm honest. So if you don't mind going to the Radcam and Bodleian and everything, it'll be fine to find a library space. But it's something to keep in mind and like keep on top of when Hertford release, they're going to start rebuilding the library. Yeah, to be honest, the admissions just got back to us, and 80% of our undergraduates are UK, 10% are from the EU, and 10% are outside the EU. So yeah, those are the stats that we were trying to guess earlier. Yeah, so just a reminder that we're currently answering questions on Slido. So if you go to bit.ly/Hertford Slido and then scroll down to the bottom, you can ask us questions and we'll answer them live. And yeah, we should be able to get through them as quick as possible. So yeah, I'll just start another question. So I think this is more towards Matilda. Yeah, so on the screen, there's bit.ly/Hertford Slido. So this is for Matilda. For the economics interview, do you have any advice for the puzzle-based problems or any resources to prepare?
Yeah, so I can only really speak about what my interview was. So mine was structured with, like, the first half was a puzzle, and that was kind of aimed at the more micro side. And then the second half was like a graph to interpret, and that was kind of aimed more at the macro. So like the skills involved in terms of maths in it were fairly basic. Like it was nothing really difficult. My main advice is to read it really, really carefully. So we recorded a Meet the Tutors video the other day when we actually spoke about what the really important things were in the interview. And the economics tutor basically said that if someone kind of just puts the paper down immediately and you can tell they're not properly reading the question, it's not great. So my advice would be speak through everything you're doing really clearly and explain all your intuition for it, because one, they're going to stop you if you get something wrong, hopefully, so you're more likely to be kind of guided in the right directions. And two, if you are getting things right, you show that you know why you're getting them right. Or even if you're getting something wrong, at least they kind of think you might have had a good thought about it. So yeah, just approach it really like methodically, like step by step, go through it. Don't kind of sit there and necessarily think like, what can I draw that I might have learned at A level or other things. Just kind of really think about the problem at hand. It sounds really silly, but yeah, don't try and bring in other stuff. Think about the problem in front of you and how you're going to solve that. And maybe if there is something unclear, do ask questions. It kind of shows that maybe you're looking at where there's like unclearness in the question or like lack of clarity. So yeah, in terms of preparing for it, I'd say maybe if you can try and find something similar online, that may be helpful. I don't know how much there is online. It wasn't that similar to the TSA maths problems, but I definitely think maybe kind of having a good grasping of those could help just with your problem solving thinking. And then the second part with a graph, it was just kind of like thinking about like, well, what patterns could this be? Like not making any ridiculously bold inferences at the start, but kind of looking closely at what the axes say and stuff. So yeah, I'd say in your economics interview, just really think about the little details of stuff. And they are mainly looking for you to solve a problem and solve a puzzle. So yeah, don't get swept away with things you might already know, kind of focus on the problem at hand.
Perfect, thank you. We've got a question here saying, do I need to take any admissions tests for civil engineering entry?
So I'm not quite sure what's happening this year, but I know that in my year I did the PAT, which is the physics aptitude test. So this is the same test that the physics students take. It's just a bunch of kind of physicsy, mathsy, appliedy kind of questions. Yeah, I don't know if you have any advice on that.
I don't know, I'd just say if you do have to do the physics aptitude test, then do loads of practice questions, because that's something that I did and I just thought it was really useful. It was less of a shock. But yeah.
Perfect, thanks. We've got one question here saying, what happens when someone gets too stressed / can't get the work done soon enough? What kind of welfare support is available? So I can start this off. So we have a welfare team within Hertford, like welfare support. They're called Mia and Jill. Basically, they're kind of hired to be welfare support. You can call them, you can email them, ask for a chat. They'll happily talk to you. They're fully trained to be able to deal with the welfare issues of Hertford, of the students in Hertford. You can go up to them, really lovely people, go and have a chat, a coffee, just kind of get off your chest what's stressing you. Because I know during first term, when you're trying to make friends, it probably feels like you don't want to burden other people, because you're what if they judge me for being too complainy, or it's just very overwhelming. And and so they basically train to basically welfare you. And we also have peer supporters in college. So these are students that have taken a term to train to be peer supporters. So you can reach out to them, and they kind of know how to have a chat with you. And if they kind of have a chat with you, and then they can advise you where to go further if you're kind of not sure about the welfare systems within Hertford, and even in the wider university, because the university has a counselling service. To be honest, we just got told by the admissions team that that would be good to check out welfare and academic support videos on Academic Life and College Life tabs too. So Hertford have, for this virtual open day, we recorded a few videos, so go and have a look at that during Academic Life and College Life. They'll say a bit about welfare. But yeah, so the peer support trainers, so I'm peer support trained. It was kind of I've learned how to just have a chat with people and find out what the problem is, and find out where the best place for them to go is to, or advise them who to go for, who to go next to. But yeah, the welfare, how is everyone else? Anyone else want to say anything?
I'd say that also you shouldn't be scared to be honest with your tutors if it's a difficult week. They've been here for however many years. Sounds awful, but you might not be the first time they've seen it, and they do care about your welfare. And they also do actually care about, if you're handing in something that you've stayed up till 4 a.m. to write because you've been so stressed, and if it's going to make the rest of your term go downhill because you're just wearing yourself out, they do really care about that. And if you explain to them, this is the situation I'm in right now, I'm really sorry, but could you be a bit lenient? They more than often are. And if you don't feel comfortable doing that, you can also get welfare to kind of communicate with them. So it's not, practically everyone has some week where something goes wrong, even if you're just ill from being ill. If it's not a welfare concern, if you've just got a bit of a flu that week, they're used to people having things go a bit wrong, and the work might not be able to be done. But the best thing to happen is that you kind of look after yourself and don't make sure it spirals into anything worse. So I'd say that tutors, from when I've had weeks where it's just not been going well for me, they've generally been very understanding of it. And they don't want you to miss out on your education, obviously, and they don't want you to fall behind, but they are kind of happy to be lenient and make sure that you're they help you, is what I would say.
I would definitely agree with that. I have only kind of, I guess I was in first year, I was so worried about telling my tutors when I was having an anxious week, or a week when I was upset. But I think it makes your life so much better when you do, and when they're kind of so lovely about it. I've had I've kind of reached out to my tutors and been look, I don't think I can make the tutorial this week, I'm not in a good place, and I don't know, I've only had positive responses. I think, and alongside that, I think the welfare team at Hertford are just so brilliant. Like I was literally on a call to Mia, the chaplain, who's also part of the welfare team at Hertford, literally like 2 or 3 days ago, and I'm calling her tomorrow. Like they're so happy to kind of be there, and there's just such caring people. I think that's what's special about Hertford is, you know, the people at Hertford are just beyond caring and there for you. Yeah.
Would anyone else like to say anything? No? Okay. You know, I'd completely agree. The thing I like about Oxford is with your tutors, well, for geography especially, with your tutors, the relationship you have is where you kind of just email them your essays, and it's kind of like an emailing, casual, call them by your first names, like, oh, hi, Jan, I'm not doing very well, like, this week's a bit stressful. Or even if you send the essay, be like, okay, I struggled this week a bit, and they'll happily, like, give you a bit more. I'd find the weeks that I've struggled a bit more, I've got even more feedback on my essays, and like even more feedback, even support, being like, okay, this was where it was great, you could have built on this. But they're so understanding, and yeah, just kind of echo what everyone else has just said. Yeah, and also student support. We kind of so the way our JCR, our like student body is that we have this thing called the JCR, which is called like the student body, and within that we have this student body that kind of represents the student body. So like a committee that kind of has conversations with college and keeps conversation like going. And 2 of those people are welfare, so female welfare and male welfare. And that's where you can kind of like go to them as well as like the peer supporters, say you're stressed. And even in the weeks there is quite a lot of stress, we have this thing called 5th week blues, where 5th week is kind of a stressful week for everyone. It's just term gets a little bit on top of you, and all the tutors know about it. And we have things like welfare tea, where you can kind of go to the JCR, have a chat with everyone. The welfare team put it on, and other activities. I know there's like art, people do like the art rep does some like fun arts and crafts things in the day, a bit of yoga. So there is also student support. I feel like with Oxford, because everyone knows it's stressful, we all kind of support each other, and like some days your friend needs more support, some days you need support, but it is a really nice environment to kind of be supported when it's just very stressful. So we've got some more. Do you have work to do in the vacations? Kira, do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, mostly it's just revising we have college collections, which are like mock exams within college at the start of every term. Most of the work is just like consolidating work that you did over the term, because term can be quite intense because our term's only 8 weeks. So you kind of need the vacation time to just be revising what you've already learnt. Occasionally I'll have like one essay to do, maybe a problem sheet to finish up, but most of it is just revision.
Nice. Alex, how about you?
Yeah, I'd say the same, that it is mostly revisions to do over the holidays. But yeah, occasionally we get the odd essay set. But yeah, it's just a great chance to like go back over maybe lectures that you didn't get a chance to look at very thoroughly during term time, and you just catch up on anything that you missed out during the term, because like term can get quite hectic. So that's why having such long holidays is really good.
And yeah, just to add to that, if you're doing a subject which requires you to do quite a lot of reading, often you'll like read novels, for example, in English, or in my case in Spanish, over the holidays. Because if you're trying to do that in term, that can be quite a lot. If you're trying to read a novel that you've also got to write an essay on in a week, that's probably a bit too much. So people tend to study the text that they need for next term in the holiday before. So yeah, but I think there are a few subjects where you do have to do a lot of reading, but for the rest of them, I think it is mainly just about going over what you've done last term, as Alex and Kira have said.
Yeah, I think geography is a little bit different. So for first year, it's the same, where we kind of go over what we've done and a bit of revision. But from second year, it's kind of like first year is where you have your first year. It's kind of like you'll do your year, you get your first results, and it doesn't count towards your degree. But the actual degree starts from second year in geography. And so over the summer, we have our dissertation to write, and we've also over the Easter vacation before that, we should have written a extended essay. And so then, because when we get back to term, it's quite busy and hectic, where we won't have time to write our dissertation, so we have to use our summer to write it during that. And then after first term of third year, we then have the Christmas holidays to write another extended essay, and then the Easter to revise the actual exams and write another extended essay. So yeah, it depends on the course, but the way geography is, it's kind of like the vacations, when you actually start second year, you need to use them for what work needs to be done, which cannot be done during term time because it's quite, as people have said, it's very busy. So yeah, it is very dependent on your degree that you choose. So yeah, we've got another one saying, what is the worst preconception about Oxford for you? Anyone want to answer? Matilda, yeah?
That we don't have fun, I think. Yeah, that's the one that annoys me the most. I think we do, like, I have a lot of fun. I think sometimes it is different from friends at other unis. Like, my fun isn't like lounging around watching Netflix all day till 1 p.m. But like, I think you learn to do that. And I think it sounds really lame, but a lot of the things, like a lot of the ways we have fun sometimes aren't opportunities at other universities. So I don't know, I find it really frustrating that people think that we kind of don't do anything that's enjoyable. Like, I say literally every day I've got some time scheduled in for something really fun with my friends. Yeah, that's the one I find the most annoying, or that like we're all just too bogged down with work to have fun. I just don't think it's true. I think it works. I almost think you also have more fun when you've kind of earned it. It sounds really silly, but like I always look forward to like doing something so much more when I've like just like I've had to finish an essay, so I've got the time to do it. Like, you know, the night out you go on once you've like spent all day in the library working to get your essay done is always the best one. So I think, yeah, it's the idea that we don't have fun. That's my most annoying preconception.
I would say I'd say that was a really good point. And also on an academic side, when I first came, I literally thought, oh my God, everyone's competing against each other, when they're really not. It's not like a competition. Like, you don't go to lectures and look around just like, who am I going to beat? Like, it's just not like that. We're all there to like learn. We're all there to like better ourselves in like the subject that we're choosing. So I just think it's an academic and a social environment. It's an environment where you can really make the most of both and just enjoy your time, because, you know, we're all still young. Like, we all still want to have a good time. So yeah.
I think, I just add that also I think I was really worried that Oxford wouldn't be particularly progressive. And from my experience, I think it really can be. Obviously, there are areas which aren't, but I think generally the second biggest society in the university is the LGBT plus society. And I think one of the kind of strengths about Hertford is how inclusive it is. So yeah, I think if you're worried about that, I think I could probably put your mind at rest that yeah, I think it's pretty progressive, especially at Hertford. So
yeah, I'd echo the exact same. I know it's kind of cheesy, but as Matilda said, Oxford is a work hard, play hard place. So you kind of put the effort in, but then it also means you enjoy the nights out even more. And I feel like in Oxford, you kind of like during the 8-week terms, you're kind of like turn into superhumans where you just do so much. And then when you kind of like finish the 8 weeks, you take a breather, you kind of like get knocked out for like 3 days. And you're like, wow, I really did that kind of stuff. You look back at your like Google Calendar and it's just chock-a-blocked with stuff. And you're like, wow, I've like done this work plus being at like, to be honest, I don't understand how people can like be blue sports whilst also doing like something like medicine and then having other societies on the side. But the time just get like, you just find the time elsewhere, and like it is possible to do that, but then it's also possible just to kind of like focus on your work, have like really chill evenings with your mates, and also be really fun. It's just kind of like, yeah, definitely like work hard, play hard. And as Matilda said, there's loads of opportunities, because like Oxford, I know it's quite traditional, which is sometimes off-putting because people think that like, oh, what's a collection, like what's Michaelmas, that kind of things. But Oxford offers, because the college is so old, we have these things called college balls, where every summer different colleges put on a ball, and like even having the opportunity to go to one of them is amazing. Like some people only go to like one in their like university experience, and it's honestly, it's so cool just being able to like be in these Oxford, like surrounded in these like Oxford colleges, going to a ball with your friend, and it's something that you can't really experience elsewhere. So yeah, preconceptions, like Oxford students can have fun. But yeah, so we're going to pass over to the next group now, led by Karina. We'll be back at 4:30, so in 2 hours for half an hour. But yeah, thank you for tuning in to everyone that asks any questions. And if you'd like to continue asking questions, that's on Slido. appear on the screen, the link to follow, and then scroll down to the bottom. So yeah, and there's also the Meet the Tutors thing. But yeah, this is from us. But yeah, we'll see you later. Bye. Thank you.
I'm still muted. No, I'm not. Thanks, Rebecca. So we are the next group of students here to answer all your questions about Oxford, about Hertford, or about subjects in general. You can submit questions to us through the Hertford Slido. So if you go to this link here, bit.ly/Hertford Slido, and if you go on the Meet the Students tab and then scroll down, you can submit questions there. And we're happy to answer like literally any questions. So there's no such thing as a stupid question. Please do ask. But first we will introduce ourselves. So I'm Karina. I've just finished second year and I'm studying geography. Tash, do you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Tash. I've just finished my second year studying law. Ian?
Hi, I'm Ian. I have just finished my second year chemistry course. Husna? Is she here?
Maybe not.
Okay, Saida.
Hi, I'm Saida. I just finished my second year as well, and I do English. Imogen?
Hi, I'm Imogen, and I've just finished my third year studying Japanese. Is George here?
No, it's just us.
Okay.
No worries. Cool. So we've got some questions about accommodation. Are there lots of self-catering facilities? Tash, you said you do lots of self-catering. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, it's manageable to cook for yourself. So I'm not the biggest fan of food in whole. I'm a little bit picky with when I eat and what I eat. So even in first year where there were slightly less kitchens, the kitchens weren't amazing, but they've now been redone, so you will have better kitchen facilities. But even then, you manage, you can if you want to. Yeah, every kitchen has a fridge, a freezer, a hob, an oven, microwave, toaster, kettle, everything you could really need. It might be worth though in your first year or so going to hall at least occasionally, just as more of a social thing. Which is something I think I missed out on to start with, but definitely appreciate it afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, there are some kitchens on the main college site, which is where all first years live. They've recently refurbished a couple of the staircases, so there are more kitchens than there used to be. And if you want to find out more about the accommodation, particularly the new accommodation, you can watch the video that the college has made about accommodation, which is under College Life Hertford on the tab at the Hertford Oxford website. But yeah, and then all the second and third year accommodation, or fourth year if you're doing 4-year course, also has lots of kitchens as well.
Yeah, kitchens in second and third year are a little bit nicer, they're a little bit bigger. Some of them have like dining tables in, and they tend to be shared between less people. So it's a bit easier.
We've had someone also asking, is it possible to take music lessons in Oxford? I don't know if you can take music lessons, if you're not doing a music degree, but I imagine you'd be able to take music lessons from someone in Oxford the same way you'd take music lessons from someone at home. You might have to, get in touch with college or ask around, or just see what the options are. In fact, someone asking what's the best. Sorry, yeah. No,
we do have the orchestra and jazz band and things like that are non-auditioning, and they do accept people at all levels. So as much as that's not a lesson or teaching, there are like non-auditioning places that you can be part of, and the Hertford College choir is non-auditioning. Anyone know?
Yeah.
And they're really good as well.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of different music opportunities. Yeah, we've had someone ask what's the best supercurricular activity for French and philosophy. So none of us do either of those subjects. But I was thinking maybe we could just, so yeah, if you want to come back later, there'll be students doing those subjects you can ask for the Q&A. But I was thinking maybe we could all just talk a bit anyway about what supercurricular activities we did, because I think it's just good. Like often the same sort of things can be applicable across different subjects. It might be helpful. Imogen, do you want to talk about what you did?
Yeah, so one thing I did was take part in like a sort of online course. There's a website called Future Learn, and I think it's free. It was definitely free when I did it. I think some courses you have to pay for, but they have a wide range of sort of online courses that are just, you can go at your own pace kind of thing, and it's just written material type thing. And I did one of those on some sort of classical Japanese texts, and then from that I sort of used that as a starting point to then look at some other things and read a couple of books on that kind of thing, and also found some lectures online, like recorded online. So I think those kind of things that you can access really easily from anywhere and just show your interest in the subject are quite useful. Super curricular item, particularly as a subject like mine where you can really do it at school, so I couldn't really take part in like a club or something at school like that to do with my subject.
Obviously there's like sports and stuff in college that you can do, so like I'm technically part of the netball team, although it's really like casual, so I sort of decide when I train and if I want to play in matches or not. And then the social scene with like the sports I think is really good, so it's like a good way to just meet other people and get to know other people across college and just make friends.
Specifically for law, maybe before you apply, kind of extracurricular things you can do, stuff like debating and mock trial, things like that always look really good. Or even specifically for law, if you can't take part in debates and mock trials, you just don't have the time or access to it. All of the magistrates court in the UK, obviously it's a little bit different at the moment with everything that's going on, but generally they're open to the public, and as long as it's not a sensitive case, you can just go and sit in a court and watch a case. And even if it's super mundane, as they invariably are, it's something good to talk about and experience, which is really good for law applicants.
I would just like to add that don't worry too much about having loads and loads of supercurriculars. Like you can have very little, but just it's important to talk about why, like what you took from them and how they impacted your view of the subject. Even if you don't have that many on your personal statement or whatever, it's just really important to talk about the impact rather than listing all the things that you've done.
Yeah, I think definitely. I think if you're saying, I read this book or whatever, they'd much prefer you. They don't really want you to be like, I read this book. They want you to say, I read this book and it made me think about this, or that I hadn't thought about before, or I found this particular thing they mentioned really interesting, so I went and read this other book, or I watched this YouTube documentary about it or something. And also they really understand that different people have different access to resources, and some people aren't able to go and, watch talks of the Royal Geographical Society or something for geography. So they're not expecting you to have sort of done all those things. They just sort of want you to show that you're interested however you can. I think if you go to the Hertford website, if you go www.hertford.ox.ac.uk/challenge, there's lots of ideas about ways that you can sort of supercurricular things that you can do to show your enthusiasm for your subject. Ian, do you have anything to add?
I mean, for chemistry, there's not really a huge amount of stuff that they really ask for. The main thing is really how you do in your interview. I guess you can try and be as passionate about the subject in your personal statement. So I don't know, I did a few science fair stands. I run those for my school. So yeah, it was kind of like communication and science. You can also do some like practical things around the house if you enjoy that sort of stuff. Like, I don't know, make some ethanol, or I don't know, some biofuel or something in your house. That's always quite fun. But There's not really a huge amount. Yeah, you can do some reading, but they will probably pick you up on that in the interview. If you do say you've read about something, then they might actually ask you about that concept. I think in my personal statement, I started talking about IR spectroscopy, and the first question that I was asked was, how does it work? Which I thankfully knew. But yeah, just be careful what you put on there. Make sure that you know it, because it is really for chemistry about the interview at the end of the day.
Yeah, off the back of that, that might be some good just general personal statement advice for anyone that's kind of in the middle or looking to start writing theirs at the moment is specifically for law, and in my experience, the tutors aren't super bothered about all of your supercurricular activities at Oxford. So not to say that they're not, they are interested, they do care, they are, like, it is interesting, but your personal statement, they more care about your passion for the subject and getting that across. So I remember trying to write mine as more of like an essay about the why I like law and the bits of law I like, and kind of trying to weave in slightly more naturally the extracurricular things I'd done that kind of demonstrated that, like the books I'd read and why they kind of made my passion, like gave me a passion for the law, rather than I want to do law, I've read this book, and I've done this debating competition. Kind of saying, well, actually, there's this part of the law that I'm really interested in. This is all the research I've done on it and why it's really interesting. So kind of thinking less about trying to sell yourself and more about trying to sell why you like the subject, maybe.
Yeah, and you can talk about sort of extracurricular things that you've done, like music, or you were captain of your school's football team or something, but it's even better if you can link that back to, like Tash was saying, link it back as well to why, if it relates to your subject somehow. You were captain of the team, and that means that you're good at leadership skills, and that's useful for something, whatever it relates to your subject.
I scuba dive, and I managed to link that to law in mine by saying something like, I've been scuba diving since I was very little, and it's something that I really love. And this demonstrates my curiosity, and this would be really good for law because, and it's a little bit tenuous, but you see the link.
Yeah, it's good to do that kind of stuff. Oxford doesn't care that much about extracurricular things that are related to your subject, but you still have to include them in your personal statement because other universities that you're applying to will care. So you should still include them, just don't spend the whole time talking about them. We've had a couple of questions about E&M, economics and management. So none of us do E&M, but if you come back at 4 o'clock, there'll be an E&M student who on the Q&A who you can ask questions to, or you can watch the Meet the Tutors E&M video, which is on the Meet the Tutors tab on the Hertford College page, or you can look on our YouTube channel and find that there. Or you can ask in the Tutors Q&A, which is going on until 3 o'clock, also on the Meet the Tutors page. Okay, next question. Can people from different colleges enter or visit other colleges? Yes. Does anyone want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I have.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, because my course is quite department based. I have a lot of friends at other colleges, and it's pretty easy to go to those and see those people. Sometimes you might need to sign in if you're going to stay a bit longer. So you might need someone at the college that you're actually visiting. Sometimes you might also have tutorials or lectures or teaching at another college. So in that case, sometimes you need access to specific rooms that you can't just walk into. So then you can talk to the porters at the lodge of that college, and they'll give you a key card or something like that, so you can access that teaching. If it's just like a visit because you want to look around, a lot of colleges will let you look around if you have like Oxford student ID card. Some of them won't, and you might still have to kind of pay entrance fee if they do that, like Christchurch and things like that. You can't just go in. But in terms of seeing other people at other colleges, it's very easy to do, I think.
I think Christchurch will let you in with your student ID card. during their visiting hours, I think, but not outside of them. Or if you are friends with someone from Christchurch, as long as one of you has like some sort of Christchurch ID, then you're fine.
It's cool as well because you can go to like formal dinner at other colleges if you know people at those colleges. So I've got friends through the geography course that are at different colleges, and then we'll go, you know, they'll invite us to formal dinner. So they book you onto their college's formal dinner as a guest, and then you can go, and all the colleges do formal dinner a bit differently. So it's pretty cool to see the sort of different ways that colleges do it, and then you can go around the college, and that's really fun. Okay. In all honesty, what do you like least about Hertford? I feel like we Saida, have you got an answer?
Okay, so we don't have a lot of green space, and especially when you look around other colleges, some colleges have like a lake or something like that, or I think Magdalen has a deer park. But one advantage of having like our lawn at Hertford is that we can sit on it during summer term, which you can't do at many other colleges. So I really like that. So it kind of balances itself out, but I do wish we had more green space at Hertford.
However, because the college is small, it does mean it's not open to tourists, unlike a lot of the bigger colleges. So that is also very nice.
I think sometimes it can be, I mean, I really love the size of Hertford and just everything about it, but sometimes it can feel like as a college, we are lesser known within the Oxford community. As far as small colleges go, we are probably the most known, but then we don't kind of meet that kind of like big college ranking. And like we sometimes, I don't know, I've personally sometimes felt a little bit jealous sometimes of students from other colleges because their colleges may seem to spoil their students in certain ways in terms of just throwing money at them for various things that, you know, you think, oh, do they really deserve that much money for this or whatever? And Hertford, a little bit, it just doesn't really have as much funding to be able to do that. But then there is the compromise that Hertford, because it's small, has such an amazing community, which I very much don't feel when I visit these other colleges. It feels very kind of cliquey sometimes at these places and not the most welcoming. Yeah.
I think completely unrelated to the size of Hertford, one of my favourite things about Hertford is that we have a college cat, and Simpkins, and he's amazing. But one of my least favourite things about Hertford is that Simpkins does not like me or most people or anything. He's a rescue cat who's a little bit grumpy. So I love him to bits, but I just wish that I could pet him more often and not be afraid.
Husna, do you have any best or worst things about Hertford?
Oh, I'm trying to rack my brain, trying to think of like the worst things, but I can't think of anything. I guess because it's so small, like everyone knows everyone, which is like a good thing because you know everyone, but it's a bad thing in terms of like gossip can like go around really easily. But it's like in good nature. It's all like games, but like, yeah, I don't know. Food in Hort will be nicer, I think. They really like their beetroot for some reason. But like, you know, you can make your own food as well, so it's fine.
Hull famously really likes beetroot and really likes aubergine.
They do like that aubergine.
Yeah.
I don't get it. But you know, apart from that, I think it's a great college. So, and I'm quite happy to be here.
Cool.
Especially if you're a big aubergine fan, Hertford is the place to be.
As someone who doesn't like aubergine, I'm still glad I went to Hertford. So either way. Cool. Please keep submitting questions. You can go to bit.ly/Hertford Slido to submit your questions there, or you can get to that through going on the Oxford University Open Days website and then on the Hertford Meet the Students page, and we'll answer any of your questions. Okay, next question. What's the gym like? I have never been to the gym, so I can't really comment. I'm sorry to keep calling on you, Tash, but we have this question. If anyone else wants to take it.
How have you never been to the gym?
I don't go to the gym. I'm not a gym person. I occasionally go for runs. That's about it. And I go
So
to kayak.
the on-site gym it's good and bad in various ways. It's really good that it's free and that it's 24 hours and on-site. So especially in first year, it's like literally underneath where you live. It's in the basement. But the fact that it's in the basement comes with its own issues because you don't get reception down there. It's a little bit dark and maybe dingy, not the word, but it's a basement at the end of the day. And it has got a low ceiling. So I think me and Ian were chatting about this the other day that he's hit his head doing pull-ups a few times.
Just too enthusiastic.
But the gym is really good kind of because it's free and it's there. It has weights. It has cardio machines. So it's got bike and treadmill and rower and pull-up bars, cables, and space if you want to go down there and do like yoga or kind of HIIT circuits and stuff. It also has women's hours. So there's a couple of hours a week where only girls can train down there. So it'd be really good for you if you're new to the gym, a little bit anxious about people seeing you. You also will get a gym induction. So that like you'll be shown how to use everything, how to get in and out, how everything works. So you won't be kind of like stranded on your own in like the basement without knowing how to use anything. So yeah, it's ideal as a free, quick gym, but it's small. It's not really, if you like to train as like a social thing, it's not really possible down there. And you are limited in terms of weights. So if you're powerlifting, I've struggled down there because there's only, I think, 150 kilograms worth of free weights, which if you're a powerlifter isn't really enough. So again, it's a decent on-site all-purpose gym, but there are other like options available as well. So there's like the commercial gyms around Oxford, and then the uni has its own facility as well.
It is really convenient for, well, at least in first year, because of how close it is. Like if you, I don't know, I tried this a couple of times, but it wasn't sustainable for me to get up a bit earlier, go on a run in the morning before your lectures start or whatever. Like, I mean, yeah, it didn't last long, but it is literally, you can get there within like a minute from your accommodation. It is that close, as opposed to you having to walk, I don't know, 15 minutes to Pure Gym or run 20 minutes to the one up at Iffley, the university gym. So yeah, it's pretty good, and not all colleges have that. So it does the job. So yeah.
I feel like I've heard so much about the gym now that I'm gonna have to go and actually see it for myself. I just don't know where it is. That's part of the problem.
It's the basement of NB1. So it's literally right in the middle of the, not NB1, sorry, NB3. Right in the middle of where the first year student accommodation is and down the steps. Really good.
Cool. So we have someone asking, is Hertford really a small college? It's the 10th biggest by undergraduates. So to clarify, what we mean when we say that Hertford is small is that it's got lots of students, but in quite a small space. So the actual sort of, the buildings and the space that the college takes up is quite small in comparison to other colleges. Places like Christchurch and Brasenose and Magdalen and places like that just have like grounds and massive quads and stuff like that, whereas Hertford doesn't in the same way. So yeah, sorry, Dash.
Not to sell another college, but doesn't Magdalen have so much space that they just have like deer just like roaming around the college?
Yeah, that was a deer park, isn't it, I think? But why would you have deer when you could have Simkin?
It is small in the sense that only first years now can live in the college grounds. It used to be that third years would come back, I think, or some could, but because of like recent increase in first years being taken on, we can only have first years in the college grounds. But then the student accommodation for second years onwards is only like 15 minutes south of the actual college, which is a lot closer than a lot of other colleges will have their higher year accommodation. So yeah, it's pretty good.
But the nice thing about Hertford being small, it means you bump into people you know all the time, which is nice. Okay, next question. What orchestras do you have? Does anyone want to talk about like Hertford music or the Oxford music in general, orchestras that Oxford has?
I can take this one because I have a lot of friends who are involved in music, so that's pretty much all I hear about. Hertford has a non-auditioning orchestra, which is really great. It means you can get involved regardless of the level you play at. And they put on concerts every term, and they're really, really good. There are also a few Oxford University orchestras. I think those you have to audition for, but there's definitely a lot you can get involved in. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of choice. In terms of like music at Hertford is really good. It's a really great college to be at if you like your music and you play instruments. There's an all-auditioning choir, a jazz band. There are a few like jazz groups around Oxford as well that you can get involved in. So it's a really big music scene, and there's something for everyone.
Yeah, and there's I think some of the Oxford University music groups are non-auditioning as well. So there's like there's a non-auditioning wind band. I think some of the orchestras are non-auditioning as well. So there are, just lots of different things you can get involved in.
If you're like me and you prefer to listen to music rather than play, there's a lot of performances and stuff put on by both like the college and the university, which is like really good to go to with just a group of friends and just to enjoy. So like just like jazz nights, etc., which sort of just add to the whole Oxford experience.
There's also a really nice social side to the music stuff as well. So they host jazz and drinks, which is kind of for everyone. And you can get like dressed up and go and listen to the jazz band play. They also have formals for members of the society as well. So like I think it's termly they have a music formal. So it's kind of like for people in the music society to kind of celebrate that. So as well as being like a music society, it's also a really nice kind of social group to get involved in, if that's your thing.
Yeah, and a lot of the performances are either free or they're really cheap because you can get student tickets, they're really cheap. So that's cool. You go support your friends and stuff. Okay, next question. Apart from brunch, is there only self-catering on weekends? I mean, brunch is great, but unfortunately, that is the only catered provision of the weekends.
You can go to a formal dinner on a Sunday though, if you wanted to. Tickets for that go very quickly, so you do have to sign up early. But as Karina was talking about earlier, you can bring in friends from other colleges or like your family members as guests, I think. So those are like a nice 3-course meal that you can do on a weekend, but we do have kitchens. So I like to just get together with friends in my first year and just cook on the weekend. It's just a really nice way to come together. So.
Saeed is a little ambitious. Most of us just got takeaway.
In your first year, if you're in college accommodation, Hassan's is really close. So that's always like a good shout on a weekend night.
Hassan's is the kebab van.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for
Hassan's is the kebab van.
Yeah.
It's quite funny because if you're getting takeaway, you have to sort of direct them in the instructions to like the Red Gate on Holywell Street or whatever, because you're living in college. Okay, we're out of questions. Please keep submitting questions. We have no more questions to answer, so we will answer yours straight away if you submit it now. You can go to Bitch Hertford Slido and we will answer your questions if you submit them there. Or you can get to that page through going on the Oxford University Open Days website and then on the Hertford College Meet the Students page. But for now, should we all talk about why we chose Hertford again? Because I feel like people never know how to choose colleges, and I mean, I didn't either. So, okay, no, we have another question. What do you do at weekends? There we go. Who wants to go first?
At the risk of sounding boring, you can't get away with not doing work on the weekends if you're like bad at managing your own time. But also, like, people don't generally tend to go out on the weekends. I feel like most Oxford students use weekends as like sort of downtime. So like weekend nights are just very chill. Like you might go like down the bar, or you might just go to like a pub or whatever. So it's not like other universities where like weekday nights are like club nights, because normally those are reserved for the weekdays. But
yeah, so the weekends tend to be when a lot of college sport is played. So we have cuppers, which is like an inter-college tournament for the different sports. So we tend to have cuppers matches, and it's unlikely that you can get away with a whole weekend without doing any work. So I tend to just use weekends as like a chill time, kind of a more relaxed, like lie in, go to the library kind of thing. And then every now and again, if I've kind of got free time, I might go home and see my family for a day or two, or my family might come and visit me. So that tends to be nice as well.
Anyone else want to talk about their weekends?
Yeah, I normally spend my morning parts of the weekend, both days, doing work. I mean, if I've gone out on Friday, then I'll probably get up a bit later on the Saturday, but I wake up at horrendously early hours anyway. So I'm normally in the library pretty early on a Saturday morning. And then I'll work until late afternoon, and then I'll probably go back, or if I've got friends who are having, because some colleges have their college bops on the weekend. Hertford tends to have theirs midweek. But college bops are like parties that a college organizes, and you can invite people from other colleges as well. But yeah, I might have that on a Saturday night or something, or I might see some friends, might just cook with some friends and just have a very chilled evening. But yeah, they are generally a lot more relaxed than the weekdays, which is kind of the reverse of what you'd expect them to be for student life. But yeah.
Yeah, I think last term, our kind of friendship group got into the habit of going to the pub on a Saturday evening, and then everyone would just come home and go to bed or sit and chat, because we live right next to, I think it's Head of the River pub in South Oxford. And we just go for a couple of drinks and go to bed, rather than like go for a big night out, which I guess is what most uni students tend to do on a Saturday.
No, would we? Yeah. I mean, I feel like you can get away, it probably depends on the course, but I've definitely don't work very much at the weekends. I've worked more at the weekends this term, but that's partly because I've been at home, there's been nothing to do, but I've also had more work this term. But I usually go kayaking all day on Sunday with the university's kayaking club, and I used to go kickboxing on Saturdays, or I'll do like something else. And I've also, like Tash said, sometimes I'll just like go home for the weekend or go and do something else for the weekend. So you don't have to be working the whole time, and you can take weekends off if you manage your time well in the week. Like if I know that I'm going to be really busy at the weekend, I'll just work harder during the week.
Karina famously managing to juggle scout camps and uni work and kayaking and kickboxing all at the same time.
It's great, but it shows that you can do lots of extracurricular stuff as well as your studies and still do all right academically. Does anyone have anything else they want to add for that? No. Then we will go to the next question, which is, how does Hertford select University Challenge teams? Has anyone ever tried out for University Challenge?
I think how it happens is they have a little quiz sort of session at the start of Michaelmas, which is the first term of the year. And it's kind of like trials. I think that's basically it. If you're interested, you can find out at the start of Freshers Week, and then they will organize the rest for you. And I think it's just you follow the process. I mean, I haven't done it myself, but I know people who have at least tried out for it. Yeah.
What was really sweet is that when Hertford got quite far this time around, that a lot of the JCR, the student undergraduates, came together to sit in our common room and watch it together and cheer on, which was really nice.
Oh, apparently if you search on YouTube, you can find the full episode of Hertford on University Challenge. You can see real life Hertford students on the University Challenge. But yeah, I think you just you fill out a quiz, and then the people who do the best on the quiz make it into the team or something. Yeah. Okay. Is it easy to get to know people? Imogen, you haven't spoken for a while. Or Husna, there you go for it.
I would say yes. definitely. Especially like in Freshers Week, obviously you meet a lot of people, and then because it's such a small college, like you will like people just introduce you to other people, and then they introduce you to other people, and it's sort of like an ongoing cycle where you're constantly getting to know like people around college, and you get to know people better as well. So I'd say within college it's easier, and then if you like, through your course or through societies, etc., you can meet people outside of college too. So most people do tend to like find like a solid friendship group by the end of first year. So.
Yeah, I'm horrendous. I am like the world's biggest hermit. I just very get what. I'm not super social, and I was really worried about coming to uni because I have quite a big family, and I kind of tend to spend most of my time at home with them rather than having like an outside group of friends. But I came to uni, and then because of the way that Hertford's first year halls are set up, you tend to be in like corridors with people around you all the time. You're not kind of like on your own. So you get to know your corridor really well, you get to know your subject really well. And then any of the extracurricular activities you do, you pick up new friendship groups everywhere. And even just in hall. So I've been sat on my own in hall every now and again and had just like groups of people come and sit next to me and you get chatting. Everyone, especially in Hertford, is super friendly and super kind of open, I guess, not cagey. It's not cliquey or like high schooly. So it's a really nice, like refreshing place, I think. If you come from a high school or college that's really cliquey or really like judgy, I think Hertford's not like that at all.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
No, you go.
I was just saying, hopefully this answers is it easy to get to know people that don't study your course question as well, whoever asked that. But yeah, so you go. Right.
Yeah, I was just going to say that you get to meet people from other year groups as well. It's not like school where you don't really interact with the year below or the year above. Yeah, there isn't like an age difference divide in a way that it happens in school. Like Ian and I were on the Freshers Committee this year, so we got to know quite a few of the freshers through that. And I know a few people in like in the year above me who've just graduated, so that's really great. And I think because Hertford is such an open and welcoming space, you can just strike up a conversation with anyone, and yeah, everyone's just really friendly.
Yeah, and it's definitely a good way to meet people who don't do your course is either through the accommodation, because you'll be living with people from lots of different courses, or through the university-wide societies where literally like anyone can go. And a lot of the societies are also open to members of the public, like a lot of the sports societies, and also Oxford Brookes University. So I've actually got some good friends from Oxford Brookes that I've met through different societies, so that's really nice as well. Can you decorate your own room? Yes, but not with fairy lights. Is the answer to that, probably.
Not with fairy lights, not with candles, not with blue tack. So there are hooks and there are like shelves and things, and you can bring your own like bedding and all that kind of stuff. So there are like, well, I think my room is always kind of decorated. I'm super hoardery with like random bits of like cards and stuff. You'll have a pin board as well. So even if you have things that you like want to tack onto the wall but can't, you will have a massive pin board to put that on.
Sort of going off on that, like a lot of people, myself included, will like hang photos up or like pin photos up around their room, and that can give it like a really nice like personal feel, especially if that's like what you did back home as well.
Yeah, in my first year, I managed to get a piece of string across 2 hooks that were hung above my bed and had like loads of photos from home pegged on it. And then one by one, they fell down. And very quickly, we gave up on that idea.
I know that if you want to put up an extra hook somewhere, I think the porters are willing to do so. I mean, that is if it's not going to like, I don't know, burst a water pipe or something by nailing into the wall. I think that's why you have to get them to do it, because they need to make sure it's okay. But they are willing to give you more hooks if there is something you want to hang up in your room in a certain spot.
Yeah, the porters and the maintenance team are really good. I've had some nightmares in my room that they've had to come and fix, like the time that one of my friends accidentally pulled the door off my sink. So you have a sink and taps and mirror and stuff in your room. And towards the end of my second term in first year, one of my friends opened it and accidentally pulled the whole door off. So they came and fixed that straight away. We've had water stop working, and within kind of 12 hours, they've been and fixed it. So, you know, the maintenance team are really good if anything ever goes wrong in your room.
Cool. So the next question we've got is, if you chose Hertford instead of an open application, was there a specific reason? So, Imogen, do you want to talk about why you chose Hertford? Or if you did choose Hertford?
Yeah, I chose Hertford. I picked it mostly on the basis of my course. It has a strong Japanese kind of, it has a lot of students doing Japanese here, and therefore it's kind of well set up for someone doing Japanese. But I picked also over some of the other colleges that have a similar kind of setup for Japanese, mostly because it seemed more relaxed, I think, than some of the other colleges. I was looking at Pembroke as well, and it seems like a really nice college, but they have compulsory formals, I think 3 times a week or something in first year. And that's kind of didn't really appeal to me, having to have like a 3-course meal that often. Kind of Hertford seemed more relaxed in that sense, and it seemed like a really nice building when I kind of had a look around, and it also has a college cat, so that definitely was an appealing factor.
I think it's like the student union website like compares different colleges for you. So like if you want like an ensuite or if you want like catered accommodation, then like it tells you which colleges have what, so you can sort of like find like a bespoke college for you, I guess, or one that fits in with your needs the most. And that's like what I use in terms of choosing Hertford.
Anyone?
I think I chose Hertford instead of an open application because I went around a few of the colleges and I was a bit intimidated by like Christchurch and Magdalen and Brasenose that are quite big colleges, and Hertford's just a little bit more quaint, and it has this nice kind of balance of historical and these grand buildings and the spiral staircase and the chapel and stuff, but also being like small enough to know your way around pretty quickly and kind of to know everyone in the college, which is this really nice kind of balance of still getting that kind of Oxford feel, but also not constantly feeling like you don't belong somewhere.
Cool. So we've had this question about how do you apply for your preferred college. So as far as I remember, when you're doing a UCAS application, you have to put the code in for the university, and all the different colleges have different codes. And it'll be on the UCAS form. How many colleges do you apply for? You just apply for one college, which is the one you've picked, or you do an open application where the university will then assign you to a college for your interview. And then you have to pick. We've got a couple other questions about social life and internships, but I'll leave those to the next group to answer and just answer this question about geography that's come up. So what is different about studying geography at university instead of school? I'd say that human geography is quite different at university compared to school because at school I feel like it's a lot of sort of case studies and sort of things like, you know, memorizing population statistics and case studies and things like that. Whereas human geography at university is a lot about sort of concepts and different ways of thinking about, you know, place and concepts. So it's more about different thinkers and how sort of people have theorized about space and place and relationships between people and place and things like that. Physical geography, I guess, is a bit more similar, and then it's just about how you know, the world works. But it's definitely obviously more in depth, and it's different in that you're being taught by sort of real experts in subject. They're teaching you about their area of expertise rather than a geography teacher who's teaching you about sort of everything beyond just what their expertise is. And maybe there's more links between the human and physical sides of the discipline, because the Oxford course is quite sort of interested in the links between the different areas and sort of environmental geography as well, which kind of links the two together. But say it's not like super different, but the human geography is quite different, and I think people sort of found it a bit hard to like get their heads around when they started in first year, but everyone feels like that, so it's fine. And the tutors know, so they just, they teach it as if it's all new to you, because it is. So that's really fine. But yeah, so we'll be handing over to the next group of students now. Thanks to everyone who sent their questions in. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. And yeah, over to the next group.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. So yeah, just continuing on from them. We'd introduce ourselves first and then get on to some more of your questions. But first, just a reminder on how to submit your questions to the live Q&A. And so you can access the Slido via that link. And yeah, please feel free to ask us anything and like the questions that you want answered in particular, so we can answer the things that you want that are the most popular. Okay, well, to start off, hi, I'm Josephine. I study human sciences and I actually just finished my 3rd year, so I'm graduating this summer. But yeah, okay, so next, Rosie, go and introduce yourself and then pass it on to someone else.
Hi everyone, I'm Rosie. I do archaeology and anthropology, and I've also just finished my 3rd year and I'm graduating in the summer. Freya?
Hi, I'm Freya. I'm a maths student and I've just finished my 1st year. Caleb?
Hi everyone, I'm Caleb and I'm a 1st year doing biology. Rebecca?
Hi, I'm Rebecca and I've just finished my 4th year studying French. Emma?
I think she's had some technical issues on the chat. So.
Okay, well, Emma's will hopefully join us in a little bit too, and she's studying history. She actually just graduated this summer as well. Okay, so I'm just looking at a few questions coming in. Unfortunately, to the person that just asked about the geography question, the split between physical and human, that our geography panelist has just left, but I believe it's you sort of decide as you go along throughout your degree how much of each you want to do, and if you want more information on that, feel free to look at the Meet the Tutors tab on the Hertford Virtual Open Days website, and you can get more information about geography there. And I'm sure there will the admission staff and geography panelists returning later on will be more than happy to answer your questions. But to go to a more general one, does the uni help you organise internships? So, and I've definitely taken advantage of the careers service at Oxford. And actually I'm doing a virtual internship at the moment. So even from home, I'm working virtually for an NGO in Budapest this summer. And so that's been a lot of fun for me, basically working on their communications, which are all but Rebecca, have you any career service, and how has that worked for you?
So I've not used the careers service loads myself, but I do know that they offer like micro internships at the end of term. So it's literally just like a 4 to 5 day long internship. And that's just like a really good way to get some experience that, you know, isn't going to like take up the whole of your holidays. I know that just in general, they have a lot of like partner internships going on over the summer. They also have loads to try and make you more employable. So they run like insight into business schemes, insight into teaching schemes, like they will check over your CVs and your cover letters, and they'll have loads of workshops on how to like make the most of your applications. Oh, there was something else in my mind, but I forgot it now. no, I think that's it for me.
Yeah, their advice sessions are really great because they're only about 20 minutes long, and you can talk to someone who will spend that time looking through one of your applications to a specific internship. I think my connection might be kind of slow.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry about that. Emma, have you used the careers service very much?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I had to swap cameras. I was just saying, I found the career service really useful for job applications as well as internships. So they will have a meeting with you and talk through your CV, your cover letters. If there's a particular career that you're interested, they'll point you, and it's all on their website as well. They point you towards certain journals or certain websites that advertise those kind of jobs and internships as well. So they are just really useful to get in contact with and kind of make the most of that resource while you're here. Definitely.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. I think we're having a couple of connection issues, but we'll do our best to keep it smooth between us. Okay, next question. At Hertford, which college would you be at? And that's a great question. Obviously, it depends on your subject. For me, I received an open offer. And so I didn't know which college I was going to be at, although I'd applied to Hertford. And actually, I just want to emphasize for all prospective applicants that whatever college you end up at, people end up quite loyal to their college. Does anyone else have some friends at colleges that have either been pulled to Hertford or applied to Hertford and have ended up happy where they are?
Yeah, so,
Rosie?
Yeah, sorry. One of the Arcant people in my year, she applied to Magdalen, and then they thought basically if they think you're really good but they don't have enough space for you, they put you in the pool, and then another college can be like, oh, you look good, we're going to take you. So she ended up coming to Hertford, and yeah, I think she actually kind of ended up preferring Hertford over Magdalen. So like Joe says, it doesn't really matter where you apply to. I think everyone ends up loving their college anyway. But yeah, it's important to note that not all colleges will offer the same, not offer all courses. So you have to have a look. So for me, there's only 6 colleges that do my course because it's quite small. So that's a good thing to narrow down your choice.
Yeah, and actually, my interest why you college in the first place. Can someone maybe talk about that? Freya or Rebecca?
Sorry, did you say why we chose the college? Okay, so I kind of visited Hertford College, and I think I just really enjoyed the feel of the college. Like it had quite a nice mixture between having some really gorgeous architecture but not feeling very like overwhelming. And it was somewhere that I could like actually imagine myself living, which was kind of a weird thing that I didn't think about when I was looking at colleges, but it was the only place that I could actually like genuinely see myself living in. And I think also the college has like a reputation for being very friendly, and that was kind of something that I really appreciated and I wanted, so that was something I kind of went for.
I think another thing that I really liked about Hertford is that they offer accommodation for all the years you're studying, and that just really appealed when I was applying, because it means like you don't have to deal with like a landlord and all the kind of stress that can come from being a tenant. And also it means that you end up paying less because you only pay when you're in Oxford rather than a 10-month contract where you have to pay every month. So I think that was also one reason why I really liked the idea of applying to Hertford. Anyone else? Caleb, do you want to go? Or Rosie?
Yeah, I was just going to say that Hertford offers bursaries on top of the uni bursary that you get, and that goes towards reducing your accommodation. So you don't kind of get it in money, you just get your accommodation cost reduced each term, which is really helpful. Oh, I think Joe's back now.
Anyone else got any reasons why they applied to Hertford? Rebecca?
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to add as well that like I saw as well that obviously Hertford, we had quite a big student body, as in our year group sizes are quite big, and I think that attracted me in that I wanted to join a college where there was a lot of different people that I could socialize with. And I think the size as well, I think certain people believe that like, you know, the bigger the college the better, but I think for me Hertford was the right size. I didn't want to be in a college that was massive and it took me ages to go everywhere, and you know I'd be walking across the quad and I wouldn't meet anyone or anything. It's not like that at Hertford. It's very like social, and you know you can never walk across a quad, I don't think, without seeing someone at least that you know. I think that was something that I was looking for.
Yeah, exactly. And actually there's just been a question about how many students are there at Hertford. So even though, as Caleb said, that geographically we're quite small on the main site, actually we do still have a large student body, and that's because we have several different sites off out of the centre of Oxford for students. And so I think it's around 110 ish, give or take a few per year. And personally, for me, the reason why I chose Hertford was I really like the architecture. One of my favourite parts of Hertford is actually the spiral staircase going up to Hall. And so it's actually a really pretty college in the centre of Oxford. And I chose that, having never seen or visited Oxford before. Yeah, so has everyone had a chance to say why they've chosen Hertford? Okay, great. Okay, so one of our popular questions has been, what's the social life like? Do people go out in the evenings? Yes, Hertford is a very social college, and usually there's something going on every evening, whether that's events in the bar. So Rosie, do you want to talk a little bit about what we call DTB, which means down the bar?
Yeah, so as you'll probably find out, the pubs and stuff in Oxford are kind of, well, compared to my home, they're a bit more expensive. So going to college bars is a really good way to save money and see people that you know. So you can also pick up a kind of part-time job being a barman. So DTB is like a really nice community where you're going to find people that you know. You've got cheap drinks. A lot of sports groups go down there. They have open mic nights, and I think there was a few quiz nights as well. So it's just a nice space, and most colleges do have a bar as well. So in my last term, we did a bar crawl, which was really nice because you just get to see like other colleges and how they're different to yours. So yeah, it's just a really good communal space, I think, and it's recently had a cafe in it as well in the daytime.
Yeah, and then another one of the favourite Hertford social traditions are bops. So Rebecca, do you want to talk a little bit about those?
Yeah, sure. I feel like one idea that people have of Oxford before they come is that you don't really have any time to have any fun and that everyone's always working too hard, but like that's definitely not the case. I think there's very vibrant like nightlife and like other social activities going on. And so our bops, I think they stand for like big old parties, but that might not be true. So we have them like 2 or 3 times a term, and they're organised by the Hertford College's like ENTS committee, who we've all elected to like organise these parties for us. They include like the whole college, and so it's a wonderful time for people from all different years to get involved. We normally start in the bar, and then they try and like rent out a separate space in the city, And so it becomes like a bit more of like a longer night, which is quite fun. There are often like themes, and so I think some of the best themes we've had are come as where you've come from, or come as somebody else that you like in college, so that became quite fun. Or just sort of like more generic like jungle themes, and things like that. So they're always loads of fun. They're a good time to like let off steam, but like they're also not your only like fun opportunity. Like there is so much going on here.
Yeah, and like one of my favorite themes that I was shocked was even a theme was called profits versus profiteroles. And you basically had to come as something either to do with money or dessert. It made for some very interesting outfits. But yeah, that's sort of a little bit of a few things that as Hertford students we do to socialise in the evenings, and a few events on the social calendar. So Emma, we have a question for you. How far is Hertford away from the history lecture halls, or I guess tutorial rooms, etc.?
So history lectures happen in the building that's called exam schools, and that's like a 5-minute walk, if that, from college, which is ideal because it means normally my lectures finish at 1 and then I can like rush back before lunch finishes. And then our library is the Radcliffe Camera. If anyone's been to Oxford, it's like the big dome, and that is like 30 meters away from Hertford College's central site. So it's really not very far to go anywhere if you're a history student. In terms of tutorial spaces, that depends on where you're being taught. So for a lot of my kind of time at Oxford, I wasn't necessarily being taught at Hertford. So I went to the college where the teacher was, who was like the expert, who was passionate about the subject that I'd chosen to study. So I had tutorials at St. Catherine's College, I had tutorials at Pembroke College. So that really kind of just depends on where you end up going, how far away your tute will be. But to be honest, like all of the colleges are pretty central, some of them less so, but it's never that far to go, especially if you have a bike. I think St. Hugh's might be the furthest one from Hertford, and even that's like not that far on a bike. So yeah, it's not that far.
Yeah, I've had a few things at St. Hugh's and it's really not as far as it seems. In fact, several of us have lived near that college through Hertford accommodation. Okay, so there's been a question about how did you make your personal statement as best as possible? So obviously this changes from subject to subject. We're lucky enough to have people from various subjects here. Freya, do you want to take this one about how you might, any tips for a personal statement?
I think for maths, the personal statement isn't like a particular priority, but I kind of looked at like finding something that I found interesting in maths and then trying to like read a few books around it just to kind of show that I'd been researching things that I found interesting. And I also I was lucky enough to do a summer school in Oxford. I did the unique summer school, so I spoke about that because that was something that quite interested me.
Yeah, Caleb, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I guess for me, the main thing for me is what I learned. The best thing you can kind of do is not to just kind of chuck loads of things in there and, you know, go for sort of quality over quantity. And I think when I was doing my personal statement, I wrote it all first in like one go. And then afterwards I reviewed everything and sort of thought, I'm only going to write about things if I can say what I learned from it. So for me, I think that was one of the best ways I improved it, was by saying, if I've read this book, I can't just say that I've read this book. I have to say, I've read this book and this is what I found interesting, or this is what I learned. And the same with my work experience. I remember writing about work experience, and at first I kind of just gave a description of what I did. And then after reading it, I was like, that doesn't really sound very interesting. So I sort of changed it up and made it so that I described what I did on my work experience and then what I learned from it, what I thought was interesting, what I would like to know further relating to that topic. So I think that's a big important thing, is to just anything you're going to write about, really make sure that you explain afterwards what you either learned from it or what you thought was interesting from it.
Yeah, and that's so true, because if your tutors want to talk about your personal statement in an interview, it's great to have you'll have thoughts ready and be able to have a discussion about it. And so being really thinking about what you've done first is very helpful. Okay, so another question has been, I was wondering what the atmosphere is like. Hertford is described as down to earth, and as a state school student who has been to a private school and disliked it, is this really true about Hertford? So Rosie, will you comment on this?
Yeah, so I'm a state school student myself and found it all quite daunting applying. And the thing that appealed to me about Hertford was the high state school intake, that I think it's about 70%, and it's one of the highest in Oxford. And I think that makes it very down to earth. I mean, like, no one really asks what school you go to anyway, but Hertford is renowned, like a stereotype is being the friendliest college, and I think it really does hold up to that. Like, it's not as grand and as fancy as some of the other colleges, and I think that does make it more down to earth. I mean, like Freya said earlier, it means that you feel like you can live there and not have constant like imposter syndrome. Yeah, I think to me it has been, it's lived up to being down to earth, totally.
I was just going to say as well, I guess I can relate quite a bit to this question, because obviously I did as well go to a state school, but then for the start of sixth form, I actually went to a private school on like a short trial period for 2 weeks because I'd been offered a place. And the same sort of thing happened with me there. I didn't enjoy it that much, and in the end, I didn't choose to stay there. And I think it did impact me a little bit in that my experience there, you know, it wasn't awful. I didn't experience anything, you know, traumatic there, but it just wasn't the right place for me. And I think when it came to applying to Oxford, I did have sort of doubts that, you know, the same thing might happen, is I might, you know, apply, get an offer, then get there and realize it's not the right place for me. But I think coming to Hertford really kind of shattered any worries that I had. It is a very down to earth place. And I think that just in general, you will find that people are a lot more similar to yourself, regardless of whether they're being educated. Yeah, so if anything, like the kind of whole idea that, you know, Oxford's a place for, you know, snobs and things like that is definitely not true for Hertford. So I wouldn't let any kind of experience that you've had of, you know, any negative experiences you've had at a private school, I wouldn't like relate them as well onto Hertford, because it's definitely nothing like that.
Yeah, and on that, it might be a good idea to talk about the various different events that we have to sort of socialize as a college. So, for example, the JCR does a lot of work to support this sort of outreach initiatives, but also to just make the student experience very inclusive. Emma, will you talk a little bit about JCR activities and welfare teas, that type of thing?
Yeah, so we have a really good welfare team at Hertford, which involves two kind of undergraduates, a guy and a gal, who are our like welfare reps, and they run welfare teas. They basically buy a load of food and put it into our junior common room, and then we can all come and eat, and it's very social, and you know, food's always good. And that's just one of the many things that they're there for. You can also reach out for them if you want to meet up and have a chat if you're struggling for some reason, or if, you know, you just want to talk to someone not in your friendship group or anything. They're really always ready to talk to anyone. And then we have our lovely chaplain, Mia, who's also around for a chat. And then we also have our welfare coordinator. And then also every term in fifth week, which is halfway through term, we have what's called Welfare Week, and they put on a series of activities from like art to having a dog visit college, just to make sure that everyone's, you know, feeling okay. And a dog is always good to lift your spirits. So it's just one of the many things that they do to make sure that everyone's, you know, feeling okay halfway through term.
Yeah, great. And Rebecca, do you have anything to add about the support that sort of goes on with studies and also exams?
Yeah, so normally in your final year, you have all your exams at the end of that year. And in that final term, there's normally so much support available. And so we have this scheme called Adopt a Finalist, where someone from a younger year would adopt someone who's sitting their final exams and just sort of send them like, you know, motivational notes and treats just to be like, oh, you're doing well, keep going. And there's also, I think the JCR normally, they've not done it this term, obviously, because we're not there. They normally try to book a masseuse and get everybody like massages when they're doing their final exams. And there's always more welfare teas in the exam term than any others. As well as that, we also have like a nominated person from the undergraduate student body called the Academic Affairs Officer, who is there to talk to you if you're struggling with your workload, or if you're having a lot of problems, I don't know, communicating between departments, if you're doing joint schools or anything. And they're just there to really help with any academic issues that are coming up that you just need another person there to like help you work through them. So there's a lot of support available on the academic side.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so Emma, we've had another question for history. Do you have any tips for preparing for the history aptitude test?
I think definitely just go through some past papers to familiarize yourself with the kind of setup of the paper and the timing. I can't remember how long you get, but just make sure that, you know, you sit one in the timing. And if you can, if your teacher's willing to get it marked, that's probably really useful as well. Don't stress out too much about it. Like there isn't going to be a question that's really specific that you need to know about this random time in history that you've never studied. That's not what they're looking for. They're looking for your ability to think. So the first few questions are based on a source in the paper, and then the last question is an essay, but it's really, really general. So I think mine was something like, what are the long-term and short-term causes of an event that you've studied? So, you know, you can basically apply that to anything in history that you might have studied at GCSE or A level. So they're not looking to catch you out. So I think really practice is the best thing that you can do before sitting the hat.
Yeah, great. And I think a lot of that advice also relates to the other admissions tests. So for example, for human sciences, you have to take the TSA, and again, doing a couple of practice tests beforehand is probably a good idea. Caleb, is there an admissions test for biology?
So no, I don't, there's no admissions test for biology, and I don't think that they plan to have one in the future either. So we don't really have to worry about any of that kind of side.
That's good. Okay, and Freya, how many maths students are usually accepted into Hertford each year?
So there are normally about 5 or 6 math students. So in my year, there's 5 of us, which is, I think, quite a nice number because you kind of have your tutorials in like groups of 2 or 3, and they kind of swap us around. So you kind of get to know everyone quite well, but it's not like a tiny group.
Great. And are you all together for classes as well?
So we have our tutorials in like 2s or 3s. There are also computing classes that you have to do in your first year, which will be like your college plus a couple of others. So I think there are about like 15 or 20 of us. So our like college we're together for that. I think that does change a little bit more in later years, but I've only kind of done my first year, so I'm not really sure about what might happen in the 3rd year.
Yeah, I mean, from my friend's experience, basically as maths goes on, it gets more centrally organized and you get more options to choose from. So for example, my friend took some essay writing maths courses this year where she had to write essays for the first time in 3 years. So there's a lot of variety to choose from in maths as well. But jumping over to French, Rebecca, what was your interview like, and did they ask you, what sort of questions did they ask you?
Okay, so for my interviews, I had 2 at Hertford, and because I studied just French, I had one with the French tutor and one with the Spanish tutor. And so before both of those interviews, about 20 minutes beforehand, I was given a poem for the French interview. It was a poem in French, and then for the one with the Spanish tutor, it was a poem in English. And so you just had 20 minutes to look over the poems and sort of, you know, just annotate it with your thoughts and whatever you were thinking of it. And also if you had any questions on vocab, they were more than happy to answer about that with the French one, because it's, you know, it's not really a vocab test. And so, yeah, you go into the interview and I think it's like 15 to 20 minutes. And my interviews were very much about the poems that we'd just been given, and so they just tried to mirror what it would be like in a tutorial situation when you've had a piece of literature to analyze and discuss in an essay for a few days, and so it wasn't as daunting as I worried. And however, I'm not sure if that sort of pre-reading with the poem structure is like the same at all colleges, but that's just how it was for me. And questions in French, there were a few questions in French at the end, but it wasn't all in French. And they were just sort of very conversational kind of French questions, like, have you ever visited France? Where did you go? What did you do? Where would you like to go in France? Those sorts of things. And also there was a few questions about grammar in French. Just, I don't know, can you do the past perfect conditional or something, or the, I can't remember, but it was just things like that, like, can you just conjugate that, just to like double check. But yeah, they didn't really ask many questions about my personal statements. Like I say, it was mostly centered on the poems, and that was sort of the majority of it. And then occasionally it would steer off to be like, I don't know, what other books have you read, or yeah, just that sort of thing. Yeah, but so I definitely think, sorry, just one tip for the interviews and just the course in general is if you could just try reading anything in French beforehand, like any sort of short stories, just as a way to like familiarize yourself with that kind of reading and to put it in your personal statement, just in case they do want to touch on that in the interviews.
Yeah, those are great tips there. And actually it's an important point to note that like the interviews subject to subject vary a lot. So while Rebecca had a poem to read before her interview, human sciences were given absolutely nothing beforehand and you just went in. Rosie, what was your interview experience like for Arcanet?
Yeah, so like most humanities, like I was given a little passage that I had to read, and then like they asked a few questions on it. It wasn't like that massive, and like I spoke to my tutor after I got in, and he said like that was basically just to calm you down, so and like settle you in as something that was completely new and you could just kind of get used to being in the interview. And then I had some objects in front of me, some archaeological objects, and they picked two that I had to talk about, but like I think you can say of most interviews, you don't have to be right about those things. It's just they're trying to get you to be logical and see your thought process and see if you'll like thrive in the tutorial environment that happens at Oxford. Because if you're not suited to that, then obviously that's going to be quite hard. And then I was asked a few questions about my personal statement. So I would stress, if you read a book and put it on your personal statement, please don't put anything on your personal statement that you haven't read. Like someone in my interview group did that, and it completely unsettled them. It's really not a good idea. Like they prefer you to read a few books rather than an entire reading list, and actually be able to comment on those few books. So yeah, don't panic about reading reams and reams of books, because that's not the way to go.
Yeah, what about you, Emma, for history?
So I also had a personal statement interview, and I would just reiterate, like, your personal statement, put things that you are genuinely interested in, and like, what is it in history that you like? Why do you like history? And therefore it doesn't have to be 5 books, you know. If you mention just one book and you talk about it and what you found interesting, like Caleb said earlier, like that is so much more important than listing like loads of books that you've read, especially because in the interview they use your personal statement as the basis, and they want you to feel comfortable to begin with. So they might ask you something that you've kind of specifically said in your personal statement before maybe taking you off on a tangent, just to get you into like the discussion and making sure that you're not too uncomfortable when you start. They're not going to sit you down and ask you a question that you have no idea what the answer is, and they want you to show that you're interested in history and why you like history. And then my other interview was on an essay that I'd written at school and sent in. And basically, they want to see your thought process. So they'll talk through what your argument was, and then they'll challenge you and they'll say, what about this way? Have you thought about it this way? And you'll say, and then you'll discuss a different way of answering the question. But again, it's not because you necessarily what you wrote is wrong. It's just that they're trying to get you to think further and deeper and kind of see that there are other arguments out there. And then I actually had a third interview, not at Hertford. So I had an interview at Somerville, which, like Rebecca, I got given a source beforehand to read over, and then went in and had a 15-minute interview or something based on that source. So you might also get an interview a bit like that.
Great. Freya, do you have anything to add that was maybe different about a maths interview?
Yeah, so you didn't need to prepare anything beforehand. And also I had 4 interviews total. None of them really brought up my personal statement, but they would kind of give you a couple of questions. The start of the interview, maybe like, what interests you about maths? Or I had my last interviewer asking what I'd got up to in the rest of my interviews and how I'd been spending my time in Oxford. But it's generally like a couple of questions about kind of like different kinds of maths, and it'll start with something a little bit easier and then kind of build up. Definitely they really just want to see your like thought process rather than you just being able to do the question straight away. So I think on my first question, my first interview, I was really confused and I asked for a lot of help, but it was the fact that after I kind of asked for help, I could take what he'd kind of given me as advice and do a little bit more of the question, kind of talk him through what I was doing and why I was doing it. And I think that's more important than just being able to just do all the maths.
Yeah, and so that's a pretty standard piece of advice for actually any subject, is that they really want to see how you think, and your ability to communicate that is very important in the sort of Oxford style of teaching. So that's really what they're looking for, and like perhaps out of the box idea for advice would be to like have conversations with your friends when you're studying subjects and be able to communicate your ideas around them. So not only just like learning through A level and revising and that kind of thing, but talking about what you're learning with your friends or parents, just people around you, can actually really help when you're having a conversation with someone about your subject. And actually that's one of my favorite things about coming to Hertford, is everyone's so passionate about their subject. Oh, Rosie, jump in. I saw that hand.
Yeah, sorry, I just remember like my college like offered a practice interview thing, but it was quite clear that my like teacher had just Googled Oxford interview questions, and so obviously like they were really random. I think one of them was like, what's a pen? And I was like, okay, this is I can't do this. So if they do give you stuff like that, obviously listen to their advice, but be aware that like I didn't have a question that did, like, all of my questions related to my subject. There wasn't any weird ones. So don't get freaked out if you see stuff like that, because I think it is just scaremongering, really.
Yeah, just quickly while we're answering questions about sort of the application process and everything like that, are the number of GCSEs important to get into Oxford? Well, I didn't do GCSEs, so I have little experience on that, but Caleb, do you have any idea / whether you felt that was important in your application process?
So I think from what I know, I feel that GCSEs are obviously important, because before you even get to the interview, they don't know much about you other than what you've written on your personal statement and what your grades are. But I think that if you don't have, a massive amount of 8s or 9s, at GCSE, it's not a massive issue. I think they're mostly important just to get you an interview in the first place. But I think if you do get an actual interview, I feel that how well your interview goes might actually weigh more than whatever your GCSEs are. So for example, I know people who applied for subjects like English and history that didn't have any 8s or 9s at GCSEs, but they got an interview. And the interview alone sometimes can actually be enough to just to get you in. And I think it's especially true of people who went to schools that are poor performing, because if you went to a school that doesn't necessarily always perform that well and you don't have any 8s or 9s, it might be common in your school for no one to really get 8s or 9s because there's less resources available. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. And I would say that in general, obviously GCSEs are important still, but I'd say that things like personal statement and interview definitely hold more weight when it comes to Oxford. Well, that's obviously from my experience.
I saw a lot of nods there, so I think that's pretty accurate. But moving on to a bit more of the social experience and student experience at Hertford, we've had a question about food. So does anyone want to talk about the food at Hertford and Hall? This person says they've heard rumours the Hertford food isn't great. What's your opinion, Rebecca?
I think Hertford food is great, but I'm also quite lazy and quite enjoyed not having to cook it or wash it up or anything. But like one of the best things about Hertford food is that we have a food and housing officer who's one of your peers that you've just sort of elected to help deal with this sort of thing, and they just take suggestions about food. So if you're not liking stuff on the menu, or if you want your favorite, lasagna or pizza on, like, you can just suggest it. And so they're very much like in dialogue with the students about what students are enjoying and what students aren't. And one thing is, when I first came about 4 years ago, there weren't loads of vegan options available, whereas now, like, there's so much effort to try and make sure that like there are vegan options available, and like gluten-free options, and just options for like anybody with like dietary requirements. So Hall is like they're really good at catering for those dietary requirements, and they're really interested to know what we want to eat more of as well.
Yeah, and actually, I think it was last year we had a new catering manager, and he's really made huge efforts at Hertford Hall to make meals better and healthier, but also more fun. So he's made huge efforts during formals. Emma, do you want to talk briefly about our finalist dinner?
Yeah, so as finalists, we got one last kind of send-off formal, and like as Joe is saying, the food is just like really nice and really fun. I can't remember what we ate for finalist dinner, but I remember at Halfway Hall, for instance, we had like this mushroom main, which was really, really good. But no, it is really nice. I think the food's really nice, especially we've got a second canteen, which is in our like South Oxford accommodation, and I actually think the food is better there, but both are really good.
I just muted myself by accident. Yeah, that's definitely true. They have some, like, everyone has their favorite dishes at the second canteen as well. So since the menu is posted by the food and housing officer every week, you can sort of plan ahead in which meals you want to go to and things like that. Rosie, do you have much experience at eating at Warnock?
Yeah, Warnock's really nice. And it's also really convenient if you like live in the accommodation blocks in the south of Oxford. I think just in general, even if you may not like the food as much or something, Hall is a really great place to meet people and socialise. Like, you've all got different timetables. So I know in my first year, I basically ate in Hall all of the time, just because that was the only time in which my friends like all kind of met together, apart from the evening. So yeah, I think definitely make an effort to go to Hall in your first year, just as a place to make friends, basically. And then in your second year, when you move out, the kitchens tend to get bigger and better. Although I know they've renovated the first year kitchens and they look amazing.
Also, I just want to say the catering staff are also really nice, which actually makes more difference than you'd think.
Yeah, it really does. Okay, so we've just had another question, which I think we should be our final question for this group. Was Hertford all your first choices? If not, how did you end up at Hertford? So for me, it was my first choice. I interviewed at Hertford in 2016 and really enjoyed it. The atmosphere was very cozy. They had a lot of events, and just everyone I met who was applying there for my subject, human sciences, I had a lot in common with, just because we were passionate about sort of the same things. So yes, it was my first choice, mainly because I thought it was very pretty and central location. Caleb, do you want to talk about this, and then Freya before we hand off?
Yeah, so again, Hertford was my first choice. When I applied and I visited on the open days, I visited about 3 or 4 different colleges, and Hertford was the last one. And so when I first turned up, I wasn't really paying attention to much because I'd already been to other colleges. But I feel that straight away, I sort of noticed straight away how central it was. And I also noticed as well, obviously, how pretty it was. but I also just noticed as well that it's very like a warm and quite relaxed atmosphere. And they seem to be a college that was obviously quite passionate about doing well in academia, but also seemed to be a place where you could like follow other interests as well alongside that. But yeah, Hertford was my first choice.
Yeah, Hertford was also my first choice. And it was kind of a similar idea. I really liked the feel of the college and the kind of students I'd met as kind of like student ambassadors just came across as like really friendly and nice people. And I thought like, if the whole college is like this, I think I'll enjoy it here. And to be honest, like the college reputation for being friendly, I think is very true. It makes it a really lovely place to live.
Yeah, Rebecca, what about you?
Hertford was also my first choice. I went around like something stupid like 10 colleges on the open days because I literally just looked around colleges. I just found like Hertford to be super friendly and super inclusive, and like they gosh, yeah, you guys probably didn't go to the same open day, but there was like a Lego construction of like the college, and it was really cool. But there was also like just like they'd even put like care to put like a little pride flag on it, and I was like, oh, it's obviously like quite an inclusive environment, and just everyone seemed really friendly and relaxed. And yeah, I just loved it straight away, to be honest.
Also, we don't really talk about it enough, but the porters at Hertford, who are the people that sort of help look after you and look after the mail, Simpkins, our college cat, and they're really great college staff that can help you with all sorts of needs, are just one of Hertford's best assets, I'd say. They also post really funny emails if you ever get some mail that you haven't claimed, and they'll be like, whose is this? On a long email. But that's it from us for this session. Thank you guys for all the questions coming in, and I'm sure Imogen and the other panelists will be able to answer some more of them. So let's hand over to them, and don't forget that if you haven't managed to access the Slido, there's the link there. But thanks guys, and we'll be back a few hours time to answer any more questions you may have for our subjects. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Imogen, and we are I'm going to introduce the next set of students who are going to answer all your questions about Hertford. So we come from a variety of subjects, so hopefully, and we can tell you a bit about college life, our subjects if you want, stuff like that. So could you please continue to use the Slido room, which is a link at the bottom of our YouTube page. That's how we get your questions. So if you have any of them, please just ping us them on there and we'll get to them as quickly as we can. Right, let's just see. I believe that everybody's here. Lovely. So we're all current Hertford students, so hopefully we'll be placed to answer all your questions. I'm Imogen, I'm a second year English student. Liz?
Hi, I'm Liz. I'm a second year physics and philosophy student.
Joe?
I'm Joe, I'm a third year law student.
Elias?
I'm Elias, I'm a first year economics management student.
Antonia?
I'm Antonia and I'm a first year geography student.
And Charlotte?
Hi, I'm Charlotte and I'm a second year biochemist.
Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. So we've got quite a lot of questions. The first one I have got is, what is a social life like, and do people go out in the evening? Who would like to go first? Charlotte?
Yes, people do go out in the evening. It's a lot like any other uni, as much as you might have heard a lot of probably misconceptions about what the nightlife is like. People do go out in the evenings. There's a club night for pretty much every night of the week. depending on what you'd like, and lots of different types of nights out. There are tons and tons of pubs. We have like probably one of the highest concentration of pubs, I think, in the centre that you'll find anywhere. Got the, you know, the classic spoons, but also really nice like traditional pubs and what have you. Also loads of restaurants, nice places to eat, things like that. And people do tend to go out in the evenings, even if it's not like out. You might be in the college bar, you might be at the pub, you might go for a meal, you might go to some kind of event on the evenings, but yes, you definitely have time to go out of an evening.
Wonderful. Anyone else want to jump in?
Yeah, I'd echo everything Charlotte said. It's not all alcoholic though, it's not centered around that. So there's museums and there's sort of artsy events. There's really nice. There's actually a lot of like jazz events, and I think there's like stand-up comedy as well. I've never been personally, but the sort of variety on offer at Oxford is pretty decent, I'd say.
Great. Yeah, there's also, as Elias was saying, loads of artsy stuff. So there's drama. Student drama is a big thing in Oxford, and tickets are really cheap. So it's usually about £5. So if you want to go see stuff, it's quite fun and exciting as well. So like there's a whole variety, as well as like sports teams and fun stuff like that. Lovely, thank you. So another question. Is it true that Hertford is a party college? Has anyone heard that before?
Yes, we are. I would say we're quite a fun college. And people often say it to me when they're from other colleges. They're like, oh, I'm so jealous of your BOPs. Like, your BOPs seem like they're so much fun. Can you get me on the guest list and things like that? So BOPs are obviously like our different colleges do it in different ways. So some colleges have it in a big space within their college, but because Hertford's quite a small geographical college but has a lot of students, we hire out a club, and then it's basically just a club night for all of the college, and so you can kind of put people on the guest list or whatever. And I always have people asking me, being like, oh, I really want to come to Hertford Bar, they seem like they'd be so much fun. And so I think we do have a bit of a reputation of being maybe not the party college. I've never heard it termed like that, but like I think people do look at our college and think that we're all quite fun and like a good time.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's a fun place to be. There's you know, it's an acknowledged thing that you've got to have fun as well as work. So yeah, as long as your partying doesn't interfere too badly, it's all good. Like, yeah. And also, as everyone's saying, if you don't want to drink or anything like that, there is absolutely no pressure, even in BOPs and stuff like that. So the college parties, everybody is very friendly and welcoming and understanding, and you can just do what you enjoy. There's film societies and other stuff if you want more chill nights as well. Lovely. So we've got a couple of questions about personal statements and like the step up. So there's one which is directed to me, which is what things are most valued in English personal statement. And I think it might be quite helpful to go through the different subjects, because we have very different subjects across this panel. So I'll start and then we'll just go along from there. So for English, I mean, there's no one thing you can read. Technically, you can read anything written in English ever, anywhere. But I'd say for your personal statement, talk about things that you genuinely are really interested in and think about why you're interested in them. And then be prepared to have lots of interesting ideas and thoughts about that. And perhaps look a bit around the texts that you have chosen as well. So you sort of have an idea of whether they're normal, of their period or stuff like that. I'd say passion is the one thing that is most important. You've got to show that you care. I mean, why it's got to come across that you, I mean, in my experience, that you really love your books and you love your subject, because at the end of the day, you will be reading many novels, many plays, many poems, and just to show that you are genuinely passionate about it and it's something that you really want to do. I'd say that's the main thing, and also a bit of breadth and depth. So it's great to mention like I mentioned tons and tons and tons of stuff. I didn't need to. I'd say actually depth and like showing that you understand things is better. So instead of having a list of books in your personal statement, it's better to choose a few of them and say why you found them interesting and how that kind of influenced how you think about the subject. Rather than just give us a list, because a list is great but it doesn't really show people how you think. I mean, there will be information about this on the Hertford website about personal statements and applying and stuff like that. So that's my advice for English, but we'll just quickly go along the panel. Liz, do you want to start?
Sure. So I know with physics the personal statement is less useful than it is for English compared to the aptitude test, which everyone does, because that's a lot more actually like physics. But again, basically what Imogen said about writing about things that you were actually interested in probably still stands. It's where you can write about what makes this subject important to you, which is kind of what they want to see. Probably the best place to find help for, not the best, somewhere you can find some advice about this is the Meet the Tutors videos. So I know at least the physics one definitely mentioned the sort of personal statement and things they're looking for in an application, and they said it much better than I could.
Great. Joe?
Sure. For law, I'd say the two most important things that you want to get through with your personal statement is genuine interest in the subject, which you can demonstrate through going to court hearings, work experience, although that's not necessary, or just generally reading around. So there's quite a few like introductory texts on law, like Letters to a Law Student and What About Law, which are really good to kind of give you a flavour of what you're studying and lets you better express why you're actually interested in it. And secondly, I'll try and show that you have work ethic that's necessary for a law degree, because it's a lot of saying about reading. So, you can have to be prepared to put in that work, and everything that you can do to show that you're capable of putting in effort over extended periods of time is always useful to have.
Great. Elias?
Yeah, so I mean, I echo the points that have been said, and that you just want to try and appear that you're really interested in the subject that you're wanting to study. For E&M specifically, I'd say there's nothing particularly on its own that you can say, if you write about this, then that's really good. Just write about anything that you enjoy. And it doesn't have to be particularly related to economics or management, but if you can find a way to relate it back and try and demonstrate why you're interested in that particular area, then that looks really good, I think. So yeah, just find your interests and write about them and try and show why you're interested about it. Yeah.
Great. Antonia?
Yeah, I would agree with the previous points about you write about stuff that you are genuinely interested in, because it makes it a lot easier to talk about and a lot easier to talk about if you get to interview. And I would say specifically for geography, the best thing I found was just being able to apply like a geographical mindset to anything that I'd done, so like work experience and stuff, and just trying to apply that thinking to all the experiences that you have, because they always say you don't have any advantage if you've traveled to 50 different places or whatever. It's just about being able to see things in your everyday life and the other things that you've done, being able to see geographical things in that. And then obviously reading as well. Reading helps just to show that you're interested, and yeah, it should also be enjoyable. So
wonderful. Charlotte? Thank you.
So biochemistry is a bit of a strange one. So for most courses, you have either some kind of essay that you submit alongside your personal statement, or perhaps an assessment, or some kind of entrance exam kind of thing, but for biochemistry it is all done on the personal statement, and that was something that I found quite daunting when I was applying, because there was nothing to kind of like fall back on. I know that there's like the TSA or like various different entrance exams for other science subjects, and that was almost something that put me off applying for biochemistry. I kind of was looking at applying for chemistry because I might have like that kind of dual thing, but then I was like, in the end, I'm interested in this specific thing and I shouldn't let that put me off, and so then I just went for talking about what I thought I was interested in and why I thought it was relevant to the course, and how I thought I would kind of use my knowledge from that course to kind of do something in the future, or whether that was like, I personally was really interested at the time in genetics, and I spoke a lot about my EPQ and things like that, and just tried to, as the others have said, tried to demonstrate that I was really willing to put in the effort and the time to focus on the things that I liked. And that doesn't mean, as the others have said, you know, that doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to be interested in your whole course, and you don't have to put that in your personal statement either. You don't have to pretend that you live and breathe for every single module of the course. You should just put in the things that are really interesting, that you want to pick out and really get from your degree, and I think that's probably the best way to go about it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. We've just got one quick question for Elias about E&M. So someone's asked if they're only interested in management part of E&M, is it still a good idea to apply, and how does the relationship between economics and management work, especially if you don't know a lot about it?
Yeah, I mean, if you love management, I'd say definitely apply. So in your first year, you'll do 3 modules: introductory economics, general management, and financial management. So in essence, 2/3 of your first year is management. And then after that, you can just choose majority management options. So if you love management, that's brilliant, because you can in essence end up doing, you know, sort of a 2/3 management degree with a bit of economics on the side. How they sort of interlink, I'd say the economics is sort of the traditional theory, and the management is more of a social science, and it's about critiquing the theories of economics. So to be honest, they actually come together really nicely. And after studying 1 year of it, which is what I've done, sort of seeing the critiques to the economic theory from the management side of things has actually been really quite interesting. So yeah, I'd say if you love management, then that's brilliant. I'd say definitely apply, because not a lot of people actually know what it is or want to do management at university compared to economics. So, I mean, yeah, definitely go for it.
Wonderful, thank you. So this is a question about geography, but I think it can relate to all subjects. So we'll start with Antonio answering first. So how much of a step up is a degree level geography compared to A level? So that if your subject has an A level, that would be great if you could weigh in as well. But Antonio first, please.
I'd say the biggest difference in terms of the step up to degree is basically the level of research that you do for yourself and how much depth you go into. So at A level, everything is kind of fed to you, all the information, and you just kind of have to retain it, and then be able to use it to write like short essays and stuff. Whereas at degree, you get given a question and then it's up to you to do the research. And then you write in a way that you take the question in a way that you want to take it. So the research is much more free. You can kind of choose what interests you like under a given topic. And then in the tutorials is where you get in the tutorials and the more advanced reading is where you get the real complicated information that's a step up from A level. And that's I think that's the best part about Oxford, is that you have that tutorial system where you have your tutors who are experts in a given field and they can explain to you difficult concepts. So yeah, especially with geography, a lot something that I found quite difficult was that it gets very conceptual. at degree level in comparison to at A level, where a lot of it is empirical and goes through like case studies and everything, as everyone knows about. Whereas at degree level, a lot of it is a lot more conceptual, using frameworks and stuff, and it's really helpful to have the tutorial system where your tutors can really explain that to you. And then obviously with readings, you can find much more advanced readings than you would have looked for at A level that explain them a lot better and more interesting.
Great, thank you so much. Anyone else who's done a subject which kind of goes from A level to degree level, would you like to weigh in? I mean, at least for me, oh, sorry, you go first, Elias.
Okay, thanks. I'll just say for economics, it's primarily an essay-based subject at A level, but at university level, it's pretty much just maths. So yeah, it changes a lot.
Great, thank you. For English, it is similar but also very different. So at school for A level, you do like 3 or 4 texts per year, and you study them like every single lesson, and you know so much about them that it's insane, and you can quote so much of it by the end. Whereas it's very different for your degree, because basically you'll usually do 2 or 3 novels or plays or poems per week, rather than, you know, that being the end of your year. So I'd say the amount of reading you do is a lot more. So, you know, if I was writing an essay about, say, in the Victorian period, I would probably have to read 2 or 3 novels and then decide which ones I want to talk about, and have to use at least 2 of them per week, rather than having like being taught on a novel for a long time and then answering questions on them. So I'd say for me, that's one of the big differences, just the amount of books you have to read. But that is the same with any other English degree at any other university, as far as I'm aware. But also the way in which you look at it is different. So it won't be about characters, as some of the others have explained, especially Antonia. It's more about frameworks of thinking about things. So it's not just, is this character good, is this character bad? It's more about, you know, thinking about literature in a broader context. What does it mean? What does it try and say about things? So yeah, it is a step, but it's a very exciting step. And I don't know how your guys' A levels works, but I had to do some individual study, and I really enjoyed that. And it was more like that kind of thing. And I think the independence element is definitely something that you get at university. You're sort of given a toolkit, and then you decide how you're going to use it. So, you know, you're given access to lots of books and libraries and stuff, and it's kind of your choice as to how you use it. So yeah, I'd say that's mine for English. Does anyone else want to say something, or should we move on?
I can talk about physics A level if you want.
Yeah.
So there is a physics A level, and it's definitely a step up doing university level physics. I've no idea about philosophy, because I didn't do that as A level. But for physics, we have lectures where they'll sort of go over things often quite quickly and try and summarize lots of points and bring things together. And then you get problem sheets where you have to use this and take it further and sort of look at the problem sheets. Often go much into more detail than the lectures ever did, which I found quite different from A level, where your homework was mostly going through things that you'd been shown exactly how to do in a lesson. So that was a step up, but in a very different way to English, because it wasn't reading so much as, I mean, you refer to books, but the number of textbooks had to use didn't really change. It was just that you had to do a lot more on your own, like Antonia and Imogen said. It's more expected for you to go out and find your own information about things, and yeah.
Yeah, I would say similar to like the physics point. I didn't expect there to be, it's not a requirement to have studied physics at A level to do biochemistry. But then in first year, I was surprised at how there was a lot of expected just general knowledge about physics that I hadn't done for like 4 years, or like 3 years or however long. And it was just like, oh, okay, so now I'm going to have to read it. And I got really nervous from all the lectures, being like, oh, I just didn't understand anything they just said. Like, they're talking as if I know everything about physics and I've got no idea. And then it turned out that we had a bunch of classes like over the next few weeks after the lecture course that went through problem sheets, as Liz said, and kind of talked us through them a little bit more. And so I even went to my tutor and was like, this is something I'm not really feeling that strong on. And I got an extra like one-on-one class just to like go through like the basics so that I could access the other classes. And like, that's not at all anything that you should be worried about like when applying, because you can always ask that. Like, I'm just not even ashamed of it anymore. I'm just like, no, can't do this bit, just need some extra help or need some extra support with it. And so there is definitely, even if you feel like it's a big jump, you can definitely just ask for some extra support or some extra help. And in the long run, then it makes you much more confident to tackle new stuff in the end, because you're like, oh, you know that the support network is there, so you're like, oh well, I might as well just try it, because I know if it goes wrong, then I can always have access to some help or some support on it, which is a nice thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something quickly about speed, in that a lot of content gets gone through very quickly in lectures, especially stuff that you might have spent like a term or a year doing at A-level will be gone through in like one lecture or two lectures. And especially with stuff that is kind of assumed that you might already know. So like I came from a very like science background. Like my A-levels, I did like maths and further maths and physics. And there was stuff that was assumed knowledge about history that I just didn't know, and I had to do like a bit of reading on that, but that was fine because you can catch up with that. And then on the other hand, like when we were studying climatology, there was like assumed knowledge about physics that I thought there was literally no way I would have understood that if I hadn't done the A-level. And like I know for like my friends, they had to do a lot of reading on that, and like some of it is gone through quite fast, but it's always possible to ask for help, and with a bit of like extra reading, it's usually manageable.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Yeah, so basically it is a big step up, but that's kind of what uni's for. And that's why choosing your subject and making sure you really like it, like we said earlier, like being passionate about it is so important, because although it's a big step, it's an exciting step rather than a scary step if you actually really love it. So yeah, wonderful. So the next question is, are you able to pick what modules you want to do? I know you can do this at other universities, but does this also apply at Oxford? I'll just do a quick disclaimer. So this completely depends on what course and subject you do. So I mean, for me in English, I have to do between 650 AD and present day, and then you get to do a few choices. But there's not as much as other unis, but I like that because it's a very broad course and you still get to choose whatever text you want. There's very few set texts, so you do get a lot of freedom in it, but it is a bit more constricted. But each course is really different. So if you check out the university website, there is a definitive course structure printed there, but I'll let everyone just have a quick chat about module choices, slash how to, if it's a big deal, how to choose them, because I think this may be our last question as a group. So I'll just pass you on. Charlotte, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so for biochem, you have like a really structured first year where it's very broad. You have maths, statistics, genetics, cell biology, biophysics, things like that, where you will kind of cover a really broad spectrum of different things, you know, practical techniques and all of that, and that can be quite it's not necessarily very, very in depth, but it's just like a broad introduction to lots and lots of things, and then that's examined on at the end of the first year. However, there are lots and lots of choice in most exams for most subjects. When you're being examined on things that actually count towards your final degree, there's a huge amount of choice. So whilst there's not choice in what you cover in, say, contact hours or what's covered in tutorials, there is choice in what you're answering. So if you're really particularly interested in something and you've done extra reading in a certain area, you can choose those questions and you can choose those topics to answer. And so it's not a disadvantage in saying, okay, well, you're going to have to study everything and have to do it all in depth because you're going to have to answer questions on it. It's more of, there is choice, but it's more in the way it's examined rather than what you're taught, because the way that Oxford likes to teach is to introduce you to areas that you might not have thought you'd be interested in, because I think there can be a certain sort of bias when you study certain things at A level and you think, oh my god, I love those things and I love those topics and I think I'm good at those certain things, and you kind of pigeonhole yourself in like, okay, I'm interested in cell biology and so I'm going to pick all of those modules, whereas actually I was forced to do all of it in first year and I ended up really enjoying a lot of like the pure chemistry stuff that I would have sworn at the beginning that I would have hated, and so I wouldn't look at it necessarily, even if it is slightly more restricted than at other universities, I wouldn't necessarily look at it as a bad thing because it's not going to disadvantage you.
Great. Anyone else want to weigh in?
Okay, so for law you have 10 mandatory modules and then 2 optional modules in third year. So it doesn't seem like a lot of choice, but from what I understand, other universities might have more subjects, but that's because the individual subjects are smaller and less in depth. So I think that's actually a really good advantage of Oxford, because we go really, really deep into the subjects and you can actually get a better understanding that way. And then there's also some room for flexibility in the exams. So generally an exam will be 4 questions, but there will be 10 questions that you can answer, meaning it's possible to just learn, like say, part of a course. So tort law, I literally know nothing about occupiers liability despite having been taught that. So there's a little bit of flexibility in there as well, where you can really kind of focus on the areas that you enjoy and find interesting.
Wonderful. Would anyone else like to say something little before we hand over? Great. No, I mean, I'd say basically to see how it works, it's probably best to like look at the university course structures, because they are available on the university website and departmental websites. And I think that's a really helpful way of thinking about it, because when I was looking at English degrees across lots of different universities, they all work in such different ways. Like sometimes some universities have English by themes, by like ideas and stuff like that, whereas ours is quite chronological, but you do look at all the themes throughout, and I find that really exciting, and that's why I applied to Oxford. But I know for other subjects it does vary quite a lot, so it is definitely worth looking at the university website. And then if you do have any questions, I'm sure there's an email address at the bottom about how course structures work and stuff like that. But yeah, well, I think we should probably hand over to the next group of ambassadors. But thank you guys so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. But yeah, just keep on sending your questions through Slido. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi everyone, we're your next group of students answering questions. As Imogen said, follow that link and then scroll down to the bottom of the page. So bit.ly/Hertford Slido. Scroll down to the bottom of the page, ask questions, and we'll try and get through as many as possible and as quickly as possible. So yeah, we'll just introduce ourselves. My name's Rebecca. I've just finished my second year studying geography. So yeah, going to my third year in October. Jay, do you want to continue?
Yeah, hi, I'm Jay. I've just finished my second year studying engineering at Hertford.
Anoop.
Hi, I'm Anoop, and I've also just finished my second year studying physics.
Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark, and I've just finished my first year studying history and Spanish.
Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex, and I've just finished my second year studying medicine.
Matilda.
Hi, I'm Matilda, and I've just finished my second year studying PPE.
And finally, Kira.
Hi, I'm Kira and I just finished my first year studying computer science and philosophy.
Amazing. Yeah, so we'll be here for half an hour. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions. So the first one is geography based actually. So what's your exams like and how are they structured? I'm interested in taking geography. So for geography, in first year it's kind of like it's mainly coursework. You have a bit of coursework for physical and human, and then a small essay for this unit called controversies, but then the rest is split over exams. But that's first year, it's not to do with your actual degree. So when it gets to your actual degree, you have most of it's exam based. So you have about 6 or 7 exams, I want to say. That's kind of like 3 cores and then 3 options. So yeah, 6 exams. And then you also have to do 3 extended essays, an extended essay in each of the options you take. And then also a dissertation, which you write over your your second year summer. But with the exams, so for the 6 exams, it's kind of like an essay an hour. So you get 3 hours, 3 essay questions for that topic, and you just have to answer them. If you get extra time, you'll get 45 extra minutes because it's 25% extra time. So yeah, you kind of just like sit down and yeah, as I said, 3 hours, 3 essays. But yeah. So the next one is, does anyone want to talk about their exam structure? No? Okay, perfect. So let's have a look at some others. So what are the biggest advantages of Hertford compared to other colleges, and what inspired you to apply to Hertford specifically? Alex, do you want to talk about
that? Well, I didn't actually apply to Hertford because I did an open application, but I'm really glad I ended up here because I feel like for my subject there's a really nice friendly community, and I felt there's a lot of support from the older years, so they're always very helpful to give you guidance about what you're going through and show you that obviously, especially with medicine, it being such a long degree, that you can get there and you can get to the end, and there's a lot, it's really nice, and all the tutors are so friendly and helpful. So that's what I've really liked about doing medicine at Hertford.
Kira?
Yeah, I applied to Hertford because it has the most people doing CompPhil in the whole university. So I think every year has about 4 or 5, maybe 6 people. And I just really wanted to be somewhere where I had a good community doing the combination of both. But also it's just really friendly, and all the open days, I was just people here just seem so nice and open and welcoming. So that's definitely rung true after actually coming here.
Anyone else want to input? Matilda?
So I just saw somewhere that Hertford said it was progressive, and I thought that was really nice because Oxford is a place with a lot of traditions. So I thought I want to have a bit of both, a bit of modern forward thinking alongside your tradition, and also the central location really sold it for me. I think that's amazing. And also I didn't really think about this when I applied, but the fact we have accommodation for all 3 years is amazing. You don't need to figure out who you're living with 2 months into university. You've got way more time, and also you stick with the whole college community when you all live out in roughly the same area. So I'd say that's definitely a really big thing to think about when you apply.
Perfect, thank you. Anything else anyone wants to say that we've missed? No? Okay, great. So we've got the second one is also for Matilda. It says, for Matilda, which books did you read for economics in your first year?
So economics is actually not a particularly book-based subject in terms of, so in preparing for tutorials, the things that's most useful is the lecture slides, and we used textbooks. I would be honest with you, I cannot remember exactly which ones it was, but there was a microeconomics textbook and a macroeconomics one, and it is quite model based, a lot of it. So it's more about understanding the model, which textbooks are really helpful with, and then you answer more there are essays as well, but it's split into a section of problem based questions, and then essays as well, but your essays will still have graphs in, they might have equations in as well. So it's not, in terms of compared to the other subjects of PPE, it's much more kind of a textbook than it is necessarily literature. So yeah, I'm really sorry, I can't remember which textbook it was. I'm pretty sure they were just called like microeconomics, macroeconomics. But yeah, they were the textbooks in the first year. It's useful to buy them, but you also really, really don't need to. Like the library has loads of copies of them. So I would just kind of pop in and grab the library's copy. But yeah, it's much more kind of, you would occasionally read a paper that was online, but yeah, it's a lot of textbooks more than kind of literature, I would say.
Perfect, thank you. So we've got another one saying, can you stay at college during the 6-week period when there are no tutorials or lectures? Anyone want to take that? Anoop?
So I think after the intense 8 weeks that you're going to have during term time, you're probably not going to want to stay, to be honest, especially since you don't have to pay for the accommodation over the vacation. I think if you have exams coming up or something important coming up, or if you're doing some outreach work, then you can stay in like college property if you apply for it. But I think Matilda's probably best to answer this again, since she is food and housing officer. So I'll let her fill any gaps that I've missed.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and get this exactly right, but definitely check out the accommodation at Hertford page, because it explains what the rules are for vacation accommodation. So I want to say I'm trying to find it myself now, because it's something like 12 free days, and then days are added on by how far you are in your course. I'm trying to figure it out. There's definitely a certain amount of free vacation, and I should probably know this off the top of my head. It will be on the Hertford accommodation website, but there is a certain amount of free vacation stay you get. So you can stay in the college kind of 12 nights for North Week. So yeah, we all get to come back from 12 nights for North Week plus 7 nights every year. There we go. So yeah, and I'm pretty sure they work kind of cumulatively. So if you haven't used your 7 nights in first and second year, you can use more by the time you get to third year. But yeah, double check with the accommodation site for that. People can also, if there are kind of extenuating circumstances, you can kind of write to college and apply to stay, explaining your reasons why. Or often, I know quite a few finalists do just kind of pay their normal rent and stay over the vacation. So yeah, you get a certain amount free, but for the fine details, please check the Hertford accommodation website.
Perfect, thank you. So this probably kind of links into the next question, which is, what are the self-catering facilities like, and are they available to all years? Mark, do you want to talk about this a little bit?
Yes, so all first years live on college site, where in addition to having hall where you can go and eat, there are kitchens. I mean, they're probably not that great kitchens, to be brutally honest, and there's not that many. So a lot of people do choose to go to hall or to eat out. But I mean, I can think of so many people as well who do choose to cook just because it's a bit cheaper. And then in second and third years, I mean, I'm a first year, so I don't know as well, but from what I understand, the kitchens are a bit better, and having seen some of the accommodation, they're a lot bigger and more modern. So they look quite a lot better, and definitely there's lots of people who do choose to self-cater.
I would add that our first year accommodation has recently been renovated, so I think hopefully new people will get some really nice kitchens to use. I know that in my first year I cooked most of my meals, which probably was a bad idea because I'm so bad at cooking, but it can be done. So yeah, I would say for all years, like if you're someone who genuinely wants to cook every single meal, you can definitely do that. And if you're someone who wants to primarily eat in hall, I mean, there's only a couple of meals a week you wouldn't be able to eat in hall for. So whatever you fancy, basically, I think. And the kitchen facilities for second years and above, I think, are generally better. You might start getting things like dining room tables, or you're sharing with like a smaller number of people. So yeah, if you like cooking, you can cook. If you don't like cooking, you don't have to cook. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Next question. So is it expensive to be a student in Oxford? And with Hertford's accommodation for this year, we're actually I think we're second from the bottom for actual accommodation price. So per night, we're kind of like the second cheapest college. Obviously, it'll change with next year with increase and everything, and that could be seen on the website. But for this year that we're talking about, the one that's just gone, we were second bottom. So that's obviously really good. We pay kind of it's like a flat rate for accommodations. That's one of the costs of living that is reduced at Hertford, which is really nice. I think when it says it's kind of, it can be as expensive as you want to make it out to, as you want to make it. So if you want to eat out at Leon every night, you can. That's going to be really expensive. If you want to go out every night and kind of go to the pub and buy 3 pints for £6 each or something, it can be. But then you can also it it can be reasonable, and people can kind of not go run into loads of, but it doesn't have to be as expensive as some people make it to be. Also, Hertford offers quite a lot of financial bursaries, and the university does. All the details can be found on the website for Hertford. I've got a sheet up here which kind of lists a few, which I can get up. So yeah, for Oxford, for the university, there's this thing called the Crank Start Scholarship for UK students, and then bursaries for UK and EU students. And then within college, we've got our Hertford College undergraduate bursary, where with household income, if your household income is below 53,000, you get 1,000 per year, just as a bursary split over 2 terms, I want to say. There's also travel funds to help you if you kind of have a dissertation to write and you need to go for to do a bit of traveling. Also, a student support fund. So if you're experiencing unexpected financial hardship, you can apply for a grant from Hertford. And also for some people, we get free vacation residence. So on top of as Matilda said, we get the free vacation residence for the 12 nights and the 7 nights per year. Some summer student research studentships. And if you want to do a language course, once you complete it, Hertford reimburse 50% of the cost of the course. So Hertford does offer a lot of financial support. But does anyone else want to say anything about how expensive it is being a student in Oxford?
I'd say one thing that actually makes it a lot cheaper, which you kind of forget about, is that you don't need to really pay for transport anywhere particularly often. I mean, so people cycle, but you don't even have to cycle really. And kind of things like just getting around to different places, you never really have to get the bus anywhere, you never really have to get taxis anywhere. So for a night out, you don't have to include kind of the cost of a taxi, or just to get around to lectures and stuff, you don't have to get a bus anywhere. So that actually makes a really big difference. And often I find that we've got the college bar, which is a really good value for money drinks. And because everyone does live so close together in first year, there have been days where I've literally only spent money on the food I've eaten. That's kind of, if you're working in the library and you just go and relax in somebody's room, you can really I think not having to pay for transport actually makes such a big difference compared with other places. If you had to kind of travel around the city, I think it's a really good thing for being cheap.
Perfect, thank you. Anything else anyone would like to add? No? Okay, perfect. So we've got one here saying, does Hertford have a university challenge team? If so, how would one go about joining it? Are any other sorts of quiz events run in the college? Anyone want to take that? Matilda?
This one. Yes, so we do have a university challenge team. So I think once a year, the academic officer runs a trial. So people come and sit and there's a paper with all different questions on. I didn't make it past the first round, so I don't actually know exactly what happens after that. But yeah, we do. So it's ran by our academic officer. We often have pub quizzes down the bar, but there's also a university quiz society, which I actually did go to one of their events once, which they kind of ran. It was for all freshers, and they ran, you came in your college as freshers, and that was a little mock university challenge. So there's definitely a university-wide quizzing society, and Hertford does do quizzes, and we do run university challenge.
Perfect, thank you. So someone just asked, it seems like Hertford has a really nice atmosphere. Is that what you found? Mark, do you want to answer this? I think yes. Mark, do you want to say anything?
I'd agree. Yeah, I think it is a really nice atmosphere. And I think that from the moment I arrived, I found it very welcoming and inclusive. I think the nice thing is that we're quite a big year group. in the sense that there's probably like 100 plus people, but that in Freshers Week you basically get to meet more or less everybody in some capacity, and you probably end up knowing the majority of people in your year group, which is really nice, and indeed lots of people from the other years. And because Hertford is quite a small college physically, that means that actually you live very close to all of your friends, and generally speaking, the social spaces in college, like the bar and the common room, are often really busy, especially when we have like a bop, which is kind of like a club night with people from your college. The bar's always packed beforehand, and I personally have found it a very good atmosphere, a really welcoming place.
Amazing. Alex, do you have anything to add?
Well, yeah, I'd really just agree with that. I think it's so friendly, and yeah, people are really nice, and it's genuinely a nice kind of atmosphere. I was quite surprised by, you know, how sort of friendly and approachable everyone was when I started. So yeah, it's definitely a really nice place to be.
Perfect. Anything else that anyone would like to add to that question? I think it's just kind of like everyone says yes, it's a really nice atmosphere. Can't really go wrong. And what I really like is that in Hertford, even if you just kind of pop into college to just walk around, you always bump into someone you know. So it's always like bumping into a friendly face, can say hi. And also the societies we have within Hertford, it's kind of like a lot of inter-year, people like start talking inter-year, they get to know each other from different years, and it creates a really nice atmosphere rather than being like, okay, this is first year, this is second year, we can't talk to each other. It's just really relaxed. And we have other events throughout the term. So welfare has these things called welfare teas, whereas where in the JCR, the female and the male welfare officer buy loads of food from Sainsbury's or Tesco's, bring it to college, and we just kind of like everyone comes over like 2 hours and just eats food and just has a chat. And yeah, it's just really nice, just something that they do, which is good. So yeah, we've got a question here saying, what's Oxford's pet policy? What are the circumstances where pets may be kept? Anyone want to take that?
I don't think there are circumstances that pets may be kept, unless it's like a disability dog. I don't think we're allowed them. I mean, we have a college cat, so that's a start. But I think unless there's kind of a really good reason for your pet, I don't think you're allowed them, because obviously, I mean, if you lived out, that might be something different, but at Hertford we live in college accommodation all years, and I'm pretty sure there's a no pet policy.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think there is one. I suppose if it was, let's say there was something to do with guide dogs, you'd probably have to talk to Hertford and get in contact with the academic office, because we don't know, it might not be on the website. But if that is the case, then contact Hertford and they'll be happy to reach out to you. So yeah, that's the question. Oh yeah, and also the Disability Advisory Service. That's a college-wide service. So if you have anything from learning difficulties to something such as you need a guide dog, for example, which you could call a pet, I suppose, reach out to them and ask them about that. But yeah, that's a good question. We haven't had that yet. Okay.
Has a wonderful cat called Simpkin. I'm such a cat person. I have a cat at home. So the fact that Hertford also had a cat, I think, was something which kind of cemented kind of to me that Hertford is such a homely place. Like he's always hanging around the libraries. You can kind of like sit next to him. Yeah. So if you like cats, Hertford's a fab place.
But don't let the cat like put you off as well, because I'm not really a cat person, but I still love it at Hertford. So go dogs.
Yeah, to be honest, we have these things called welfare weeks in 5th week, and a part of that is for the welfare officers get a dog to come in and have basically a dog just comes into college and we can stroke it for about an hour, maybe go on a walk if we're lucky. That's really nice as well, so it's good. Perfect. So we've got a bit of a controversial question here. It's, what is your favourite and least favourite thing about Hertford? So obviously it's quite easy to say what our favourite things are, but does anyone want to say their least favourite? Kind of get it out.
Is it right if
Anyone? Yep, go for it.
No one knows that the bridge is ours, and it's quite frustrating. So, okay, so the bridge is size. Everyone, as soon as they're fresher, they'll like come to Oxford and they'll take a picture in front of this really nice bridge, and they're just like, who owns that bridge? I don't know. Well, it's Hertford. It's we use it to like get between quads and everything. And like, yeah, so every time everyone's just like, oh, I don't know Hertford, we're just like, it's the one with the bridge, and they're just like, oh. So yeah, that's what I'd say. Yeah.
Kind of also like that as well, because you know we don't need to have the kind of the big name to prove that we're like, you know, inclusive and wonderful and friendly. Yeah.
I'd say like 95% of the time I love how like bustling college main site is, and it's so nice to bump into everyone, but sometimes when it's a bit of a rough morning, it is kind of a bit like if I want to just like get to breakfast and have brunch, you kind of see half the college when you're not looking your best, maybe feel a bit rough, or especially sometimes the tourist outside on the weekend, if I'm kind of trying to get across in like my tracksuit and just get to the library. But yeah, that's the only thing. 99% of the time I love bumping into everyone, but there are those few days when sometimes you do wish you were somewhere that was a bit more isolated, but other than that, not really.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely. It's hard to say what you like don't like about college when you love it so much. Yeah, honestly, last term it was great doing online, but I really did miss Hertford, and I'm very excited to get back, as is most people I've spoken to, and I'm guessing everyone here. So yeah, definitely look forward to coming to Hertford if you get a place. We've got one here which I don't think we'll be able to answer because there's not an E&M person, but maybe if some of you have a friend that does do E&M, you can help answer it. But basically it says, is it a good idea to apply to E&M if this person's only interested in can't talk today, if the person's only interested in the management part? Does anyone know about the course?
I can kind of take this. So E&M in first year does the exact same amount of economics as PP does. So we do the exact same content, sit the exact same exams, spend the exact same amount of time on it. So where we do philosophy and politics, E&M does management. So I guess in that sense, E&M's first year is kind of like 2 parts management, 1 part economics. And then we also choose from the same economics modules further up. But whereas PPE gets a choice to drop economics if we want to, and we don't have to do it, E&M does have to continue with economics. And I'm fairly certain that you have to kind of balance it 5-3. So we sit a total of 8 exams at the end, PP and E&M, I'm pretty sure. Double check this all on the course website. But I have quite a few friends that do E&M, and it's fairly similar in some ways. But yeah, we sit a total of 8 exams, and you have to make sure 3 of them at least are economics, and then 5, I think, could be management. So, I mean, whatever happens, you would have to do economics as part of E&M. There's not really a getting out of it, and there's not like with PP where you could kind of just do it for 1 year, not really properly have it count towards your degree and drop it. You will have to do economics. So it's kind of about, I guess it depends what the reasons are that you don't want to do economics. But yeah, have a look on the course website and see what the tutors say. But I would say that, yeah, there is economics that does have to be done with an economics and management degree.
Perfect. Okay, we've got time for one last question. Hopefully, so it says, how have you found virtual teaching? Hopefully the people on this live Zoom won't actually have to do virtual teaching, because obviously it'll be quite a while until you come to Oxford. So fingers crossed, everything should be back to the new normal. But yeah, how have people found virtual teaching? It's probably good to have an essay based, a practical based, and then so like more sciencey. So yeah, Alex, how have you found virtual teaching? Because I think medicine's quite a lot of contact hours, isn't it?
Yeah, so actually for my year group, it's been all right, because we wouldn't have really had any practicals in the sort of things that we're studying at the moment. But I'd say we've still had all the lectures, all the seminars, and all the tutorials we were supposed to have anyway. So I think it's been really great, actually. And I think they've done a really good job of like making sure we're not missing out on anything. But yeah, so it's all been on Teams and on Zoom and things like that. They have had to kind of rearrange our course a bit. So hopefully I'll be doing a lab project next term instead. So that's kind of been something that's a bit uncertain, but I think on the whole it's been really well done, and I don't feel like I've missed out on any kind of contact hours or anything.
Perfect. How about you, Mark, with an essay-based subject?
Yeah, so like Alex, I've not really missed out on contact hours. I still had tutorials, which in my view are pretty much the same online. Just you might have the odd occasional connection issue. And same with lectures, they're completely fine being online. They're just recorded, and actually that's sometimes more convenient because you can, skip back 30 seconds to hear something again. Something which is a bit odd is not having all of Oxford's libraries, because when you're in Oxford, there is every book imaginable, basically. But sometimes they're really difficult to find online. But I do think that the university responded very well to that. So like practically every other day, I'd get an email from the history department telling me that there's a load of new journals that they've put online or a load of new ebooks. So it wasn't that disruptive. So yeah, I personally found virtual teaching okay. What I kind of missed was that, you couldn't replicate the social life and the college environment from home. So the educational side of it was not too much of a problem, but I was definitely annoyed not to be in Oxford itself.
Perfect, thank you. And one final, this is a medicine question. We won't have another person on the Zoom. So Alex, someone says, hi, I'm applying for medicine. Would you be able to give some example essays you write as an undergrad medical student? So maybe a title or just kind of how long they are, what they expect, just for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, so we probably on average in first year have 2 or 3 tutorials a week, and we have to write an essay for each of those. They kind of expect you to spend about 4 hours on an essay in terms of like the planning, and obviously the colleges are great because they provide all of the textbooks you'd ever need, like, and more in all the libraries. So you never need to like buy any textbooks or anything for that. But yeah, the essay titles are kind of usually sort of like comparative or describing a process, or kind of talking through like how something happens scientifically. Like we have to use like clinical examples in our essays, and also talk about the scientific evidence behind certain things. I mean, we have to write essays on all sorts of topics, and I can't sort of think of an example of first year off the top of my head. But yeah, so it varies between the colleges whether they have to be handwritten or typed in first year. At Hertford, they tend to have to be handwritten, so we can include diagrams as well, which sort of helps with the explaining. It might be like a graph or something like that to kind of help with your explanation. But yeah, they're sort of usually explaining a process rather than actually arguing for or against a point, like perhaps a humanities essay would be.
Perfect, thank you. So yeah, we're going to pass on to the next group led by Karina. So yeah, there should come up on the screen the link to ask any questions if you'd like our students to answer any more for the next hour or so. So yeah, thank you very much for tuning in and asking questions. Hopefully we answered everything that you wanted in enough detail. But yeah, thank you very much, and we'll pass over to Karina and the next 5 others, I think there's 6 of them. But yeah, thank you, bye.
Cool. Thanks, Rebecca. So yeah, if you submit your questions here, bit.ly/Hertford Slido, if you scroll down the page, then you'll be able to find the bit where you can submit questions there. And we're happy to answer questions on literally anything. So, life in Oxford, life at Hertford, about our different subjects, that kind of thing. Cool. So we'll get started by introducing ourselves. So I'm Karina. I've just finished my 2nd year at Hertford, and I'm studying geography. Ian, do you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Ian. I've just finished my 2nd year chemistry, and yeah, I'm at Hertford too. Saida, do you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Saida. I also finished my 2nd year and I do English. Tash, do you want to go next?
Hi, I'm Tash. I've just finished my 2nd year of law at Hertford. Imogen?
Hi, I'm Imogen, and I've just finished my 3rd year doing Japanese. Is that everyone?
Oh, hi, I'm Husna, and I just finished my 1st year doing history.
Cool. So we'll get started with these questions. So Someone's asking, is Hertford the only college doing a live video? I'm not sure. I thought other places were doing Q&A, but it might have only been at specific times. I know some of the departments were also doing Q&As, but basically all the colleges, I think, probably have done pre-recorded videos, so those should probably be able to give you a good idea of what the colleges are like as well. And you can always get in touch with the college and ask them questions as well. Okay, so first question. Hi, can you talk about the college family system? How involved are college parents throughout the year? Ian, this is a question for you.
This is the question for me. So I was the college family rep for this year's freshers that came in. And the college family system is basically set up so that freshers have a contact or a couple of contacts in the year above at Hertford, or whichever college, because most colleges do this, before you arrive. So you have like some friendly faces who are already looking out for you, know that you're coming, and already know that you kind of exist and are, you know, present in the college. And at the start of Freshers Week, or like within the first few weeks of term, you normally have a meal with your college family. They're normally about, at Hertford at least, about an average of 2 to 3 parents and about 4 siblings normally. So it's quite a lot, quite a big family. And you'll have, a meal out, you'll get to meet them, meet your siblings, and then you in turn will get some kids when you go into second year. In terms of how much, sorry, I forgot what the question was, how involved are they? It really does depend on your parents. So there are some people who will take it really seriously and like absolutely fall in love with their children, and like, you know, they'll shower them with gifts and I don't know, all sorts of things like that. I personally really wanted to be the families rep because I wanted to make a big difference with the families. I didn't have like the most welcoming family experience, but you know, it really does depend. This is the thing, it is quite random. It's just whoever you are paired up with. But at the end of the day, you know, you're put in with everyone else in freshers. It's not the be all end all. Like there are loads of people at college that you will make friends with, but it is a really good system just to get you into Hertford with a good kind of like footing through the door. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. But it does happen at basically every college, so it's not just Hertford.
Yeah, sorry Tash, go for it.
Yeah, on the back of that as well, even if you get assigned a college parent, college family, and you don't really like gel with them, if that makes sense, and you don't have that really close, like tight relationship stuff. I was like adopted by various college parents in the year above, a little bit needy. So the other second years when I was a fresher in my subject kind of looked after me as well. So the college family system is a really good kind of nice starter, I guess, as like an initial link to someone else or another group. But if it doesn't really work for you, because it doesn't always work, there are like, you will still make friends, you will still have a support system around you and stuff. Like Ian was saying, it's good, but it's not like the be all and end all.
I'd just like to add, sorry, the way different colleges do their family system is slightly different. So I think Brasenose, it's like you definitely will get put with, you know, only people in your subject, and your parents are only from one certain subject. So you end up with like entire lineage of like chemistry students or like geography students or whatever. But at Hertford, it doesn't work like that. So they just basically pair up in any sort of way. So you should get a parent who is doing your subject. The only exception is if you do a subject that doesn't have like a lot of students at Hertford. So I think last year we had one Chinese student come in the freshers, and there were no Chinese students in second year. So we, in fact, my family took them on. But you know, in most subjects, you will get a parent who does your subject.
I think also, like, in terms of parents being involved, even if your college parents might not be super involved throughout like your first year, but it doesn't mean that they're not willing to answer questions. I mean, like my college dad, basically, I just never talk to him, and you know, we don't like, you know, hang out or whatever. Like, don't really have that much contact. But before we started at Oxford, like just after I got my offer, I had some questions and I sent to him, and he, answered really quickly and was more than happy to answer questions. And I know other people who are in our year who have been answering questions from people in the year below, even though they haven't sort of, been having family dinner every month. They're still more than happy to answer questions. So it's nice to have that sort of dedicated person you can ask. There's also the Rainbow Families scheme. I think that's what it's called. Tasha, you look like you're about to say something. Do you want to go for it?
Yeah, there's the Rainbow Family Scheme, which is run by the LGBT plus society. So they will pair you up with another member of the LGBT plus society, so that you have a parent maybe with similar experiences to you. As well as that, it might be worth talking about college marriages as well. So in your freshers, usually quite early on, you'll marry another fresher. It's kind of a jokey thing. You just kind of pick someone that you're friends with, and you'll have that college marriage, and it's a nice little bond. So then you will go on in your second year to have college children. It's not limited to 2 people really. I think, Ian, correct me if I'm wrong, but our college family system lets you have like 3 parents.
Mine had 4. It's quite weird. Yeah, I mean, that was an exception though. It is normally 3 maximum. It's because 2 of them went on a year abroad anyway, so we didn't want just to have like single parents looking after 4 children or whatever in college. It seemed a bit unfair on them. So, yeah.
Yeah, so the nice thing about the family system is that even if you don't necessarily have that close bond with your parents, you tend to have quite a nice close bond with the person that you like marry. So I know that me and my college wife, we go for coffee every week, and even though we aren't kind of in the same friendship groups as such, we still see each other all the time. So it's just another person that is like another kind of support system for you when you first start, and kind of another friendship bond, I guess.
Cool, thanks guys. We have another question, which is, what stuff is there to do if you don't drink alcohol? Husna, you talked about that,
yeah.
didn't you? Yeah.
So I don't drink alcohol, so obviously like there are still events, so like certain, like most societies will have like non-drinking events as well, and even with like events that are centered around drinking, like Port and Policy or like Champagne and Socialism or whatever, like there's no pressure really to drink. Like usually there will be like things like Schlur or like lemonade like on hand, so that's, you can sort of like get involved with that as well. And then like I still go clubbing, I just don't drink, so there are still things for you. And if you don't drink for religious reasons, there are like religious societies as well, which obviously have events without alcohol, so that helps.
Yeah, and what I was going to say, the college entertainment teams, which are the teams that run events for Hertford students, also like have an obligation to organise non-alc events each term. So there's also in college
and those
events,
like tend to be like quite wholesome ones as well.
Yeah.
If you want like board game nights and stuff, that's like the way forward.
Cool. Next question is, do you work in the college library or your room or somewhere else?
Sorry, just working in your room for me is like a scam. Like I can't not working there, my bed's right there. Like it's just whereas like in the library, because everyone else is so like focused and dedicated to working, like it works quite well for me as well. And like the environment in the library is quite nice as well, because like you'll see people you haven't really seen, and you just sit down and like put your heads together and just start working, which I like quite like.
Saida, you were talking about libraries earlier as well.
Yeah. So what I really like about Oxford is that with your Oxford student card, you can go to like loads of different libraries around Oxford. It's not like most other unis that just have one library. So you can do a bit of library hopping if you're just restless like me and need a change of scene. So I like to do that when I'm working in the libraries. But for essays, I would say that I usually write them in my room, because I just need to be alone with that essay without everyone else there. But if I'm doing reading, yeah, I definitely work in the library.
Yeah.
I feel that, Saida, I really do. I think the other nice thing about Oxford is because, especially in first year, you live right in the city centre. So I really struggle to work in libraries because they're so quiet. and like there's no noise and everyone is stressed sometimes, mostly, yeah. And I can't be around stress, otherwise I get stressed. But Oxford has like 1 billion cafes with seating areas. So whilst you don't like library hop, I tend to cafe hop, and then end up back in my room or the bar at the end of the day. So that's another option as well if you like the noise or like the white noise in the background.
Also, like the Harvard Library is 24/7, which I really liked because I did have quite a few late night essay crises like in my first year. So it was just sort of nice to let a group of friends together late at night, get your Hassans, and then just do your work.
Yeah, on the subject of cafes as well, I do quite a lot of work in cafes because then you can like buy yourself cake as a reward and stuff like that. And also because of Oxford being the way it is, the cafes are used to students just going and sitting and working in there like all day. So if you buy a drink occasionally, they're not going to kick you out, which other places might in a less university city. Okay, next question. What do you enjoy most about the environment at Hertford? Imogen, do you want
to? Yeah, I mean, the setting is really nice. Just sort of like walking around in college. I think if I were like when I lived on site in first year, if I was getting a bit stressed or needed to just sort of take a moment from doing an essay or something, then you can like just go out of your room and walk over the bridge, walk around the quad, see Simpkin, sit in like by the trees and stuff, and just take a moment. I think it's really nice being able to just do that. And even if you move off site in later years, a lot of the accommodation where I lived this year is right by Christchurch Meadows. So if you need to go take a moment outside, then I think it's nice to go for a wander. And there's a lot of green space in Oxford actually, even though it's quite dense. So that's why.
Anyone else?
I think maybe like the community feel that we have at Hertford that I don't think you necessarily get at some of the bigger colleges. Bigger in terms of size, not undergraduate numbers, because Hertford's physically so small that especially in your first year, you know who everyone is. You're always around people. So like you can just walk through college and you'll bump into like 4 or 5 different people that you haven't seen for a little while. I think that's really lovely, and definitely something that helps get you through at the very start of uni when you're kind of trying to figure out what your routine is, trying to make new friends, trying to get your work done, and you kind of sometimes socializing and meeting new people kind of falls to the back of that list of things because you want to do well and you have so many deadlines and stuff. So I think that's really lovely about Hertford, is that there's this really nice kind of supportive community feel to it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. With the geographers, we have this termly event called Gilbert's, which is like named after a geographer, but where all the years of geographers and the geography tutors get together and have formal dinner, and there's usually a theme that involves dressing up, and then also the one that happens in the summer term, you invite the like 4th years, so the people who graduated last year, they come back for that as well. It's just really nice, like chatting to the people from other years, and you can sort of ask them about what the course is like, but it's also just chatting about general stuff and talking to the tutors about non-academic stuff. Yeah, it's nice. Hertford is good for being friendly. Everyone says that they're the friendly college. It's not true. Hertford is the friendliest college.
Yeah, one of the nice things about off the back of that about Hertford is that it doesn't take itself like really, really seriously. So something I've found with friends from other colleges is that their like college staff and the college like administration take it really, really seriously. And Hertford just has this ability to have a laugh and engage with students I don't think other colleges do. It's like on Pancake Day, we have this like pancake flip run thing. I'm not really sure why or how it works. But our principal will run around the quad flipping pancakes. I don't really know why. I don't really know what's happening, but it's brilliant. Like our principal comes and watches football events and stuff. Yeah, like staff are engaged with us without it being really like serious and stuck up, which I think is really nice.
If you look on the Hertford College Instagram page, there may be footage of the pancake flipping race. I'm not sure. Cool. Please keep submitting questions. You can submit questions at bit.ly/Hertford Slido if you scroll down to the bottom of the page and then type your questions in there, and we will answer them as soon as we can. The next question is, how do you think Hertford compares to other colleges for chemistry, and what would you give as advice for the personal statement? Ian?
So Hertford, size-wise for chemistry, it can vary between 4 and 7 people, I think, generally. My year group, we have 4 of us in it, so we're quite a small one, but we all know each other really well. We're all really close friends, and it's just a really supportive environment to learn in. So tutorials are quite nice because we all just go as one big group. We have our inorganic tutorials at Merton currently with Mike Laidlaw, and our physical and organic tutorials are still in Hertford. The college is really close to the chemistry department, so it's about 200 meters or so away, and about 100 meters away from the labs. So it's like really convenient, especially if you're like, I don't know, on a lunch break from labs. You don't have to like, I don't know, walk all the way to the other side of the city to get back to your college. You can literally walk 100 meters and then you're back, and you can have food in your room or whatever. You don't have to go and spend money somewhere. So I always go and spend money in a sandwich shop because I really like it. But yeah, and then what's the second part? Personal statement advice. I would say the running joke within the chemistry department is people putting why chemical reactions happen on their personal statement and then not reading it. Do actually get it and read it, because they will, sorry, Tash. They will question you on it.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to have props.
No, I saw the question come up and I was like, right, I'm getting this out. No, do actually read it, because it is quite challenging to read, and none of it really made sense to me first time until we covered the content in first term of Michaelmas first year. So, but do try and read it, and they might question you about it. So definitely, it doesn't matter if you don't understand it though. Like, as long as you can say, oh, I enjoyed the molecular orbital part, or, you know, so forth. They're not gonna like grill you on it. This is stuff that, you know, they'd expect the end of a first year student, maybe second year, to understand. So don't worry too much. In terms of other stuff, work experience isn't that vital. Like it shouldn't make a huge part of your personal statement in terms of, oh, you know, I learned from this, I did that. So you can say you've done it, but the main thing comes down to the interview at the end of the day, and your passion for the subject. Because if you really love it, then you're going to try and work hard and you're going to do well, and that's what they want. So yeah, that's probably.
Before we move on from this question, I think the sandwich shops that Ian was talking about is quite important to mention. I think you were referring to ATS, or the
I was indeed.
And this is one of the other great attractions of Hertford, is that where you live in your first year is on the same road as ATS, which is this sandwich deli that is amazing and is famous across Oxford, and at lunchtime has queues all the way down the street, and you are seconds away from it, so you can be first there to get your sandwich. It's so cheap and it's so amazing. I cannot sing praises enough.
Sorry, could I just add one last thing? I don't want to dominate with chemistry, but just a really important thing. There's a lot of stuff you're told at A-level that are kind of just rules in chemistry, especially in organic chemistry. And if you can start now to start questioning why, you know, these rules happen or whatever, I don't know, stuff like why certain substitutions happen on different aromatic rings or whatever, start questioning it, because these are things that you'd really, I don't know, within the first few weeks of uni, you'd be explaining. So if you can kind of question it, and it's the sort of thing they would ask you in interviews. So just question all your A-level stuff.
Cool, thanks guys. For the person asking about number of biology undergrad students, you're best looking at the website, the Hertford College website, because none of us know that, I'm afraid. And for the person asking about applying for medicine and without biology A-level, you're probably best to get in touch with the admissions office or the medicine tutors at Hertford, because they'll be able to answer that question with more experience than any of us, because we haven't got any more medicine students on the Q&A now, I'm afraid. Okay, next question. What is Oxford like as a city? Imogen?
Yeah, I think Oxford's a great city, actually. It's, it's pretty kind of condensed, I think, which means you can get everywhere really easily. There's a lot, it's got sort of pretty much all the, I think, all the things you'd sort of need to kind of frequent often. Shops, coffee shops, restaurants. It's got some nightlife. It's really pretty because obviously so much of it is dominated by the university colleges. Just walking around is really pleasant. And it's nice to be able to live in like the center of town where everything is so close, which might not be the case where you live at home. So yeah, I really like living in Oxford.
Anyone else? Saida, have you got any
Yeah,
comments?
so Oxford as a city was one of the deciding factors for why I actually chose to apply to Oxford rather than Cambridge. Basically echoing a lot of the stuff that Imogen said, I think it's a beautiful city to live in. You have everything that you need, like Tasha said earlier, all about the coffee shops. I love all the independent coffee shops that are scattered around Oxford, especially because I don't really have that near where I live. So I just love exploring all the different ones in Oxford. I've mentioned earlier that we have a huge range of libraries. So that's great as well. And you also have like the restaurants, shopping, so everything you need basically, and a lot of like parks as well. So I just really love the city.
Yeah, and one of the good things is that because most of the buildings in Oxford, at least in central Oxford, are owned by the university, it means that wherever you go, you connect to Wi-Fi because all the buildings use the same Wi-Fi. Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about applying to Oxford, and you can, once you're able to, I would recommend coming to visit Oxford because you get a nice feel for the place, even if it's not for the actual open day. It's probably a bit calmer if you're not there for the actual open day anyway, so that's nice. Cool. Saida, another question for you. What sort of thing were you asked in your English interview?
Oh, okay. So obviously these will be specific to my experience, and I think the interview process for English changed slightly last year, so bear that in mind. I had 2 interviews at Hertford and then 2 interviews at a different college. So that happens occasionally for English, like half of the people might get more interviews, and that's like another chance for the tutors to see more of you. So for my first interview at Hertford, I was given a few poems to read 20 minutes before the interview, and I chose one that I wanted to talk about. So we started off the conversation based around that poem for my first interview. And then for my second interview, we had to make a list of the books that we've read recently. So I've just listed some of the ones that I've been reading, and that was like the conversation starter for that interview before they talked a bit about my personal statement. I really enjoyed that second interview because I mentioned a few young adult fiction books on my personal statement, and I didn't think that I'd get asked about them, but we actually had a really nice discussion about my interest in that area of literature. So that was just a really nice chat. And then for my 2 interviews at the other college, it was basically like the 2 mixed together. I had to talk about a poem that I haven't seen before we talked more about my general interests in literature. So my main thing would be just to enjoy the conversation, because it's a chance for you to talk to the experts in that subject, and if you really like the subject, it should be just a nice conversation to have. Obviously they will challenge you and probe you with questions, but you just need to articulate what you're thinking, and don't be afraid to ask questions if you're not sure what the stuff in the poems mean or the text mean. So yeah.
Cool, thank you. Okay, so we're going to have to hand over soon, but we'll stick with the subject specific questions. Imogen, what were your interviews for Japanese like?
So it's quite a few years ago now, but I had 2 interviews. One was at the department building and one was at Hertford. They were kind of largely similar in terms of content, although the one at the department building, we had to do a kind of pre-interview kind of test type thing. It's quite similar to the OLAT, which you don't have to do for Japanese, where they give you some sentences in like a constructed language that doesn't exist. And then they ask you to work based on the sentences they give you, provide translations for some other sentences. So we talked about that a bit in the interview. And then we also discussed things I'd mentioned in my personal statement. And also, because I'd done some Japanese before by myself, they like asked me to say a few things in Japanese, but that was not like a very significant part of the interview. And the one at college, again, mostly focused on my personal statement and things I'd put in there, any like books I'd read or kind of things I was particularly interested in. And there was also a 4th year student there at the time. So they asked if I wanted to ask anything about the course to her as well. So that was quite useful to find out a bit more. But the tutors were all really friendly and it was quite enjoyable actually.
Cool, thank you. Next question, which we will just do quickly before our time's up, is it true that you can complete your course without even buying a single book? I reckon we could do a range of subject types. Ian, do you want to talk about sciences?
Yeah, very quickly. Basically everything you will ever need in chemistry, at least, you can get in Hertford College Library. Occasionally I went to the Radcliffe Science Library, that's now changed. But you know, all the books are accessible to you. The only thing is our physical chemistry tutor in 1st year, Claire Valance, suggested that we did buy a copy of Atkins Physical Chemistry, which was £50, I think. I think there was a little bit of a discount. This was at Blackwell's, but she advised we bought this because it literally will follow us throughout the whole course, and she's still got her book in her office from when she was an undergrad student. So it's kind of like a right of way to have one, I don't know. But you don't need to do it. You can get access to older editions of this textbook within the libraries.
Something it might be worth mentioning is that in law, you do get a bit of a rep for having to buy loads of textbooks. But one of the really great things about Hertford is that for the last few years at least, and I assume going forward, you get a book fund from one of the big law firms. So Mayor Brown, I think the firm is, give £150 to each Hertford student, which you don't get. It's given to the library to buy books on your behalf. So that should cover all the books you need for the year. You're given those books, and then when you're done with them, you just put them back in the library. So in law, you're occasionally advised to buy your own copy of something in case you want to make notes on it. But you should never really have to do that if you don't want to. The library will always have everything. If it doesn't, Alice, our librarian, will usually find it for you and spend your book fund money on it. If not, the law faculty library, it's huge. It has everything, but it is reserve only, so you can't take books out. You just have to read them in the library.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, Oxford has over 100 libraries, I think. So there's always, if you need a book, you'll be able to find it somewhere. There's this like online database called Solo, which stands for Search Oxford Libraries Online. But basically you can just put in whatever you're trying to find and it will tell you which library and where in the library it is. And the Bodleian Library, which is one of the libraries, is a legal deposit library. So it has a copy of every book published in the UK, I think. They store them off-site, but you can get them to send them in for you. Unless anyone has any more comments on that topic. No? So that's the end of our slot. We'll be handing over to the last group of students now. Yeah, thanks for sending me your questions. Hopefully we answered them and basically applied to Oxford. Oxford's great. So,
bye.
Cool. Bye.
Okay, well, hello everyone. I believe this is the last Q&A slot of the virtual open days. So welcome and congrats if you've stayed on to ask any last minute questions that you have. We'll do our best to answer them. And so let's just go around and introduce ourselves first and what subjects we study. So first of all, hi, I'm Josephine. I study human sciences and I've just finished my 3rd year. Emma?
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm doing history and I've just finished my 3rd year as well. Freya?
Hi, I'm Freya and I've just finished my 1st year doing maths. Caleb?
Hi, I'm Caleb and I've just finished my 1st year and I'm doing biology. Rosie?
Hi, I'm Rosie. I study archaeology and anthropology and I'm in my final year, so I've just finished. I think Rebecca?
Yeah, my video's coming soon, I think. My name's Rebecca and I've just finished my 4th year studying French.
Great, so just sort of a final reminder of how to ask questions. You can follow, if you follow the link, the bit.ly/Hertford Slido, you can ask questions there and then feel free to like the questions that you want answered so we can try and get the most important questions answered in these last 30 minutes. So first of all, just recently in the last session, there was a couple of questions on biology, and luckily Caleb has just joined us now. So Caleb, could you please summarize a little bit about biology at Hertford and how many students are there and what it's like, basically?
Yeah, so there's most years, so in my year there's 7 biologists, but most years it's usually between 6 and 7. And biology at Hertford in general is quite a good subject to study, I think. So in the first year you get taught kind of 3 main themes. One is the diversity of life, which covers sort of phylogenetics, taxonomy, those kind of things. The other theme is building of phenotypes, which is all your cell biology and genetics. And then your 3rd theme is ecology and evolution. So I feel like from what I've experienced so far, first year in biology, you kind of get a wide range of things that you cover, and that's with the department. But then in terms of at college with Hertford, they kind of reflect that as well in terms of our tutes. So our tutorials, sorry, tutes is short for tutorials. Our tutorials are split up into those 3 themes, and roughly you'll have usually 1 tutorial a week as a first year biologist. Sometimes we have 2, but it just depends. And those tutorials will usually be in Hertford, but sometimes we have tutorials in other places. So we'll have some at the pathology labs and some we have at Somerville. And those tutorials are roughly an hour or an hour and a half long, and they can vary as well in how many people there is. So in my first term, I started my first tutorial as a one-on-one tutorial, and then I had some tutorials where there's 3 to 4 people, and then by the end of first term, I was in a tutorial with all 7 others. So it varies quite a bit. Yeah, but in general, biology at Hertford is quite a good subject. I do enjoy it, and I enjoy having tutorials with different tutors as well. So we have tutorials with the biology tutors, but we also have tutorials with life sciences tutors, such as Clive, who Joe will know very well. And yeah, it's quite interesting in general.
Great, I think that's a great little summary. And just to reiterate with a specific question, it's around 6 to 7 Hertford students for biology each year. Okay, so we've had a few more questions come in. One of the most popular is Hertford a traditional college? Are there lots of formals and college traditions and things like that? Rosie, do you want to take that one on and talk maybe about our favourite traditions?
Yeah, I think like Hertford is a traditional college. It doesn't have compulsory formals, so like there's 2 formals a week, but if you don't want to go, sorry, you don't have to go to them. Other colleges force you to go to the formal each week, so I don't know, that can influence your decision on colleges, I suppose. Hertford participates in a lot of the uni-wide traditions that you will encounter at Oxford. So we all do matriculation, which is where you get enrolled into the uni formally. And then Hertford puts on a ball for all the freshers after that event, which is always really good fun. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, and then so we have the formal dinners, which are every week, but then you also have specific dinners for different subjects. There's also like women's dinner. So they're really, it's like an amazing, oh, and Christmas formal as well is a big one. And then also Hertford has jazz and cocktails, which I'm not sure many other colleges do. Like our jazz band's really cool. And they have jazz and cocktails in the hall, which is like a really nice event. So yeah, I think Hertford's quite traditional, but equally if you don't want to like go in for that tradition, you don't have to.
Yeah, Emma, do you have any of your favourite traditions at Hertford?
I really like Heartfest, which is like our arts festival in the summer. And so there's like art events on. We do things like jazz in the quad, so the jazz band plays and we like drink hymns. Sometimes someone writes a kind of a satirical play and they put that on. And it just involves the whole Hertford community. Like everyone comes, hopefully it's nice weather. And it's just a really nice kind of college-wide festival in the summer.
Yeah, I think it was last year they did sort of a spoof of Mamma Mia. It was quite fun, and then made it very Oxford themed. And on that, what about you, Freya?
I think what Rosie was saying about like the subject and kind of social dinners. So I started rowing, which was a bit of a surprise for me because I am not sporty at all, but they're a very welcoming group at Hertford. And I kind of liked how they were kind of like traditional. Every term there's some form of race. It all got quite disrupted this year because the weather was so terrible, but we still kind of did the kind of social activities kind of within the rowing community, and they helped kind of the new freshers coming in to kind of feel like part of a bigger group in the college, which was really nice.
Yeah, great. So I think that sort of gives you an idea of some of the different traditions we have at Hertford and the opportunities to get involved in fun events like that. Okay, Rebecca, could you please talk about like the interview process and whether it's compulsory to come to Oxford for an interview? Well, I can actually answer the second part of that one. So basically, it's not if you're an international student, and you can have a Skype interview. Obviously, this year, for example, the interviews are all changing because of the situation. So the college is really willing to adapt and work with you depending on your situation. But Skype interviews have been a thing for international students for a long time. So yeah. But Rebecca, maybe talk a little bit about your interview and how that went.
Yeah, so I had 2 interviews, but at the same college. I didn't go for interviews at any other colleges, and they were both very similar. I had a poem given to me about 20 minutes beforehand to analyse, and then I went into the interviews. So I had one with my French tutor, who I was going to have for most of my degree, and then one with the Spanish tutor. I think they generally try to give you 2 interviews, like minimum. Like some people tend to have like 3 or 4 or more. But yeah, so the interviews in general were just trying to mirror, I think, what tutorials are like. So, you know, you get your sort of work, you've analysed it, you've come with some ideas and some things to talk about. And so most of my interviews were talking about that pre-reading that we were given. But then there was also maybe 1 or 2 questions on stuff, a book that I've read in my personal statement, and the odd question in French, and just sort of more generally what you're interested in. But mostly it was on the pre-reading for me. Yeah.
Okay, great. So yeah, and if you went at Hertford for an interview, I'm sure that they'd try and mirror that same process as much as possible in the virtual format as well. Okay, so just to answer a quick question about how many students are there at Hertford in total, well, it depends if you're talking about undergraduate or postgraduate as well, because we actually have both an MCR, which is a middle common group for the postgrads, and a JCR at Hertford. But on average, I'd say there's just over 110-ish students per year. You can probably find the more detailed statistics about that on our website and social media. But another question that we've had is it typical to study in other colleges' libraries? So the short answer is no, but it might be interesting to, but you can definitely explore the other colleges if you have friends through your subjects there and that type of thing. And so like my friends will help me find a book if it's in one college or another. And yeah, you can definitely find different study places in the different colleges while being at Hertford. But Caleb, can you maybe talk about where you choose to study and which libraries you like best?
Yeah, so for me, in first year, I spent most of my time studying just in Hertford's library, just because I quite enjoyed the upstairs section of Hertford's library. I thought it was like a right mix of kind of silence, but also you didn't feel like completely isolated because you were always sat next to people. But in general, like around Oxford, I really enjoyed the Radcliffe camera. I think it's just really impressive. Obviously, it's impressive from the outside, but once you're in there as well, it's really impressive. Especially the upstairs part. But also as a biology student, I enjoyed going a lot to the Radcliffe Science Library. And obviously that's been renovated now and the old location's been turned into a new college. But from what I've heard, the new renovated library is supposed to be really, really good and, you know, kind of really high tech and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see what that's like. I've also heard, I haven't been to the Union Library, but I've also heard that the Union Library is quite a popular place as well. And that it's got quite a unique look to it.
Yeah, what about you, Emma?
So I worked in quite a variety of places. I think mostly I also worked in Hertford Library because I like the kind of upstairs bit. I don't really like working in absolute silence all of the time. So I wasn't as big a fan of like the Radcliffe camera because that's quite quiet. But I have worked in the Bodleian Library as well, the Gladstone Link, which is like an underground section of the library. I've even worked in the Radcliffe Science Library, even though I'm not a scientist. Like a lot of these libraries you can go and work in, even if you're not like the subject or the faculty that it's kind of there for. I've also worked quite a lot in coffee shops. If, you know, the deadline's slightly further away and I don't have to work intently, there's a lot of really nice coffee shops in Oxford, which are nice to work in as well.
Yeah, and Freya, what about you for a maths subject?
So actually the maths department has some quite nice spaces to work in. In the department itself, there's a little cafe and a lot of seating kind of in it and around it. So particularly if you maybe have your lectures and then a computing class a little bit afterwards, it's quite nice to just stay in there. And then otherwise, because I don't really need to use the library, I'm quite a big fan of just staying in my room because we all have desks and I have my kettle and my mini fridge. So I have my snacks and my cups of tea.
Great. Yeah, so I'd say that like library hopping and exploring different places is a really fun thing about Oxford because there are so many different places to study on offer. So you do get to explore a bit of variety there. Caleb, the questions just come in about how would you describe how your biology interview went? Did you enjoy it? Was it difficult? Yeah, maybe you can talk a bit about that.
So all in all, it went a lot better than I thought it was going to go. I think sitting in like the room as I was waiting to go into it, I was quite nervous, especially because I was being interviewed by a guy called Martin Maiden, he's quite high up just in the university in general. I think he's senior proctor. But once I was actually in the interview, I kind of realized that the interviewers, they're not sort of against you, they're trying to help you, to draw the best out of you. And so all in all, I did think it went quite well. And obviously there's moments where they do kind of ask you things that sometimes seem a bit out of the blue, but they're not, trying to catch you off guard or catch you out or anything like that. But in general, with my interview, I'm not sure if they do this every year, but I had like a little pre-reading before, which we then it was just an article that we had to read and annotate, which we then discussed when I got into the interview. So I felt kind of a little bit prepared already because I had an idea that, I've read this, article and analysed it beforehand. So I'm guessing that once I get in there, I'm obviously going to have to discuss it. But yeah, I think in general, the actual interview was a lot less daunting than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, and Emma and I both worked interviews as ambassadors ambassadors. And one of the biggest pieces of advice I would give to people is if you can enjoy a conversation and enjoy the interview, that will really help you show off your skills and your knowledge and thinking process the entire time. So basically, as much as it seems daunting, try and enjoy it, because that's one of the best things that you can do during the 20 minutes. And at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity to talk to someone about a subject that you're really interested in. Emma, would you have any other advice about a potential interview?
I agree. Like the tutors aren't there to catch you out. They want to have a discussion with you and see that you're passionate and interested in whatever subject that you're interviewing for. So if you can like show that, and kind of show that you're thinking things through. So for a history interview, you know, if they ask you something and try and push you further than you've kind of something you've said already, that's fine. They're not trying to show you that you're wrong. They're just trying to see if you can think about it in that way. Yeah, so they're not trying to kind of catch you out, or kind of all those like scary stories that are spread around about the Oxford interview. Like, it isn't really like that. They just want to see if you are interested in the subject.
Yeah, and it basically mirrors what a tutorial is like when you're actually here. So it's a good way for you to find out as well whether you'd enjoy Oxford. But also if something goes wrong, or if it's a horrific experience for you, that's okay. Like, the tutors understand how nerve-wracking this experience can be. And so if something really goes wrong, then you may have the opportunity to notify Hertford staff, and they may be able to, and if you have circumstances which are understandable, they may be able to help you have another chance. But that usually only happens in rare circumstances. Freya, do you have anything else to say about that?
I was actually going to say, just when you were saying that sometimes things can go a bit wrong in interviews, I was absolutely petrified about interviews since I kind of considered applying to Oxford. I was really freaked out, and I was absolutely convinced that I was going to end up crying in one of my interviews. And everyone I spoke to said, "You're not going to cry, it's going to be fine." And I did end up crying in one of my interviews. But honestly, like, my interviewer was so nice about it. It was really like calming. It was at a college that wasn't Hertford. He kind of like gave me a shortcut through the college, so I didn't have to walk past people. I bumped into a Hertford student as I was coming back, and she like brought me inside and calmed me down. And obviously I still got in. So I feel like even if you just get a little bit like emotional, a bit panicked, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna kind of ruin the interview for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, well, we've also had a question about the Reach Oxford Scholarship. I am not an expert on all things on the financial side of admissions. Someone feel free to jump in now, but I would also just want to reiterate the different resources that we have for you to answer your questions. And also, Hertford admission staff are more than happy to answer any of these more specific questions by financial need and things like that via email. But if you look on the Hertford website, there's a tab with all that information there. So yeah, so since we're coming to the end of sort of a long 2 days of, I think it's been 8 hours each day of Q&As, I thought it just might be nice to end with each of us saying why we came to Hertford, and maybe one thing, and hopefully they'll be slightly different, about what we've enjoyed about our experience either so far, or some of us who are graduating throughout our whole experience. So for me, I chose Hertford because of its central location, and to be honest, because very much like most of you at the moment, I'd never visited Oxford in person before. I wasn't able to attend any of the open days in person. So I was looking at the material online, it looked really friendly, and I just decided to pick it and really enjoyed my interview experience. And basically, the interview experience was the formative time for me, where I was like, wow, this feels like a home. It feels like an atmosphere where people really support each other and is really friendly and a fun place to be while you are doing your uni experience and meant to be working really hard. So that sense of balance that it gave me was basically what helped my decision in being like, right, this is where I want to spend my 3 years studying human sciences. But what about you, Rebecca? Maybe you can tell us one thing. Yeah.
I think I chose Hertford just because I got a really good vibe from it on the open day. It's one of those things that's sort of hard to describe, but it was just sort of the atmosphere. It was really friendly and everyone just seemed so welcoming, and yeah, just a good vibe. My favorite thing about Hertford has definitely been the people. Like, again, everyone's so friendly. I feel like that's all I say, everyone's so friendly, but it's true. And like, I honestly think I've met friends for life, and I can't wait to like come back and visit in the future, because I'm leaving now. But yeah.
Freya, do you want to go and then maybe pass it on to someone else?
So I think, like everyone else said, I think the things that made me pick Hertford was the kind of friendly feeling it kind of gave, and that it felt like a real community. And that's something that I've definitely enjoyed the most at Hertford, is the kind of number of different ways that you can kind of get involved in the college and in the community. So I am on the Freshers Committee that I signed up to do, so that means I'm going to try and help run the Freshers events this year. Obviously it's a bit more confusing than normal, but it's kind of I've got to make like another group of friends through that. And I think there's like lots of opportunities through sport and stuff to kind of have new groups of people that you meet inside the college. I'll pass it on to Caleb.
So yeah, for me again, similar to the rest of you guys, it was sort of witnessing when I went on the open day, that sort of balance that Hertford gave, you know, from sort of the passion of, you know, the biology tutors who I met there on the day, alongside also the kind of conversations that I'd had with other student ambassadors working, who were kind of showing me that Hertford's kind of a best of both worlds sort of place, where you can really excel in your subject and pursue what you're passionate in, but you can also develop as an individual in other areas like sports, music, you know, whatever it is. And I'd say probably the thing I've enjoyed most this year as a first year has probably just been the social events. So stuff like Hertford Bops, which are like big organised parties, and jazz and drinks as well has been another big thing for me. I enjoyed that both times.
Rosie?
I'll pass it on to Rosie, sorry.
Yeah, I chose Hertford again because it felt friendly at open day. Also, they gave me a free lunch, which I kind of really liked. And also like subject specific, Hertford had some really good tutors which gave you opportunities to go to Pompeii for free and excavate there. So that was obviously a massive perk. And also, I think this has probably been mentioned a lot today, but Hertford's got a high proportion of state school admissions, which kind of made the whole thing a little bit less daunting for me. I totally believe this whole Oxford stereotype, which I shouldn't have done, but it's really easy to do. And my favourite experience at Hertford, I think, has been like, I've done some stuff that I never thought I would ever do. Like I've joined rowing, and we like rode to London, and all these amazing opportunities that I just never ever thought I'd be able to do. I have been able to do purely because everyone's so encouraging and enthusiastic, and they never kind of put you down or be like, no, you can't do that. If you're interested enough, everyone's willing to give you a go, kind of thing. I think Emma.
So what everyone else has said about the vibe of Hertford, like I felt it too. It felt friendly, and you know, it is friendly. That is why. But then, like on a more practical note, the high intake of state schools, like Rosie said, was like quite comforting. And also, it offers accommodation every year, and I didn't want to go through the stress of finding a house. So that was really nice. Like the idea that I wouldn't ever have to find another place to live outside of college accommodation. And I think my favourite thing that I've enjoyed over the past 3 years is the social side of Hertford. It's a really nice place, very sociable. I love the Bops. I had the opportunity to be on the kind of committee that runs them for a year, which is one of the highlights of my time at Hertford. and you know, jazz and drinks, all of these events are just so nice, and when everyone's there from college, it's just such a nice atmosphere. Yeah, so it's been great.
Great. And so, yeah, and like I was just thinking, one of my other favorite things is that literally walking around college, you always run into someone you know, and it's always a smile, and you'll be sitting in the library, and there's a virtual tour actually online, so you can look at how this is. But if you have a window seat and you're looking out into the OB, the number of conversations that are just going on downstairs makes it really makes you really want to go outside and talk to people and have a coffee break, because that just is the atmosphere at Hertford, is the way that people interact with each other, are willing to have a conversation, and if you run into anyone, more often than not, you're going to say hi and yeah, catch up. So well, we just have at about, oops, am I back? Okay. We have about 5 minutes left, and during this time I just thought we'd reiterate some of the resources available. So Emma, could you please talk about those, just in case I'm cutting out?
As in the kind of like welfare resources, or?
The resources for the admissions days, like the report and stuff.
So if you go onto the website, Hertford website, all of the information is on there. You can also always email the admissions staff. They're always happy to answer any kind of personal queries that you may have. Anything else?
Yep, there's the Meet the Tutors videos online. So if you have any more subject specific questions, and actually it's a great resource to find out who your tutorials would be with at Hertford as well. So those are on there, and they're about 20 minutes long. There's also more standard statistics and stuff like that. And then
on the virtual tour as well. So you mentioned it now. It's a really good video. I watched it yesterday. It's great. Go check that out.
I know, I was so surprised they did it so well. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's it from us. We hope that the Q&As have been helpful in answering a lot of your questions. We've been through where you are now, and we know what it's like to be daunted with so many colleges to choose from, but we've definitely had a great experience at Hertford. And so, yeah, we hope they've been helpful. And feel free to reach out to the admissions staff or any of the ambassadors if you have any further questions. But that's it from us. And I think we can just leave when you guys are ready. So yeah, oh wait, Hertford is, there we go. So thank you guys for joining us. There's our social media is listed there, and you can find Instagram. I've been running a bit of a Q&A as well. And so yeah, just find the information on the Hertford website, and feel free to reach out to us during this time. We know it's a bit different than normal, and people are more than happy to answer your questions. So yeah, I think that's it.